Good morning, race fans, and welcome to round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. And we are here in sunny South Wales at the Pembrey circuit. And this track, arguably, pretty much the fastest on the British Mini Bikes calendar. Just a shade under 2 kilometres long. The track very near to the industrial towns of Llanelli and Swansea in South Wales. This using the Clubman circuit, which is slightly shorter than the main race and car circuit, but nonetheless for these mini bikes, a very quick circuit indeed. A lot of riders, mixed feelings about the track. Some like it better than others, you would say, but certainly every opportunity to turn the throttle, to put it mildly. Wales never fails in terms of the weather today. It is hot and sunny. South Wales actually forecast to be the hottest place in the UK today. Temperatures in excess of 26 degrees. That is a conservative estimate. Slight breeze out there, but the circuit very hot, and we are in for a sweltering afternoon's racing. So we talked about the Pembrey circuit being one of the fastest tracks on the calendar here at British Mini Bikes. Very quick circuit, and let's have a look at the track in a bit more detail. Let's take a lap of the Pembrey circuit here in South Wales, one of the fastest tracks on the BMB calendar. Down Cal Straight we go, and immediately into the sharp right-handed corner. The hairpin here, one of the best overtaking spots on the circuit. Good exit speed, important here as we get straight onto the power and through this long sweeping left-hander. Onto the power now, heading towards the Clubman circuit and the Senna S's, which starts with this tight left-handed entrance. Out to the corner we go through the right-hander, and along the back straight we go now, heading towards the Brooklands corner with a sweeping right-hander, and one of the faster parts of the track, the Speedway straight. We go down the straight, hard with the power now, and heading towards Carter's Curve, one of the more technical parts of the track here, and a good cornering speed important here as we go through the right-hander, through this kink, and out we go, back onto the power now. Another long driving sweep into the right-hander now, through Honda we go, this long right-hander, very quick part of the track, straight onto the start and finish straight now. Really hard on the power, and over the line we go, and that's a lap of the Pembrey circuit. So that was a look at Pembrey circuit in a bit more detail. Racing getting underway very shortly. Right on track at the moment, we have the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70 class out for their morning warm-up. Once that's been completed, we will be right through into the first part of our race calendar, starting in about 10 minutes time or so with the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. Those riders in the waiting zone at the moment, getting ready for their first race, which will kick things off, as we say, in about 5-10 minutes time at the very most. Brat Bike Super Minis, Motor Oils, Ovali 110 Cup a bit later, and all the races to follow. One of the big races today, of course, the highlight is the FIM Mini GP UK Series. That's in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. Pretty much a year since Ovali's debuted in the UK at Ella Park in the 2020 season. And this exciting initiative in association, of course, with MotoGP, the FIM Mini GP World Series, starting, of course, in 2021. And this pretty much, the idea of which you might say is to provide a pathway up towards the higher echelons of motorcycle racing, all the way up to MotoGP. And this in the UK arm of it, the British Mini Bikes acting as the series promoter. This round here at Pembrey, the first of 5 in the Mini GP World Series calendar. We move to our next BMB round at Wilton Mill in August. And then 2 pretty big names coming up. Cadwell Park will be round number 3 in August, followed by the Stowe Circuit at Silverstone, coinciding with the MotoGP round there. And the series finale joining us back with the British Mini Bikes at Three Sisters in September. Chance to race for the top riders in this series at the MotoGP Valencia. And as you would say, really exciting opportunity for these young riders. So that one of the highlights today, we'll be having the grid walk for the first race of the day for that class a bit later on, just after midday. There'll be a marshal's break, giving the hard-working track staff a chance just to take a breather and get some more water, you would say, on this very hot day as well. But a bit later on, of course, we'll be having the grid walk ahead of the first FIM Mini GP UK race, which will be starting in the early afternoon. All of our regular race classes here, of course. This is the 6th round of the championship, and of course with the first round of Teesside all the way back in March being run as a non-point scoring event due to the COVID restrictions at the time. This effectively means one less round scoring points in terms of the championship. So this round here at Pembrey, as with all the following rounds of the season, 4 more rounds to go after this weekend, of course, it's going to get very tight and very important in terms of the championship. So here we are here at Pembrey, as you can see, the home of Welsh motorsport, one of 2 major motorsport venues on tarmac, at least in Wales. We've got the Anglesey circuit in North Wales, of course. This Pembrey circuit has been going for about 40 years now. This is a site of a former RAF airfield back in the day. This is in the very pleasant and sunny Carmarthenshire area of Wales. Very busy this weekend, of course, with holidaymakers taking advantage of the great weather. This track has been going for about 40 years and well known back in the day as a testing venue for Formula One. Many of the 1990s Formula One teams used to come out here in what you might say is almost semi-secrecy. It's quite a remote part of the UK and a great place for testing. The unofficial lap record, actually, on the full track, set by Ayrton Senna back in 1988, of all people, and that was just over 44.5 seconds. The official lap record about 50 with Formula 3, and Pembrey holding a wide range of motorsport clubman 2 and 4-wheel motorsport events in the UK, known for truck racing as well. Rallycross and Supermoto also takes place here as well. In the past, this is a former British Superbike venue. It's held 2 rounds of the British Superbikes in the past. And in the early 90s, very much in the zenith of the Super Touring era, it held 2 rounds of the British Touring Car Championship. So you would say this is arguably the highest profile venue on the BMB calendar, and certainly one that we look forward to with the afternoon's racing. The riders at the moment just completing their warm-ups and will be underway with racing very shortly. But thank you for joining us here at Alpha Live for this round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. My name is Chris Sora, and delighted to be back on the mic again for the 6th round of the championship, taking you through all of the afternoon's race action, starting, of course, very shortly. And as we say here at Pembrey, arguably the highest profile track, at least most well known in the calendar, and one which we very much look forward to seeing the afternoon's racing. Speaking to some of the riders yesterday, actually, it appears mixed venues on such a wide open track. Of course, many of the, or pretty much all of the BMB venues taking place on karting circuits. They're a lot tighter, a lot more technical by and large. This very much a wide open track. The riders on full throttle on several parts of the track. Some riders love it, of course. Others not quite so keen, but in the terms of a championship, you would say you've got to really be able to cope with all weather conditions and all track layouts as well. And as talking about the weather, of course, as you can see, very hot, glorious weather. The weather forecast says 26. I think it'll get hotter than that. The early morning weather forecast in the UK reckon that this part of the UK in South Wales could be seeing temperatures approaching 30, but nonetheless, very warm conditions. There is a slight breeze out there as well, but very warm weather by and large, and possibly tough conditions for the riders. It'll be important for them, of course, to stay hydrated during the afternoon as well. But riders at the moment, if you're just joining us here with the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes, we'll be underway very shortly with our first race of the day. Looking, of course, at the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. Great, of course, to see all seasons interiors coming on board for 2021. One of our new sponsors in the season, very experienced company in the world of renewable and energy efficiency industry. one of the most trusted installers of energy improvements in the UK and business owners. So this is very much an external sponsor. Thanks, of course, to All Seasons Interiors for their involvement in 2021, backing Hudson Kai Cooper, who I'm sure we will see throughout the afternoon's race programme. Further news, of course, we look towards the MLAV Academy down in the paddock this afternoon, and that's another new initiative for 2021 with the famous name, of course, Michael Laverty. Likes to get along to most of these rounds. Unfortunately, he's not here this weekend as he's competing in the FIM World Endurance Series at Estoril in Portugal, where it might not be quite as hot as it is here at Pembrey. I don't know, but certainly feels like Portugal here this weekend. So no Michael Laverty this weekend, but he's been keeping a very close eye on those riders in the academy. Nathan Smith liking to thank both rider coaches Joe Dickinson and Jordan Pritchard, along with the crew chief Richard Slynn, for all their hard work this season so far at the track. And that academy really going from strength to strength. We'll certainly see those very distinctive Vision Track MLAV Academy riders throughout the afternoon in the various race classes. Keep an eye out, of course, on BR8 Media for all of the updates from the British Mini Bike Series after this event here at Pembrey. We'll be running through very shortly to the Mini GP 90, Junior Supermoto 90, and what will be our second race of the weekend. They did run out yesterday for their first motor. We'll have a rundown of the grid as the riders make their final preparations. Starting on pole position will be Jack Hamilton from Travis Shaw, 1:18.81, the pole time, just a little bit further ahead of Shaw in second. Hudson Cooper qualifying in third place from Leo Soliu. Billy Carter in fifth position. Harvey Saville lining up sixth on the grid. Seventh will be Finley Hanna from Harrison Quincy. Emily Hamilton in ninth place. Lining up at the back of the field will be Paige Mullen and Brooke Champion. Neither rider setting a representative lap time in the qualifying, so they will start at the back. Those riders in the waiting zone at the moment. So I can tell you now that the final warm-up has now been completed. The OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70 riders making their way back to the paddock. We'll see them later on, of course. We'll be underway very shortly then with our first race of the day, so stay tuned throughout the afternoon here at Pembrey for this sixth round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, running through to just after midday with our first group of races. There will be a short interval just after lunch, so there will be a pause in the proceedings to allow our track officials and marshals to, as we say, get a well-earned drink. You can see them out there on the track. Actually, they've got the umbrellas out as well to take shelter from the beaming sunshine here, so they'll take a well-deserved break. But do join us at approximately 12:30 for the grid walk of the new race series, of course, the first round of the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. That grid walk will be taking place just after 12:30. So we will take our way down to the track very shortly. Riders now making their way out of the pit lane, and our first race of the day starting in just a few moments. All Seasons Interiors Mini GP 90 and Juniors Supermoto 90 making their way out onto the track and will be underway in just a few moments. So here we are then, welcome to Pembrey, round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, and in association with All Seasons Interiors, our first race of the day, Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 making their way round on the formation lap. And here they come back round towards the grid. As you can see, we had a look at the Pembrey circuit in a bit more detail. This is the Carter's Curve section, one of the chicanes that breaks up some of the long sweeping straights here at Pembrey. Another possible overtaking opportunity here. One of the main ones we will look out for when the racing gets underway is the run down Cowell Straight, the main start finish line area, into the slowest part of the track. It really is a true hairpin, almost 180 degrees, very tight indeed, and that will see the riders running down to that part of the track very shortly. So here they are lining up on the grid now. Riders getting into position. This is the Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90, race number 2 of the weekend, and our first in the calendar here on the Sunday programme at round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Very exciting afternoon's racing is in prospect. The riders now lining up. Last 2 riders taking to the grid, and we should be underway in just a few moments. As you can see, the parents and guardians of the riders just making final preparations, making sure the riders are all set and ready. Lining up 3 abreast on the grid. But the pole sitter there on the outside, getting that outside sweep into the right-hander. But here we go, we're about to get things underway. Starters orders now, so the flag goes up, and those marshals will now clear the track back to the pit wall as we are ready to go. So the starter's happy. All eyes on the lights as we go. Lights out and away they go. Charging into the first corner. Hudson Cooper with a good start from Leo Solio, Billy Carter in third, and Harvey Saville into the first corner they go. And here we see for the first time that really tight hairpin. Everyone gets through cleanly, and heading up towards the centre S's now into the long left-hander. Hudson Cooper leads from Leo Solio, Billy Carter in third position. And just listen to the power as they make their way into that left-hander. Good clean start. Everyone appears to have got away cleanly. Hudson Cooper, Leo Solio, Billy Carter, all very close there with Harvey Saville also in the reckoning as well. Around the back of the circuit now for the first time. We've left the centre S's and heading now towards the what's called the Brooklands hairpin. This is a really long sweeping right-hander taking us down to Speedway straight for the first time and heading towards Carter's Curve. Real slipstreaming action here as they make their way through Carter's Curve for the first time. So it looks like Leo Solio may have taken the lead. We'll get the updates, of course, when they make their way through for the first time. This, our first race of the day, 8 laps in total. Quite a long lap, you would say, so there are a few less laps than we would normally get. But here they come around the final corner, heading towards Honda for the first time. Lovely long sweep onto Cowell Straight and over the line. Almost neck and neck for the first time, so it's Hudson Cooper that leads the way. Leo Solio back into the lead. Cooper then down to second. Billy Carter, Harvey Saville, Harrison Quincy up to 5th position. Then we've got Finley Hanna. Rest of the field made up Emily Hamilton, Jack Hamilton and Travis Shaw just a bit further behind. And in fact, Emily Hamilton just going over the line now in 7th place as we focus on our leaders. Leo Solio leading by 0.3 of a second at the end of the first lap, just trying to pull away now from Hudson Cooper. There's Cooper in 2nd place. Billy Carter 3rd, and not really losing the leaders just yet. He needs to try and stay on the back wheel of Hudson Cooper. There is Jack Hamilton, my apologies, the race leader on the 28, and that is Solio just behind in 2nd position. Shaw in there as well, Travis Shaw, Leo Solio all well placed as they make their way back towards Carter's Curve once again. That right left-hand flick through the chicane and back towards Honda to complete our 2nd lap. Here they come around the final right-hander, and let's see who it's going to be around this final corner. We're waiting for our leaders. Here they come, taking that outside sweep on just shy of the curbs. Over the line they go once again, heading towards that hairpin. Hamilton still leading, but Travis Shaw having a peek down the inside as they make their way through towards the first hairpin. Got a good drive out of the corner, and I think Shaw may have taken the lead. So here they come once again, heading back towards the centre S's. Another one of the few braking zones on the track here. Here they come into the left-hander. So let's see. Let's see if Hamilton can try and pull away. Oh, high side of there in 3rd place. Solio, I think, a little bit ragged out of the centre S's there. Just seemed to stand the bike up. Did well to recover that one. That could have been a nasty tumble there, but good bike control there. And holds on to that 3rd position as they make their way back around Brooklands hairpin once again along the Speedway straight. This along with the Cowell Straight over the start-finish line, one of the fastest parts of the track, heading back towards Carter's Curve once again. So it's the 28 of Jack Hamilton who holds on to the lead. Travis Shaw came close last time round as they make their way out of Carter's Curve back towards Honda, the final corner. There's Hamilton, the leader. Travis Shaw, I think, may have lost a little bit of ground as they cross the line once again. Gap goes up to 0.6 of a second, so certainly Hamilton by no means clear and away, but look out for the third place rider here. Billy Carter on the 85, setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:18.92, 1.2 seconds adrift as they cross the line. But as you can see for yourself, you can see the blue bike in third place. That's Billy Carter, and he is starting to close up on the race leaders as they make their way through center S's once again. Hamilton keeping it tight out of the corner. Shaw trying the outside sweep as they make their way back towards Brooklands Hairpin. Very fast circuit here at Pembrey, of course, so really important line choices out of the corners can be very important. And well, there we see there, Travis Shaw's got a nice sweep out of Brooklands Hairpin as they make their way down the speedway straight once again towards Carter. Travis Shaw's got a run here, not close enough to go for the lead just yet, but this might be an overtaking opportunity as they make their way back towards Honda once again, and the run down Cowell Straight into the hairpin. And here they come, up towards the final corner, getting very close at the front. Here they come, look at this now. Travis Shaw with a run down the straight, not quite close enough to go for the pass. Can he do it under braking? Look at Carter there in third as well. Shaw doing all he can to try and close up under braking. It's a good drive out of the corner, but look at Carter in third. Billy Carter quick out of the hairpin. Has he done enough to take second place? No is the answer. Travis Shaw holds on to second place. Now, this could be good news for Hamilton here. If Travis Shaw and Billy Carter start fighting for position, that could allow the leader to pull away. Let's wait and see. We've got 4 laps to go still in this race. And here they come round the right-hander. Hamilton still leading. Billy Carter asking some serious questions here of Travis Shaw in second place. The rest of the field still made up of Leo Soliu just a little bit further behind in fourth place. Hudson Cooper on the 217 in fifth position. Harvey Saville sixth. Harrison Quincy, Finley Hanna and Emily Hamilton rounding out the 9-rider field. But at the moment, all of the action here at the front, 3 riders. Any one of these 3 could take the checkered flag in what will be just a shade over 3 laps time. Hamilton still leads the way as we see now. I think that is the 22 of Emily Hamilton going through, rounding out the field in 9th place over the line with a 1:38.42. She makes her way through into the hairpin. The leaders starting to close up on our tail end. There you see the novice bib there, the high-vis jacket, just indicating that it's a less experienced rider. So these leaders will know just to give that rider a bit more space when they make their way through, but they're going to have to get through quickly because we've got 3 laps to go. There's Hamilton, still there in 9th place. And there she goes. Oh, this will be the last lap, my apologies. So it's getting tight now, 1 lap to go. Also running a 6-lap format as Hamilton retains the lead. There's Hamilton, still on the lead lap, but I think the leaders may well get past as they make their way down the back straight. Hamilton keeps to the left and concedes the racing line. This could allow Hamilton to pull away as they make their way back towards Honda for the final time. Travis Shaw, Billy Carter a little bit slower getting past there, so this could be the advantage that Hamilton needs as they make their way up towards through Carter's once again. Let's keep an eye on the race length here. We believe it could be the last lap, but we're just going to have a look down at the starter when they cross the line in a few moments. Here they come back towards Honda once again. Hamilton still leads. Round the final corner he goes. And yes, it is the checkered flag about to go out, so Jack Hamilton is about to take the flag. There he goes over the line. Jack Hamilton, your first race winner of the day. Travis Shaw in second place. Billy Carter third. Those 3 covered by 1.1 seconds at the flag. Leo Soliu in fourth. Hudson Cooper fifth. Harvey Saville goes over the line in 6th place. Emily Hamilton has just crossed the line in 9th position. Good ride from her in one of her first races. Harrison Quincy, there he goes in 7th position on the 755. And the number 13 of Finley Hanna is just coming round the final corner. Final rider on the lead lap. And here comes Hanna over the line to finish in 8th position to round out our first race of the day. Great riding there then from Jack Hamilton to take the checkered flag. We'll be seeing him a bit later on, of course. Came under some serious pressure, and he looks pleased with that. Who can blame him there? Came under some real pressure from Travis Shaw and Billy Carter, but held on to take the checkered flag So our first race of the day draws to a close. We move on then to race number 2 in the schedule. It's heat number 1 for the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Lining up in just a few moments then, in association with Brap Bikes, are our Super Minis, and let's have a look at how they will line up. This is our first heat of the day, so riders making their final preparations. We'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments. This, of course, the mixture of the 85cc 2-strokes and 154 strokes, derived, of course, from the youth motocross bikes, but these are effectively full-size mini bikes for the adult riders. And of course, Brap Bikes, small business based up at Lancashire in England, and making high-quality race components. So they've got a real interest in this class as well, you would say, in converting these bikes from their original motocross format over to what effectively is a small-scale super mini format. So these riders just in the waiting zone at the moment. They'll be taking to the track very shortly, and we'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments. This Pembrey track certainly really see these bikes wide open down the straights here, and they were carrying some serious speed this morning in the warm-up. They were out nice and early. It was just after 9 o'clock when they went out for their warm-up session. It was still pretty warm then, so even more now. They'll be out on the track in just a few moments. This is our second race of the day, getting underway very shortly. The Brap Bike Super Minis riders in the waiting zone, just making their way out onto the circuit now, warming the machines up. And if for the first race of the day anything to go by, this could be another very close race. We see, of course, the other really fast track on the calendar is Three Sisters, which we visit a bit later in the year, of course, and we see some real slipstreaming, very close racing there. And we will say here at Pembrey, I think we could potentially see some real slipstreams as well back towards the end of the race. Of course, riders now out on their sighting lap. They'll take their place on the grid in just a few moments, and we'll look at the lineup for you in just a few moments' time. So unfortunately, we were hoping to bring you the lineups there, but we don't appear to have the qualifying time. But we'll have a look at the riders in a few moments when they make their way onto the grid. And of course, this Super Minis class, we really do see some accomplished riders out there as well. I think we've just got one or two just making their way out onto the course a little bit late there, so might be a few moments before the riders get underway. But here we see get a closer look at the bikes, of course. So this Supermoto class, Super Minis class, in association with Brap Bikes. In terms of out-and-out power, of course, these pretty much amongst the fastest bikes on the grid in the BMB calendar. It used to be almost a one-make series for the Honda CRF 150, but now, of course, the rule changes allow the 85cc 2-strokes in there as well. So we'll get a mixture, a lot of KTMs and Husqvarnas out there. Very similar bikes, of course, both brands now under the KTM group, of course. So the hardware, you would say, on the bikes very similar. We are just waiting for one rider a bit late getting out onto the grid. So there'll be a short pause here as the riders prepare the machines, get themselves ready. What you would say is a bit more of a depleted entry than normal for the Super Minis, but all the top names are there, of course. Joe Dickinson lining up there on the outside on the number 48. The MLab Vision Tracked Academy back machine just fires the machine up the Husqvarna. And you can hear the buzz of those 2 strokes as we get our final rider onto the grid now. So all riders will be ready on the starts orders. Got the light system here, red lights are on, and we wait for the green. Away they go. Dickinson with a good drive on the outside, should get the lead into the first corner. There he goes. Lawrence Wardle also well placed with Jordan Pritchard. To the first corner they go, everyone through cleanly. Holmes Williams They're in second place then. Joe Dickinson looks like has got the jump on the field on number 48, trying to pull away as they make their way down towards the Senna S's for the first time. Through they go. And Dickinson just trying to pull away, gets on the pack. Oh, he just saw, looked like Holmes Williams there in second place, just on the edge of grip there. The back end just stepping out slightly, had it under control firmly, you would say there, though, as Dickinson goes through. Round through Brooklands for the first time, back towards the Speedway straight. And listen to those engines screaming away as they make their way down towards Carter Curve. Through Carter's they go. Back towards the finish, heading towards Honda and the final corner of the track. So Dickinson with a good drive. Here they come round towards the final corner. Good first lap there for him. And here they come screaming down the start straight for the first time. We'll have a look at the lap times in just a few moments. So Dickinson through. Just waiting for the timing systems to catch up with Dickinson there. But Holmes Williams in second, Lawrence Wardle third, Sullivan Mounsey, Jordan Pritchard and Cameron Caulfield also in the mix. There goes Dickinson then. Problem there, the red flag is out, I believe. No, my mistake. No, it's a fault there for Holmes Williams, I believe, in second. Yeah, there is a stoppage there. Red flag has gone out. So whether there was an incident, the medical vehicle out on the track, unfortunately. So there has been a pause in the action. The red flag is out. Race has been stopped. Oh, we saw the hand up there. I think it was Lawrence Wardle there with the hand up. Whether it was a mechanical issue or not, but no, it turns out there was a stoppage. So this appears to be at the far end of the circuit, looking towards the Senna S's Brooklands hairpin. The medical crews immediately onto the track, so we'll ride it down on that first lap. So as we say, we'll give the medical crews the time they need just to attend to the incident. This at the far end of the track, I believe. So there will be a pause now in the racing whilst the riders make their way back towards the paddock. Our medical vehicles just sweeping round towards the Brooklands hairpin. So unfortunately braking activities here as the Brat Bike Super Minis heat number 1 draws to a close. Medical vehicles just going around the back of the circuit now just to check on the incident. So we'll pause things very briefly. Riders now back in the waiting zone. As soon as I get the information as to what race will follow, whether it did stop very early in that race, so there may possibly be a restart. As soon as I get the information from the organisers, there appears to be the incident. Now this, I think, is on the lead up towards the run by Carter's Curve, I believe. Heading towards Honda, which looks like our injured rider, the number 448 rider, appears at least to be not badly injured. As you can see for yourself there, he was sat up talking with the marshals and the medical crew, so let's hope that that's nothing too serious. Of course, marshals do know the score, of course, with bike racing, and if a rider does go down, they will give them a moment just to make sure they're okay. And if there does appear to be any sort of difficulty, if the rider is in trouble and on the track, then of course that's where we see the red flag. So as you can see, just erring on the side of caution, making sure that rider's safe and okay. Medics are on the scene at the moment, dealing with the injured rider. Looks like the Super Minis are down at the end of the pit straight. You may just see them. Of course, very big pit wall here at Pembrey. You'll see just the heads bobbing about behind the wall. They're still sat on the bikes, and hopefully we should be able to get the action back underway in just a few moments' time. We are still under a red flag condition here for the first heat of the day for the Brat Bike Super Minis, going out very early at the end of that first lap, with the rider down around the back of the circuit at the moment, just receiving some medical attention. And as we say, of course, in these situations, rider safety does come at the absolute priority, so we'll give the marshals and the medics the time they need just to deal with the situation. Don't forget, of course, plenty of action coming up throughout the afternoon. I believe there will be a rerun or continuation of that race in a few moments. The riders are still in the pit area from the Brat Bike Super Minis, and we should be able to get them back underway very shortly. Following on from this race, of course, we have the Motor Oil's Ovali 110 Cup, second race of the weekend for those riders. They'll be following on after the Super Minis Supermoto Mini Bike 140 Heat 1. A bit later on, of course, as well, we have the Ugly & Co Mini GP and Junior Supermoto class. The Motor Oil Mini Bike Vets will be the final race in the morning race programme. There will be a brief pause later on for the Marshall's lunch break and the grid walk for the first race. This series within a series, you would say, the FIM Mini GP UK series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. That will be starting a bit later on this afternoon. At the moment, though, we are under a pause here at Pembrey as we have a red flag situation for the Brat Bike Super Minis ending up on the first lap. I think it was a single bike incident, so all the riders just in the pit zone. I can tell you that the medical vehicle is leaving the track now, heading back towards its position. And as soon as we get an update, I think the course is now clear. Just as soon as we get an update, we should be able to get things back underway. As the riders just taking a few moments. As you can see, of course, umbrellas I think will be the course of the day for, well, you might say the right reasons. It's lovely and warm here at Pembrey. As we said at the start of the programme, weather forecast about 26 degrees, but it's argued, of course, that this has been told we could be seeing the hottest weather in the UK this weekend here at Pembrey. So I remember, of course, last year at Lydd was another scorcher as well. Sometimes the tyre choices can be very important as well, perhaps erring away from some of the softer compounds on such high track temp. Fair to say, of course, that the track temperatures will be very high. So the medics have just left the circuit at the moment. We will give the moments they need. As soon as we get the all clear from the clerk of the course and the medics, we should be back underway with, I believe, the Brat Bikes Super Minis. The riders are currently in the pit area and should be back underway very shortly. We're just waiting for the all clear. Riders are pretty much stationed and ready to go on the first corner. They'll retake the circuit very shortly, and hopefully we should be able to get the racing back underway in just a few moments. We will, of course, give the medics the time they need to make sure that the injured rider is safely attended to. So we see preparations, of course. The Ovali 110 Cup will be following on after. Here are some of the riders from that Ovali group in the waiting zone right now. They'll be following on after the Super Minis. This, of course, marks pretty much 1 year since the Ovali machines came to the UK. Backed, of course, and very much involved in this series is Peter Hickman, British Superbike rider and the fastest man around the Isle of Man TT course. Involved, of course, in bringing the Ovali machines into the UK, and as we say, just over 12 months ago, we've seen those bikes first starting to come in. The first Ovali race was held at Ella Park when the 2020 season got underway just over a year ago. And how far has that come in the space of 12 months? We're seeing them in a few moments' time, but in the meantime, the Brat Bikes Super Minis are back out onto the circuit. Looks like we've got the all clear, and the riders, this, of course, not under race conditions at the moment. We are currently on a formation lap. They'll make their way back towards the grid. We'll have the continuation of the first race of the day for the Super Minis. Joe Dickinson, we saw, had a very good start, so can he continue as the lights go out in just a few moments' time? So it appears that the incident has been very promptly dealt with. Fortunately, we did see the rider standing up there and talking to the official, so let's hope that that's all okay. Here they come around the final corner then, riders. There we see the flag just to halt the riders in their correct grid positions, headed, of course, by the leader when the race was halted, Joe Dickinson. So they'll retain their positions on the grid now, and we should be able to get racing back underway in just a few moments. So this is Brat Bikes Super Minis heat number 1, about to get underway once again. Here we go, eyes on the lights, and away they go. Joe Dickinson with another good jump on the field, gets away promptly from that pole position. Into the first corner they go. Nice move there from Jordan Pritchard down the inside, I believe, coming out of the corner. And they make their way down towards the Senna S's for the first time. So Dickinson leads. Out of the, oh, bit of a high side of that. Looked like Richard Holmes-Williams possibly, and Lawrence Wardle battling for second place. The exit of that Senna S's corner, of course, it's a very fast run now towards Brooklands Hairpin, and the rider's looking to get the power down as quickly as possible out of the S's, one of the real slower parts of the circuit. We've seen one or two riders just stepping out on that corner in these early races as we watch there Dickinson going through. And then a pretty close battle for second place now as they make their way back towards final corner. Honda now around the final corner they go. Here comes Dickinson, your race leader, screaming down the straight for the first time. Then it's getting pretty close for second place. So Dickinson leads. It looks like Sullivan Mounsey in second with the fastest lap of the race as well. Richard Holmes-Williams, Lawrence Wardle and Jordan Pritchard rounding out the top five as they make their way back underway. So Dickinson leads by 2 seconds, but look out for second place here. There's Sullivan Mounsey in second place. Fastest lap on that first lap, leading by 2 seconds now, is the 48 of Joe Dickinson. Trying to pull away from Mounsey, who is now clear of Holmes-Williams and Lawrence Wardle, third and fourth. Jordan Pritchard just a little bit further behind in fifth place. 5.4 seconds covering those riders at the end of the first lap. But 48 Joe Dickinson is your race leader as they make their way down the back straight, once again heading towards the Carter's Curve. We'll have a look at the gap when they come back towards us, but Dickinson's putting a good lap down here, trying to break away from Mounsey. There we see Holmes-Williams in third place on the 1.26, just ahead of 4.14. Lawrence Wardle around the final corner. Comes the race leader, Joe Dickinson, having a glance over the shoulder just to check where his rivals are. So Dickinson leads, and in fact extends the gap, 2.7 seconds. Sullivan Mounsey second. Here comes the battle of the third. Richard Holmes-Williams in third place from Lawrence Wardle, and Jordan Pritchard rounding out the top five. And Holmes-Williams on the 1.26, just trying to break away now from Lawrence Wardle. Sullivan Mounsey pulling away from these two riders. Jordan Pritchard just a little bit further behind in fifth place, of course. There's Mounsey just going out of the shot down towards Brooklands Hairpin. Holmes-Williams and Wardle still battling away for that third position. There goes Mounsey pulling away all the time. So Holmes-Williams in third on the 1.26, but Lawrence Wardle 4.14 just a little bit further behind as they make their way through Carter's Curve once again. And in fact Wardle just closing up on the braking there as they make their way through Carter's Curve, heading towards Honda once again. Back with our leader now, Joe Dickinson on the number 48 over the line. He goes on to the last lap. Just looking at the lap charts there, maintains that 2.7 second gap. As down the inside, having a look there, is Lawrence Wardle. Fails to get past Holmes-Williams under braking now. Can he catch up under the acceleration out of the hairpin, going on to that outside sweep as they make their way towards the centre S's. Down the inside goes Wardle. It's going to be a battle under braking here, but Holmes-Williams has got the line, and the 1.26 remains in third position. So at the moment, Joe Dickinson and Sullivan Mounsey pretty clear in first and second place. But here's the battle for third place through Carter's Curve for the final time they go. Out of Brooklands, down the Speedway straight. This could be the main overtaking point here. Carter's Curve coming up very shortly as Joe Dickinson racing towards the final corner. Here they come. Oh, nice move there down the inside from Lawrence Wardle. Can he make it stick? And the answer is yes. So it looks like Wardle up to third place. Meanwhile, down the straight for the final time goes Joe Dickinson, your winner of the Super Minis Heat 1. Fastest lap of the race on that final lap. 3.3 seconds from Mounsey, and a drag race to third. Here they come. Oh, it's going to be close, but Richard Holmes-Williams holds on to that third place. Lawrence Wardle in fourth position, and just a little bit further behind is the 1.51 of Jordan Pritchard. So those riders all getting some very important championship points. Joe Dickinson, though, number 48, is your race winner, getting a good jump on the field. Sullivan Mounsey just a little bit further behind in second place. There is Mounsey, you can see on the blue machine. But another great race victory there for Joe Dickinson, who makes his way back towards the paddock. We'll be seeing the Brat Bikes Super Minis a little bit later on, of course, during the afternoon's race programme. They got their second moto later on just after 2 p.m. on the schedule, and the final taking place at around 3:30 today. So Super Minis making their way back towards the paddock, and our next race coming up in just a few moments. The riders currently in the waiting zone and will be ready underway. Riders just completing their cool down lap and making their way back to the paddock. Race number 3 of our Sunday schedule getting underway in just a few moments. The riders are in the waiting zone and ready to go out on track. Coming up in just a few moments is our first race of the day in association with Motul Oils. It's the Ovali 110 Cup. So the Ovali machines currently in the waiting zone, coming out on track in just a few moments. We'll look to get the lineups for you in just a few moments, if we can get that from the race control. This, of course, pretty much marking 12 months almost to the day since the first ever Ovali race in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, and you have to say how far the series has come in just under the 12 months. July the 19th to be precise, at Ella Park last year. 364 days later, pretty much, we have this thriving race series, and of course the exciting pickup, of course, with the FIM Mini GP. So a long distance has been travelled, you'd almost say, in those 12 months. But here we go then for our second race of the weekend for the Ovalis, and let's have a look at how they line up. It'll be Ruben Bray on pole position from Thornley Trevorrow, just 9/10 of a second covering those top 2 riders. Luca Wilkinson in 3rd place, Monty Hillier lining up in 4th, Arnie Carr in 5th position, Wilson Dilks lining up in 6th place from Travis Shaw, Kobe Garbutt in 8th place, Jack Hamilton 9th, Jack Newton in 10th place, Miller Buchanan in 11th from Jack Oakley on the 51 lining up in 12th place, Daniel Stevenson 13th, Freddie Bridewell in 14th position, Sidney Marshall, Tobias May in 16th place, Logan Connolly and Johnny Garnis no time in 18th position. Rest of the field made up of Dan Deering, Ralph Croft and Jonathan Payne. Those riders not setting a representative lap time in the qualifying, so they will line up at the back of the field. The Ovali machines just making their way around the back of the circuit now, heading back towards the grid, and we will be underway very shortly for our first race of the day for the Ovali 110 Cup, second heat of the weekend in association with Motul Oils, of course. And many of these riders, most of them I believe, will be back underway a little bit later on, of course, in the first race of the weekend of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. That's taking place later on in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. But first, of course, we have our regular Ovali 110 Cup. As you can see for yourself, it's a thriving lineup of Ovali machines. Really has grown in 2021. It was fairly bright beginnings, of course, but really has gone from strength to strength in 2021. So riders now on the grid. We did see actually Hilly just a bit further behind on the 37. Everyone pretty much in position now. Ruben Bray, of course, on the number 12 will lead the riders away in just a few moments. There we see, of course, the parents and guardians of these riders just on the grid, making sure the riders are ready, machines are ready to go. I think there is one rider who has had some mechanical issues, so looking to make a pit lane start. That rider being held on the first corner, so we'll have the, what you might say, the disheartening thought of all the riders screaming past before they get back underway. In the meantime, though, the rest of the field are on the grid, and away we go. Oh, one rider got a bit of a jump on the field there. Don't know if that will be picked up by the stewards, and there's a rider stationary on the grid, but everyone else has got away cleanly through the first corner they go. Look like Thorley Trevorrow with a good jump on the field as well, Luca Wilkinson and Monty Hillier. So I think it was Jack Newton that hit trouble on the start grid, but the rider okay. I think he just stalled the machine, and the racing gets underway as Ruben Bray coming under some real pressure from Luca Wilkinson, who we saw at the start on the 76. There's Bray, your race leader, number 12. Looks like Wilkinson. Monty Hillier with a good start on the 37. So it looked like a good start in terms of the stewards. Happy with the start from those riders. Wilson Dilks and Arnie Carr also getting a good getaway, but Ruben Bray down the speedway straight for the first time, heading towards Carter's Curve, and it looks like Bray going a bit defensive there into the curve, parking the bike on the apex, making it a bit more difficult there for Trevorrow, Wilkinson and Hillier to get through. Here they come then, back towards Honda for the first time, and they run down the Cowell straight. And here we go, getting very close at the front here. Ruben Bray continuing to lead the way, but down the inside. Lovely move there from Luca Wilkinson. Got a great drive out of Honda and taking the lead, but oh, fighting back down the inside. Bray back into the lead. Not showing on our lap chart at the moment, but he will be there. Will get picked up very shortly. Thorley Trevorrow in there as well now. So it's a three-way toss of the lead. Here they come through the Senna S's once again. And it's still Bray that leads, number 12. Trevorrow, Wilkinson in there as well. So Thorley Trevorrow on the 42. Wilkinson on the 76. Wilson Dilks a bit further behind. And Bray guarding that inside line. Look how close this is. They make their way out of Brooklands, heading back towards the Speedway Straight. Could be an overtaking opportunity here down the inside. Here they come through Carter's Curve, but no, Bray has got the lead, holds on to there. Number 12, showing us 16th on your lap chart on the left-hand side of the screen, but that will be updated very shortly. Bray heading towards the final corner. Here we see this run out of the final corner. What can Trevorrow do? Gets a lovely drive out of Honda once again. Goes for the pass, side by side into the first corner. Now Trevorrow's got to be cautious under braking here. And down the inside once again, back into the lead goes Ruben Bray. So fantastic tussle through that first corner. It does seem that Trevorrow's got a nice line coming out of Honda. Gets a real drive out of the corner. Getting past Bray. Whether the weight differential makes much of a difference could be another option there as well, because this is a very fast circuit. Trevorrow appears a bit lighter on the bike, so that may come to his advantage out of the corners, but nonetheless, Bray fighting back hard under braking into that first hairpin and retakes the lead once again. So he knows that's where Trevorrow's strong. Let's see if he can cover the line this time. As we just saw Wilkinson having a look there as well. The one to look out for as well, Luca Wilkinson in third place, still very much involved in this battle. Arnie Carr, Wilson Dilks running up the top 5. Freddie Bridewell a bit further behind. Monty Hillier in 6th position. Travis Shaw, Jack Hamilton and Kobe Garbutt running up the top 10. Jack Oakley, Daniel Stevenson a bit further behind. There we see Bray just covering that line, but yet again Trevorrow down the inside into the first corner, retakes the lead. Bit deep into the corner though. Oh, and look at that though, it looks like Luca Wilkinson having a look for second place. So Ruben Bray, number 12, your race leader, does seem to have that first corner nailed, as Wilkinson has a look down the inside for second place as they go into the Senna S's. But Trevorrow's got the line covered, holds on to that second place. It does seem that Ruben Bray is a bit stronger on the first half of the lap and pulls away once again. To be precise, saw less than a tenth of a second covering the top 3 when they went through last time round, and again we see this is the second part of the lap. This is where Thorley Trevorrow, number 42 in second, looks a bit stronger, trying the outside. Oh, he was brave there into Carter's Curve, couldn't quite get the pass made, and that means that Ruben Bray holds on to the lead and pulls away slightly as they make their way back towards Honda once again. But Trevorrow's closing up out of the corner. Here they come round the final corner. And again, Bray trying to cover that line, but over the line they go. Trevorrow neck and neck into the first corner. Not quite close enough to make the pass stick though. Bray around the outside, and this is where he seems a bit stronger. This first part of the lap tries to pull away as they go back towards the Senna S's. Still very much a factor in this race is the third place number 76 of Luca Wilkinson. Trevorrow with a nice line into the Senna S's, closing back up under the race leader Bray, under braking. Number 12, Ruben Bray is your race leader as they make their way through Brooklands hairpin. Back towards the Speedway Straight. And here they come through Brooklands. And again down the inside there, Wilkinson and Trevorrow now almost 3 abreast there going into Carter's Curve, but Bray holds on to the lead. Wilkinson there, look out for the 76, just shadowing in third place at the moment. Can he get close enough to go for the pass? Here they come, round towards the final corner. Everyone glancing down towards this corner as we wait to see who it's going to be in the lead. Here they come. Oh, and look at this. They are almost 3 abreast over the line. The checkered flag goes out. And, oh, that was a photo finish there. It may have been Ruben Bray. We'll get confirmation in a moment, but that was nothing at all. Less than half a second covering the top 3. Thorley, Trevorrow, and Luca Wilkinson. Almost 3 abreast over the line. Monty Hillier will finish in 4th position. Arnie Carr, Freddie Bridewell, Wilson Dilk 7th. Travis Shaw in 8th position. 9th for Jack Hamilton. Kobe Garbett in 10th. And the rest of the field made up of Daniel Stevenson, Jack Oakley, Tobias May 13th. Miller Buchanan in 14th position. Jack Newton, Logan Connolly, and Sydney Marshall just a bit further behind. Jack Newton there, the rider who was lost on the line, getting a few positions up. But what a race that was, almost 3 abreast over the line. And I believe it was Bray taking the flag. Unofficial race result there for Ruben Bray by the finest of margins. Well, we remember 3 sisters last year, of course, and already our 3rd moto of the day. We've had a slipstreamer to the line. Let's hope for more of the same as the afternoon goes on. And that was a fantastic first race there for the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup. They'll be out a bit later on, of course. Coming up next, of course, we have our mini bike 140 Group Heat 1 coming up very shortly. So fantastic race action already here at Pembrey at round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. And our 4th race of the day coming up in just a few moments. This is the first heat of the weekend for the Supermoto Mini Bike 140 coming up in just a few moments. In association with Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 Group Heat 1 coming up very shortly. Riders in the waiting zone, and we'll be out in just a few moments. If you're joining us here on Alpha Live for round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey, welcome along, and we hope you enjoy this fantastic, what looks set to be a fantastic afternoon's racing. Let's have a look at the lineup for the Mini Bike 140 Heat 1. Ben Lord from Will Lathrop 1st and 2nd. Rhys Stevenson 3rd. Michael Med in 4th. Richard Holmes-Williams in 5th from Mick Lord in 6th position. 7th will be Jim Lovell. Ty Butler in 8th. Stuart Harbour 9th. Charlie Hopkins in 10th place from Chase Collymore. And Daniel Pearson in 12th position. 13th for Oliver Linsdell from Tommy Almond. David Barfoot in 15th place from Jake Whittaker. Carl Sanders 17th place. Simon Gates in 18th position. 19th for Rob Overend from Adam Jameson in 20th. Shane Hopkins 21st from Paul Mitchell. Gary Jacobs 23rd. Stephen Humphreys 24th position. Ryan Clark, Nathan Gardner, Mark Goff, Jack Wolf, Darren Coleman and Nathan Smith a bit further behind. So these are the full qualifying results, of course, from the mini bikes. Kevin Clark, Mark James Confield in 32nd. Harry Clark, Jamie Goffin, Craig Rowland and Dean Widowson. Michael Briggs, David Wilkins, Ian Gamble, Harry Pell, Marcus Burton and Ryan Jeffrey qualifying 42nd of the combined qualifying times. These riders, of course, split into their respective groups according to their lap chart. So this is the 140 group heat number 1. Riders making their way down the pit lane out onto the circuit now for their formation lap here at Pembrey. As we said at the start of the programme, of course, this is arguably the highest profile track in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes calendar, certainly one of the most well known. As we said, it's a former venue. British Superbikes have held rounds here in the past. The British Touring Car Championship, known of course for truck racing, rallycross, all manner of 2- and 4-wheel motorsport, and also well known as a former testing venue, of course, for McLaren, the likes of Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna testing here in the late 80s. Many other Formula One teams have also tested at this track in the past, when, of course, the regulations allowed for that sort of thing. It's a bit more tightly regulated nowadays as to when and where they can test the cars on the track with the cost capping and so forth. But This track here in this very attractive part of South Wales here, Pembrey, been going for around at about 40 years nowadays, and what a great venue for the 6th round of the championship, and fantastic weather. Certainly those trackside will be looking to keep hydrated throughout the day and put the hat on, get the umbrella out as well, because it's very warm, as you can see from the pictures here, just how perfect the weather is. It's again, it would suit some riders perhaps better than others. Some riders like these conditions, others not so keen, but over the course of the championship, of course, they will be splitting the conditions. I believe they are all racing in the single group here, actually. My apologies for the mini bikes. I think everyone is lining up in their respective qualifying positions. Now, this may take a moment, of course, because everyone pretty much leaving the track in one big group. So some of the higher qualifiers will be having to make their way up towards the front of the field. There we just saw, looked like Reece Stevenson lining up down with this distinctive motocross style helmet minus the peak. He's there on the extreme left of your picture there. And would also say riding a new machine here in association with a new sponsor of the championship, and they are here today in the paddock this weekend. AMR Moto, the new bike to British Mini Bikes, backed by Stomp. AMR Bikes and Watling tyres. So another new machine hitting the field here at British Mini Bikes, and Reece Stevenson, I've been told, riding the AMR machine for the first time this weekend, and will be continuing to ride that machine for the rest of the year. Another one of the rising stars in British Mini Bikes, and he's certainly been, well, you might say, a nuisance at the sharp end with some of the more experienced names in 2021. So most of those top names have qualified pretty well. They all tend to be around the top 10. Chase Collingwood's a little bit further back as well. Another one of the rising youth stars, and he's had his moments as well, qualifying just on the edge of the top 10 on the 31. He's in about 12th position there as well. Bit of a sort out here in the midfield. As you can see, the starting grid marshal just making sure the riders are in the correct position. Big group of riders here, of course, and the start will be very important indeed into that first corner. Run down the Cowell Straight into that hairpin. Everyone looking to get through that first corner cleanly, get a good jump onto the inside, and hopefully get away with a good start. So a few moments now, and our first race for the Supermoto Mini Bike 140 is underway in just a moment. So looks like we are about ready to go. Just looking towards the back of the grid, the start marshal just making sure riders are ready and in position. You have to say, look at the riders at the front of the grid here, all glancing over their shoulders, nervous moments, because they don't know really what's going on at the moment. They're waiting there in the sweltering heat for quite some time, just adding to the nerves at the start of what looks set to be a very busy and spectacular race. Big track here, of course, at Pembrey, just a shade under 2 kilometres, so certainly can accommodate big grids of riders, and everyone looks ready to go. Everyone appears to be in position, so we're just waiting for the starter now, just making his way up to the head of the grid. Look out for our start marshal at the back as well. We should get the green flag any moment when we're under starter's orders, and then the riders, there is a light system on the first corner. Here we go, then the green flag goes up. We are under starter's orders. Watch the marshal there pointing to the lights. We are riders ready. Lights out, and away we go. Everyone appears to have gone away. One rider stuck on the grid, another rider hitting some mechanical trouble as they charge into the first corner, but on the whole, it's a good, clean start, and there they go, piling through that first corner. Everyone appears to have got through safely. So a good start for the 48 there. Into the first few corners they go. And out to centre S's for the first time. Stevenson second, looks like Will Lathrop in there as well, Michael Med and Richard Holmes-Williams all well placed as they make their way towards Brooklands hairpin for the first time. Oh, and down the inside there goes Reece Stevenson on that new machine, and he's certainly using it to good effect in these early stages. So Reece Stevenson grabbing the lead. There's a fight back now, though, coming up towards Carter's Curve. Neck and neck on that first lap there. 4 or 5 riders all battling for position. So all of the big names, you would say, all appear to have got a fairly decent start. They're all up there with the lead group, which is what they want. So they make their way back towards the Honda corner, that final corner down. Back down the straight they go. And here they come charging over the line. So Stevenson leads. Looks like Richard Holmes Williams in there as well. Will Lathrop, Michael Med, Jim Lovell, Mick Lord, all well placed. 1.6 seconds covering the top 6 riders as they cross the line for the first time. And of course, with such a big field of riders, could tail enders play a part later on in this race as they make their way through the chicane. And Stevenson trying to fight back once again on Lord, who goes a bit wider for that outside sweep out of the S's. Will that let Stevenson down the inside as they make their way back towards Brooklands? Stevenson's got the line into the corner and retakes the lead. So Lord in there, second position. All very close. Looks like Richard Holmes Williams is a little bit further behind in third place as they make their way back towards Carter's Curve. Lord down the inside retakes the lead. Ben Lord back into the lead on the 48. A bit further down there we have Daniel Pearson, Stuart Hardman battling for 9th place, Charlie Hopkins, Chase Collymore, Jake Whittaker, Ty Butler all in there as well. As that may have been Jake Whittaker having a look down the inside as the leaders make their way back towards the finish line straight. Lord with a drive down the inside, but unable to make the move. And Reece Stevenson holds on to the lead. So Lord second, Lathrop third, Holmes Williams fourth. Will Lathrop actually on the 2.26, the third place rider, with the fastest lap of the race as Richard Holmes Williams has a look down the inside into third position. And has made the move stick. Any one of about 5 riders could still take the flag here conceivably, as Reece Stevenson tries to pull away as they make their way towards Brooklands hairpin. But Ben Lord is right in there again. He just seems to take a wider sweep out of the centre S's. Just seems that Lord takes a wider sweep, and that sets him up nicely for Brooklands, and back into lead he goes once again. This looks like one of these passes that could be 2 or 3 corners in the making on such a fast, wide open track. That is sometimes how it's done. Here they come back towards Honda once again. So Ben Lord is your race leader, but Reece Stevenson with a drive on the outside retakes the lead. Stevenson back into the lead. Ben Lord down the inside into the first corner, and look at this battle of a third right behind here. Lathrop, Lovell, Holmes Williams all in there. Michael Med just a little bit further behind in 6th place, just tagging on to the back there as well. Mick Lord, Daniel Pearson, Stuart Hardman and Charlie Hopkins all in there as Ben Lord holds on to the lead this time. Through they go into the centre S's. Stevenson right on his tail. So Ben Lord, your new race leader again, he takes that wide sweep out of the S's. That allows Stevenson back into the lead as they make their way towards Brooklands hairpin. But Lord will look to, oh, the red flags come out. Oh, and what a shame. We had such a fantastic race. But sadly, it appears the red flag, the race has been stopped. Riders coming to a halt. And what was turning into a fantastic duel at the front has been brought to a premature conclusion. Now, whether that race will be called, I don't know. We had 3 laps to go when the flag came out. And there we do have a fall. I'll try and pick up on the lap chart to see any idea who that may have been. We didn't see Stephen Humphries and Simon Gates go through on the previous lap, so it may have been one of those 2 riders that went down. Everyone else through to complete their 3rd lap when the red flag came out. So we believe it may be one of Stephen Humphries on the 2.41 or Simon Gates on the 1.72, purely looking at the lap charts there. But nonetheless, the medics out on the scene. This, I believe, somewhere around the back of the field, heading towards the Carter's Curve and Honda section. There we see one of the stricken riders just retrieving parts of the machine as the riders make their way back to the paddock. And just looking down here, riders appear to be assembling at the end of the pit lane. So purely from looking out of the commentary position, it looks like the race will be continuing shortly once the incident on the track has been dealt with. Don't forget, of course, if you want to get in touch with your comments on the racing today, feel free, and we'll give you the shout outs when they appear a bit later on. So here we are, Mini Bike 140 Heat 1. This action-packed race category has been drawn to a pause momentarily. It appears the two riders having a collision in the midfield. Medics on the scene dealing with the situation at the moment. We did see a few moments ago that parts of one bike being retrieved from the track. Let's hope the riders are okay. This is around the back of the circuit by the Carter's Curve section, one of the more technical parts of the track. So the medics very swiftly onto the circuit, just dealing with the injured riders. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. Thanks, of course, have to go, as always, to our various armies of circuit medics and track marshals. Without the officials, such as the medics and the marshals, these sort of events simply could not run. So big thanks to everybody behind the scenes here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes for all their hard work. And that would be echoed, of course, to marshals and medical crews, 2- and 4-wheeled events all across the country, working hard, all over various race events over the various weekends throughout the race season. Without their hard work, we simply could not have these races. So thanks very much. Let's hope we don't see them out on track all that much, but at the moment they are, and they're just still on the track dealing with the injured rider. So Mini Bikes 140 just drawing to a premature pause here at the moment. The red flag has been displayed, and this race, in association with Supermoto's Mini Bike 140, paused at the moment. Gives you a chance here just to have a look at the Pembrey circuit, just seeing the medical crews just moving on the right-hand side of the track there momentarily. Let's hope that that's nothing too serious, but they're making their way back off the track, so hopefully that has been resolved. We'll get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course in a few moments, and it appears that the race will be restarted. Usual protocol is that this would go through to its conclusion, so this will be the second part of the race effectively. Let's just wait and see. Machines being fired back up. So we've got a brief pause here at Pembrey. Riders in the pit area at the moment. Machines still running, and we hope to get the racing back underway in just a few moments' time. It appears that the medical vehicle, one of the medical vehicles, has now left the circuit, so hopefully we should be able to get things back underway here at round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey. And there is one of the stricken machines. We didn't quite catch the number, unfortunately. That was the one, I think, where the bodywork was being retrieved. So somebody taking quite a hefty tumble. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. As we said, of course, earlier on, it's one of these things where the marshals will very quickly make sure the riders are okay. If there is any sort of cause for concern, that's when the red flag comes out. And we, as we say, we get the medics on the track, just hopefully that rider's okay. And there is, of course, the medical area just out in the circuit infield where they'll be looked at in a bit more detail. Rest of the field, of course, are now in the pit area by the entrance to the track on the first corner. When we get the all clear very shortly, we should be able to get racing back underway. Coming up next after this race, we have the Ugly & Co. Mini GP Junior Supermoto 140 and 50cc race number 2 of the weekend. First part of the morning programme scheduled to be the Motul Oil Mini Bike Veterans, taking place a little bit later on before the Marshals' lunch break. And right after that, of course, we have our first race of the weekend of the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. That, of course, effectively a championship within a championship. If you're new to that series, you may have seen some of the press releases in recent weeks, but very exciting times here, you would say, for the British Mini Bike Series. We saw Ovali coming into the series just about 12 months ago, of course, and now we have this FIM-backed Mini GP series, which is, in effect, you would say, almost a pathway or a moving point in towards the higher echelons of motorcycle racing, heading towards MotoGP. The next round of that championship taking place at Wilton Mill. There will be rounds at Cadwell Park and the Stowe Circuit at Silverstone over the summer, coinciding with the British Superbikes and the MotoGP respectively. So some of the young riders who we've seen week in, week out here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, we'll be seeing them on a wider scale, of course, and what a great showcase, you would say, for their talents as well. The wider world, we know what crowds and what attention the Superbikes and MotoGP brings. So it'll be great to see those riders being able to showcase their talents to that wider audience. That'll be coming up, of course, a bit later on. And if you're watching the live stream today, you saw it here first, right here at Pembrey. Riders are now making their way back onto the track. So it looks like we're having a restart very shortly. So the riders back on their formation lap. This is the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 Heat 1, back underway in a few moments. We'll wait and see when the flag drops, where I believe this will be basically a commencement to the race that we've just been watching before it was halted. So effectively it'll be a sprint to the finish. Riders now making their way back round on their formation lap, should be back underway very shortly. Shout out to Nalda Aditya, good vibes on the YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching it, of course. This one of the first rounds, of course, in the 2021 season where spectators are allowed to come and enjoy the racing. There are a few here out on the circuit perimeter. Great to see, of course, spectators back at these events. It's been a long time where they really have been closed events, purely riders, limited number of support, be it family or mechanics, whatever, and officials only allowed at these events, really. So this is one of the first ones where spectators are allowed, and great to see, of course, that things are slowly returning back to normal in the motorsport world. Of course, on a wider scale, you may well, I'm sure you will know that the British Grand Prix taking place this weekend at Silverstone with pretty much a capacity crowd. I was watching some of the footage of the new format for them, of course. They've got the Formula One sprint racing, and it was great to see so many people, the grandstands packed full of people. So nice to see that people, it's great, of course, to have the live streams as well, but some people, of course, like to come along and see the events in person as well. Great to welcome spectators back to these venues as the 2021 season goes on. Don't forget, of course, next round of the championship taking place in a few weeks' time. There's almost a summer break, you would say. The action back underway 14th and 15th of August 2021 at Wilton Mill up in Northamptonshire. That'll be the next round of the championship, but still, of course, a long way to go here at Pembrey. And before this race was halted, we had quite a barnstorming race at the front. It looks like riders are ready. And now the restart. Supermoto Mini Bike 140. He gets back underway. The flag drops. Oh, Lord, a little bit slow off the line, but gets away just in time. Stevenson down the inside, but holds on to second place. Ryder stranded at the back of the field, but everyone else gets away cleanly. And it looks like Lord has held on to the lead. Stevenson's there second, so we've effectively pressed the pause button in this race, and we've pressed play again. And it's almost the same as we had before. Lathrop also well placed in third as Lord battles on the inside. Again, he goes for outside sweep coming out of the centre Esses. That will allow Lathrop back into lead. Yes, it does. Sorry, that allows Stevenson, my apologies, back into the lead. So Rhys Stevenson back into first place. And let's see if Lord can fight back. He does seem to like that outside sweep coming out of Esses, so he sacrifices position once again. But it does make him very strong coming into Carter's Curve, back down the inside into the lead once again. Lathrop looking strong in third, round the outside of Stevenson. Now, did he make that move stick? They'll disappear out of view momentarily. And then we get almost the drag race down the Cowell straight into the first corner. Here they come. The rest of the field make their way through. Here come the leaders round the final corner. Lathrop back in third place. Stevenson back in the lead, but Lord down the inside. So Lord retakes the lead. Stevenson second. Lathrop just behind in third. All very close indeed as they make their way through once again. Oh, but the red flag's been displayed. The race has been stopped again. Marshall on the finish line has put out the red flag, the rest of the circuit following suit, so there has been an incident somewhere in the midfield, and that's a shame. As we say, let's hope that's nothing too serious, but yet again the red flag somewhere around the back of the circuit heading towards the Senna S's, I believe. You can see the medical vehicles moving to the far end of the track, so unfortunately we had a stoppage once again. And we'll wait and see what will happen with the conclusion of this race. That's a shame because we were in for another great battle there. Interesting to see, I think, we'll perhaps try and speak to some of the riders a bit later on about this, but with such a wide open, fast circuit, it does seem that some of these overtaking manoeuvres are almost 3 or 4 corners in the making, because we were watching Lord coming out of the Senna S's seem to take a very wide line, getting the power out, sacrificing track position in the process almost there to Stevenson as well, of course. But what that means, of course, is carrying a lot more speed going into the Carter's curve. Now there's that Lovell, I think one of the riders that may have gone down the 97 possibly, one of the riders caught him in the melee, pushing his bike. He's evidently okay, of course. You can see him pushing the bike off the circuit. So riders now making their way back towards the pit lane. There you can see for yourself, of course, the red flag out, and the rest of the pack just making their way around the back of the circuit. The lead group of riders now back in the pits. And we'll wait for confirmation as to what will be going on in a few moments. Whether that race will be called or whether it will be restarted. I think the riders actually, just having a look here, looks like the riders are going back to the paddock, it appears. So first glance, of course, it appears that race has been called as a result. Any changes, of course, I will let you know, but it appears that the Supermoto mini bike 140s has been called early due to that red flag. So provisional race winner, that would go back a lap, wouldn't it? So possibly Ben Lord. It's going to be close, that one. And of course, with the red flag, there should be a count back as well. So it's going to be pretty close in terms of the lead. I think that incident with Lovell possibly unaffected, that was on the first corner, some kind of mechanical issues maybe. It looks like the riders now making their way back to the paddock, so waiting for further confirmation, of course, but I believe the next race on our schedule, of course, getting underway very shortly, will be the Ugly & Co Mini GP and Junior Supermoto class, scheduled to get underway shortly. Action here at Pembrey throughout the afternoon. We've got plenty of racing coming up. Couple of more races to go before the scheduled lunch break. If there's any changes to the race schedule, of course, I will let you know as soon as I'm informed by the race organisers, but everything running as per schedule at the moment. Coming up next very shortly will be the Ugly & Co Mini GP, Junior Supermotos, out in a few moments. So we're going to have a pause. The medics on the track dealing with the injured rider. Let's hope that's nothing too serious, and as we say, of course, in these situations, rider safety is the absolute priority. So we'll give the medics the time they need to deal with the situation. In the meantime, of course, one of the new initiatives in 2021 has been the Vision Track MLab Academy, which helps to identify and help promote some of the younger riders, some of the more talented riders in the grid, giving them the skills they need both on and off the track to make inroads in the world of motorcycle racing as they progress through the ranks. We spoke, of course, to Michael Averty earlier in the season, and he's out at Estoril, of course, this weekend at the World Endurance Championships. I'm sure with similar hot weather as well. As we say, we're just waiting for the track to clear. Medics out on the circuit at the moment dealing with the injured rider, and hopefully we should be able to get things back underway. This Pembrey track, of course, here, we're used, of course, to seeing most of the circuits on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes calendar as being based on more like karting tracks. This very much a full-size circuit, very quick indeed. As we say, some riders like the wide open format, others not to their taste, but certainly a spectacular track to watch. Let's have a look in a bit more detail at the Pembrey circuit. Let's take a lap of the Pembrey circuit here in South Wales, one of the fastest tracks on the BMB calendar. Down Cal Straight we go, and immediately into the sharp right-handed corner. The hairpin here, one of the best overtaking spots on the circuit. Good exit speed, important here to get straight onto the power and through this long, sweeping left-hander onto the power now, heading towards the Clubman circuit and the Senna S's, which starts with this tight left-handed entrance. Out to the corner we go through the right-hander and along the back straight we go now, heading towards the Brooklands corner with a sweeping right-hander and one of the faster parts of the track, the Speedway straight. We go down the straight, hard with the power now, and heading towards Carter's Curve, one of the more technical parts of the track here, and a good cornering speed important here as we go through the right-hander, through this kink, and out we go, back onto the power now. Another long driving sweep into the right-hander now, through Honda we go, this long right-hander, very quick part of the track, straight onto the start and finish straight now. Really hard on the power, and over the line we go, and that's a lap of the Pembrey circuit. So that was a hot lap of the Pembrey circuit, this spectacular track here in South Wales. And as I said earlier on, of course, in the broadcast, this is a track that's got its own little niche in motorsport history in the UK. It's been here about 40 years. Well known, of course, to Formula One fans as a almost clandestine testing venue for the likes of McLaren back in the 1980s through to the 90s. A lot of Formula One teams did seem to test here as well. And a great venue for the 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Now, of course, if you want to get involved in the series, if you've been watching these broadcasts, and everyone's welcome to take part, of course. More information can be found at the website at britishminibikes.com. It includes the event listing, of course. If you want to catch around for yourself, we're at Wilton Mill on the 15th of August, Three Sisters 19th of September, down in Kent at Lydd on the 10th of October for the penultimate round of the championship, and the series finale at the floodlit Zulu circuit. Of course, it's that time of the year when the lights are coming in back in the 31st of October. So it'll be on the Zulu circuit at Wilton Mill up in Northamptonshire for the series finale on the 31st of October. More information on the championship calendar, race fees and how to get involved available at britishminibikes.com. And there has in the past been the has of course been the rental bikes, which may be an option in the future as well, so you can also arrive and ride. But britishminibikes.com for more information. We're going to move on though, of course, to our next race in the calendar. We have the Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GP bikes out on the course now for their starting lap. This is how they line up. Harley McCabe from Reuben Bray, Laken Payne in 3rd, Zach Weston in 4th position, Lewis Mullen in 5th, Brian Hamilton in 6th position. We'll pick up 7th place very shortly, but Luca Wilkinson in 8th from Wilson Dilks, Joel Grigg in 10th position, Ollie Sims 11th from Harvey Lathrope, always one of the top Supermoto riders there. Joshua Williams in 13th place from Daniel Stevenson, Toby Skaman, Tayo Collymore in 16th place, Dominic Gardner and Ozian Thomas in 18th position. 19th is Rachel Hamilton. Kobe Garbutt, with no time in the qualifying, will round out the 20 rider field. Now, of course, if you're not familiar with this class, this is effectively 2 classes in one. We've got the Mini GP bikes and the Supermotos racing together but scored separately in their own championships. It is fairly easy to identify these riders in terms of the bikes that they're racing. The Mini GP bikes, the likes of the Bucci and the Ovali machines, almost representing scaled down MotoGP superbike sort of style design bikes. The Junior Supermotos, a bit more like the motocross sort of format with the Supermoto style bikes. You've got the upright handlebars, and the more, you would say, Supermoto motocross style design bikes down, well, you tend to be down in the midfield battling through into the top 10. Those riders are racing separately, but they're racing together, saying scored separately, and we'll try and keep abreast of those lead Mini GP and Junior Supermoto bikes once we get underway very shortly. One rider in a bit of trouble at the back of the field, a bit of mechanical trouble there, as you can see, but just getting a helping hand and should be okay. And Marshall's now being told to clear the circuit. There is one rider yet to make their way onto the grid, so the start has been halted. Doesn't appear to be anything too serious, and perhaps just a mechanical issue at the start once they got underway. So a bit late joining the field, but it looks like everyone's in position now. Green flag goes up, so riders, all eyes on the lights. And away we go. Junior Supermoto and Mini GP charging into the first corner. They get off the grid cleanly, charging into that first corner. Lake and Payne with a good start from Zach Weston, and Lewis Mullen in there as well. In the midfield, Daniel Stevenson and Harvey Lathrop battling with the Supermotos, but here they come into the first corner. Looks like a good jump there from Lake and Payne. Zach Weston in there as well, and Lewis Mullen just a bit further behind. Round the centre S as they go for the first time. There's the 111. I think that may be Lewis Mullen in there. Luca Wilkinson, 76, also well placed. And they make their way round Brooklands hairpin, down Speedway straight for the first time. Just a few shout-outs here for Brian Bain. Delighted for Jack Hamilton taking the race wins yesterday, today, and good luck to the Hamilton family. Shout-outs for Kobe Garbett, and good luck to Brian and Rachel Hamilton. So if you're supporting a rider, get in touch on the YouTube channel. We'll give you some shout-outs. Round the final corner they go, and here come our leaders for the first time. So it looks like Harley McCabe at the front, just pulling away slightly. Look at the 179 on your timing charts there. That's the race leader. That'll be inserted as the race goes on. Lake and Payne in second place from Lewis Mullen, Luca Wilkinson and Wilson Dilks also well placed. So McCabe leads. Ruben Bray also in the mix as well. And rider down on the first lap, that's the 78 in trouble there. That was Joshua Williams. Now that was just on the exit of the first hairpin there, so he may have just got it wrong on the braking. Doesn't appear to be a serious incident. Rider okay. And the race goes on. Down the back straight they go. And this is getting close at the front here because we've got the 41 of Lake and Payne fighting there with Lewis Mullen, Luca Wilkinson and Wilson Dilks all in there as the leaders make their way round towards the final corner. Here comes your race leader, and it is still the 179 of Harley McCabe over the line, just establishing a small gap at the front. 2.4 seconds, and look at this three-way tussle into the first corner. Lake and Payne, Luca Wilkinson and Lewis Mullen, three abreast into that first corner, but look at this. We've got McCabe pulling away now, 2.5 seconds. And second through to about 10th place. He could almost throw a fire blanket over those riders. It is that close. This is just the type of racing that we see on a wide open track such as Pembrey. We see this sort of race quite often at Three Sisters as well, which is that similar kind of fast open track, and it really does produce some great racing, although of course Harley McCabe, your race leader, is not too bothered about that at the moment. And I think our lead Supermoto rider in there as well, the 35 of Zach Weston leading the Supermotos. You should see him. The back of this little group, there he is. Look at the upright riding position almost from that Supermoto style machine. He's leading the Supermotos. Currently about 8th on the track, although it's too close to call at the moment as the race leader. There goes McCabe, your leader. Oh, rider in trouble though. Was that a back marker? No, it's one of the back markers as they go flying through. I think that was Rachel Hamilton, the number 15, who moves up to 16th position, lapped by this fantastic battle for second place. There goes McCabe, and it's anyone's guess who's going to be in second place. Now it's Luca Wilkinson up to second, just trying to break away. Now would be a good time with 3 laps to go, because look how close it is behind as they make their way through the centre S's. Out to the corner they go. Wilkinson trying to keep a tighter line there. Payne and Hamilton just a bit more of a sweep possibly. That might come to their advantage as they make their way back towards Speedway straight. Look how close they are though. Lewis Mullen, Wilson Dilks, Arnie Carr, Joel Grigg, Zach Weston all in there. Harvey Lathrop just a little bit further behind. I can tell you that Joshua Williams is back on the bike after his spill, so good to see him back in the race as well. Look how close they are though through Carter's Curve, heading back towards Honda once again. Now, is this, looking at the lap charts here, I believe, yep, 2 laps remaining in this race. McCabe setting the fastest lap of the race, and here they come for second. Wilkinson, Payne and Mullen all very close indeed. Looks like Payne's gone through to second. Mullen up to third, and Luca Wilkinson drops to fourth, although he immediately fights back out to the hairpin and tries to retake that third position. So all jostling for position. The showdown will be next time round as Wilkinson fights back into second place momentarily. Payne back into second on the number 41. Wilkinson third. Lewis Mullen, Joel Grigg, Brian Hamilton a bit further behind. Harley McCabe, of course, clear of this. 5.3 seconds ahead, setting the fastest lap of the race, 106.691. And talking to McCabe yesterday at the press conference, he said that this track wasn't really his favourite, not that keen, but certainly not showing it on the track as he clears away and lets everyone else do battle behind him. There they go through Carter's Curve once again. Heading towards Honda, there goes McCabe, the race leader, clear away at the front, down towards the line to take the last lap board. Here we go, 1 lap to go. Who's going to take second place here? Oh, and they are almost 4 abreast into the first corner. It's a battle on the brakes. And Joel Grigg up to second momentarily there. Had a good line into the hairpin. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. There they all go. At the back of that group is the leader of the junior Supermoto, Zach Weston. But I'm sure he'll want to get in the mix of this one as well as they make their way through towards the Senna S's for the final time. Barring anything untoward, Harley McCabe has got the win sewn up. He's just got to get the bike home with 7.5 seconds ahead, but it's wide open for second place. Here they come down towards the Brooklands for the final time. Zach Weston moves up a position. This Carter's Curve could be very important indeed now with so many riders. The exit here is going to be crucial. So it was Lake and Payne. Looks like Joel Grigg with that good line into the first corner has held on to that second place. The leader coming around the final corner. There goes Harley McCabe. Takes a comfortable checkered flag. But now the question is who's going to be in second place. Oh, and it's a drag race to the line for second place. And by the finest of margins, Lewis Mullen takes second place. Joel Grigg in third. Luca Wilkinson fourth. Grigg and Wilkinson almost side by side over the line. 100th of a second between those two. It'll be Lake and Payne in fifth. Brian Hamilton on the 191 in 6th, Wilson Dilks in 7th, Zach Weston in 8th position from Arnie Carr on the 83 in 9th, and they went through a lot quicker than it said to say those names. To be precise, less than a second covering between 2nd and 9th place, so yet another spectacular slipstreaming race. Harvey Lathrope rounds out the top 10. He will be second in the Junior Supermoto. Zach Weston, the 8th place rider, taking the win in Junior Supermoto. A bit further back, we have Ollie Sims, Daniel Stevenson, Tayo Collymore, Toby Skaman, Dominic Gardner, last rider on the lead lap. Ruben Bray finishing a lap down according to our lap charts. Joshua Williams, who dropped the bike earlier on, just about to cross the line. There he goes. And Rachel Hamilton on the number 15, rounding out the 18 rider combined field. So yet another great race there, and we look forward to our next race of the day coming up very shortly in association with Moto Oils. Moto Oils is the mini bike bets, another usually quite popular class, of course, and some very competitive racing at the front. But what a race we had there in association with Ugly & Co, the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 140. And the Supermotos race number 2 of the weekend. Another win for Harley McCabe by 8.5 seconds, and a spectacular drag race to the line for second position with Lewis Mullen taking the position by the finest of margins. So some fantastic racing there. Stay tuned throughout the afternoon here at round number 6 of the championship at Pembrey. Round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Series at this fast, spectacular circuit. Next race coming up in association with Motul Oils is the Mini Bike Veterans Heat number 1. So whilst we pause for breath after that spectacular encounter, we move on to the Motul Oils Mini Bike Veterans Heat number 1, and in just a few moments we'll have a look at how they line up. Or some of the big names in this class looking to get some important championship points with just 4 more rounds remaining after this, and this is how they will line up for heat number 1. Andrew Thompson on the pole with 109.586, just over 3/10 ahead of Matthew Davis in second place. James Mostica in third position from Ian Walker in fourth. Gav Tappenden in fifth. Dervalane in sixth position. Seventh is Alan Brooks from Ben Douglas. Ninth, Tony Reveley. Stu Bateson in 10th. Mike Smallbones, 11th position from Mick Price in 12th place. Mark Jarrett, Carl Williamson, Martin Eden, and Alan Lord rounding up the field. Now, is Alan Lord on the bike this weekend? We usually see him behind the scenes, of course, helping to bring this Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship to you. But, well, he's on the grid there. Let's see if he lines up. So the vet's always a great encounter. Let's hope for more action in this first heat. The riders just making their way out of the pits and onto the circuit in just a moment for their formation lap. We'll get back into position. Here come the vets onto the circuit. This will be the final race in the morning programme. There will be a short pause after this to allow for a marshal's break, but keep your live stream on standby, keep it on, as we will look to get the racing back underway very shortly after this race. So the marshals, as we head towards midday, taking their well-deserved break. Join us a little bit later on, of course, for the first race of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series, in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. That is scheduled to be underway at 1 p.m. Join us from 12:40 p.m. for the grid walk. So please stand by and we'll see you a bit later on this afternoon. But of course, we have to round things off in this morning schedule, the first heat of the day for the Motul Oils Mini Bike Vets, and quite a few big names in there as well. Don't forget, of course, if you want to get involved in the series, visit the website at britishminibikes.com. Give it a like. Rich Energy, British Mini Bikes on social media as well. All the latest series information also available. And a shout out as well to BR8 Media with their regular podcasts and information about the series. Don't forget, of course, to visit the Alpha Live page on Facebook and also on social media. More information available, of course. We'll run that a bit later on how you can get involved in Alpha Live and follow the series and subscribe as well. All manner of 2- and 4-wheel motorsport taking place throughout the race season right in your living room on Alpha Live, and we will kick things off now with the Motul Oil Mini Bike Vets. Flag drops, away they go. Oh, somebody in trouble there, second place, not a good start. Ian Walker gets away well as they charge into the first corner. Matthew Davis in there as well. Will they get through cleanly? Everyone through safely, so one of our front runners, I don't know if that might possibly have been Davis. Didn't seem to get away all that well, but the race goes on. Now Davis seems to be in there. We've got Ian Walker, Gav Tappenden, Andrew Thompson all charging through the centre races for the first time. And the number 13, Tappenden, up to second place now. Oh, immediately down the inside though goes Ian Walker. Andrew Thompson in there too. And heading towards Brooklands hairpin for the first time. Quite a tight right-hander, but it does sweep, and it's got that nice exit heading towards the Speedway Straight and the Carter's Curve. And this is where we've seen some pretty close battles in some of the preceding races. Oh, brave move down the inside there from the number 13 of Gav Tappenden. Looks like he's made the move stick as the leaders make their way up towards this final corner. Honda, the last right-hander that sweeps onto the Cowell Straight over the start-finish line, and here they come for the first time. So as they go through, Ian Walker, Gav Tappenden, Matthew Davis, Andrew Thompson all in there. Ben Douglas and Dervalane also well placed. Just want to pick up your leader there, maybe Mostica also in there as well. There's the 110 of Davis having a look down the inside. Doesn't quite get through. Gav Tappenden did have the fastest lap of the race, and yes indeed it is the 27 of James Mostica that leads the way. just pulling a small gap. We're looking about 7/10 of a second, so certainly no margin for error as all the action goes on behind it. This is almost a repeat at the moment of what we saw last time out with the Mini GP riders and Junior Supermotos. The vets responding with another very close race here. There's Mostica, your race leader. Ian Walker, Gav Tappert, Matthew Davis, all well placed as the leaders make their way through Carter's Curve, heading towards Honda to complete their second lap. It should still be Mostica in the lead. Here they come, Mostica, your leader. And look at this for second place. Side by side over the line there, but Andrew Thompson second, Matthew Davis in third. Thompson's got the line into the hairpin. Fastest lap of the race, 1:10.336, 0.8 of a second down on the race leader. Mostica trying to pull away. We've got Matthew Davis third, Ian Walker, Gav Tappert dropping to fifth position. There he is, the number 13. So not a good lap for him or for Ian Walker. Ben Douglas, Dervalane, Toby Reveley, Mark Jarrett, Mike Smallbones, Mick Price and Stu Bateson just a little bit further behind. And here they come down the back straight now, heading towards Brooklands once again. Mostica trying to maintain that gap at the front, but looks like he may be coming under some pressure now. So Andrew Thompson, who set the fastest lap of the race. Oh, rider in trouble. Just trying to pick that number up. May have been 72, Stu Bateson at the back of the field. We didn't see him come through last time, so evidently he's hit some kind of mechanical trouble around the back of the circuit. Race goes on, of course. Farhad ladder up to 12th then on the number 99. As the leaders make their way around. So James Mostica coming under a bit of pressure now from the second place, number 19, Andrew Thompson. Here they come down the straight. Thompson on the outside. He's got the line into the corner and takes the lead. So Mostica drops to second. Andrew Thompson really getting into the swing of things now. He started out strongly in the top 5, fought his way through to the front, and Thompson, now look at him, he's got the lead and is clearing away. Another fastest lap, incidentally, 1:10.116. So Andrew Thompson in this middle part of the race really does seem to have found the drive here. And Mostica just trying to tag on in second place. Getting a pull away from the chasing pack. We've got Matthew Davis, Ian Walker and Gav Tappenden all very close, third, fourth and fifth position. Ben Douglas, Dervalane a little bit further behind in eighth, with Mark Jarrett and Mike Smallbones running up the top 10. Meanwhile, look at Mostica, he's fighting back now as they head towards Carter's Curve. Matthew Davis and Ian Walker are not too far behind, so they make their way through Carter's, heading now towards Honda, the final right-hander. And it looks like Mostica's got a jump here on the final corner. Can he make the move? Tries the outside. Thompson's got the line into the first corner, squeezes out Mostica and holds on to the lead. Matthew Davis, Ian Walker and Gav Tappert, there they are, third, fourth and fifth, all very close. Mostica having a glance over the shoulder there as they leave the corner, just keeping check on his rivals. Here comes Thompson, your race leader. And Thompson does seem to get a good drive out to the hairpin as they make their way towards Seneresis. Mostica closing back up under braking, pulls away from Davis, Walker and Tappenden, third, fourth and fifth. And there they are, making their way out of Seneresis. Tappenden just dropping a little bit of ground in fifth place, but still very much involved in this one. Now, last time round, this is where we saw Mostica closing back up on the leader. Looks like Matthew Davis has held on to that third position. Here they come back towards Carter's Curve. The chicane layout here for the mini bikes. As we look at the 110. Matthew Davis just getting a little bit of pressure there from Ian Walker. Thompson holds on to the lead meanwhile. The leaders make their way back towards the final corner. The lead onto the straight, 2 laps to go. As we watch down on the finish line, yep, 1 lap to go this time round. Onto our last lap as Mostica has a look down the inside, but Thompson's got the line into the corner. And Andrew Thompson holds on to the lead. Proper little out-braking move there for third as Matthew Davis, Ian Walker, Gav Tappenden still scrapping for position. Ben Douglas goes through, Dervalane just crossing the line now in seventh. Meanwhile, as Toby Reveley goes through, looking at our leaders, Mostica taking a tighter line as they go into the Seneresis. But Thompson's got the exit. Now look at Mostica, he's gone wide coming out of Senna. So Mostica goes a bit wider, and this will allow him with a bit more speed coming through the Brooklands corner. And there we are. We see yet again he's closed up and putting him under pressure as they make their way towards Carter's for the final time. Mostica very strong out of centre. S is running wide, getting the power down, and has got the extra boost. They make their way to the final corner, but Thompson's got the lead as they make their way around this final corner. Any one of these two could win. It's going to be side by side over the line, and here they come. Oh, look at Mostica down the inside. They are side by side, but by the finest of margins, Thompson takes the checkered flag. James Mostica 0.07 of a second behind. Matthew Davis only 1.3 seconds adrift in third. Walker fourth, Tappenden fifth. It's going to be Ben Douglas in sixth position from Dover Lane, just a little bit further behind. There they go, sixth and seventh place. And making their way around the final few corners now, we have Toby Reveley and Mark Jarrett sprinting to the line. They go over the line, 8th and 9th position. Mike Smallbones, Mick Price, Farhad Ladder and Stu Bateson rounding out the field. But what a race there, 0.07 of a second, covering Andrew Thompson and James Mostica, who had a really good drive out of the final corner. And there he is, Mostica, but he has to settle for second position from Andrew Thompson. Yet again, though, we see it just seems riders almost sacrifice their speed and getting the line out of the centre S to get more of a run-up going up towards Carter's Curve. A real tactical circuit, you would say, where some of these overtaking manoeuvres or potential passing places are almost half a lap in the making. So we've had some great racing this morning, I have to say, throughout all of the race classes so far. And our next race coming up, of course, is the first of the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. That's our first race in the afternoon programme, getting underway in about half an hour's time or so. I'd say we'll get the updates very shortly. Going to be underway with the grid walk at 1 p.m. So we're going to take a pause very shortly and give our marshals and officials a well-earned lunch break, and they'll be certainly looking to take on some more fluid, some more water. It's very hot. You can see, look how hazy it is out there here at Pembrey on the live stream. That gives you an indication as to how hot and sunny it is. Let's hope we have another good afternoon's racing. It's been great so far. Shout out to Luke Hopkins, go Lake and Payne. He's been there or thereabouts earlier on today. And a shout out to Mad Cow Mark, who's back after the break, going to watch Santa Pod live while the break is on. I'm sure that'll be exciting over at Santa Pod. I'm told there was talk back in the day of having a drag strip here at Pembrey, but I don't think that's ever going to come to fruition, I believe. But nonetheless, we had some real drag racing to the line here throughout the day here in these opening few races. So, as I say, we're going to take a pause, and don't forget to tune back in at 1 p.m. for our grid walk. We're going to give our officials and marshals a well-earned lunch break, but don't forget to join us back on the track. We're live from 1 p.m. with the grid walk for our first race of the day of the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. Back on the air then at 1 p.m. So sit tight, and we'll be right back with you here at Pembrey for round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Welcome to the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes, and here we are with the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. Ahead of this round here at Pembrey, we have the top three qualifiers, and we start with Joshua Williams, who qualified with a 107.489. Joshua, it was quite a close qualifying session. Are you pleased with third place?
Very pleased. I just wanted to get top 6 and that would be amazing, but third is even better, so I'm really happy with it, and hopefully for the race tomorrow I can get a good start and hopefully stay in the top 3.
So of course weather conditions very hot and warm this weekend as well. Is that to your liking?
Yeah, I really like the dry. Not so much the wet, but I'm getting used to it better early.
Well, thank you, Joshua, and good luck for tomorrow. If you want to pass the microphone over, and we'll hand over to Blake Wilson, who qualified second, just a little bit further ahead, 107.447. So we're only talking a few hundredths of a second there, Blake. So you're just pipping Joshua to second, and are you pleased with that?
Yeah, very pleased with getting second.
And if we look at the top 4, they're all fairly close. So a good starting position for tomorrow. And what are your plans for tomorrow as well?
Get a good start and try and just get up to the front, like keep the top 3.
Getting in the top 3 sounds good. And this Pembrey circuit, it's got to be one of the fastest on the calendar. What do you think of it?
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever been on a full circuit, like very fast. Yeah, a bit bumpy, but
well, I'm sure you'll do very well. Well done to Blake Wilson, who qualified in second place. So we move on now to our pole sitter. This is Harley McCabe, who was just a little bit further ahead with just over half a second, 106.877. Quite a close qualifying session, but he did have a little bit of a jump on the field. And are you pleased?
Yeah, I'm not too keen on track because it's very fast. So, but yeah, I'm pleased to get first.
So you say you're not so keen on the track, but it's obviously very good to get a pole position nonetheless. And sometimes it's what championships are made of, you would say. If it's a track you're not so keen on, it's making the most of it. So nonetheless, you're hoping to get out there and get a good result?
Yeah, just hopefully we can start first and finish first.
And of course, that first corner very tight as well. So it's all elbows out into the first corner.
Yeah, just I'm a bit bigger than Josh and Blake, so hopefully that'll help me there.
And very hot weather conditions this weekend. Do you think that could be a factor in tomorrow's racing?
Yeah, I think it's gonna play a role in it, so see how it goes.
Well, have a look, and we wish you the very best of luck. That's Harley McCabe, the pole sitter for tomorrow's races, and we wish our top 3 and all of our riders a safe and successful day's racing.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
At Pembrey, my name's Chris Sora, taking you through the afternoon's race action. We'll be underway very shortly with the first round of the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Ovali and Pirelli. Now, we've got a MotoGP British Superbike style grid here lining up riders ready for their race very shortly. And we will be having a grid walk now, talking to a few of the riders that just getting themselves into position here. We'll just try and grab a few riders, just sorting themselves out into their positions. This rider actually was here nice and early. We'll try and grab a word with him. The number 134 of Toby Skame. We'll just let him get the bike back on the stand and we'll just try and grab a brief word. He qualified with a 1:14.504, so there we can see the machine back on. Toby, can we just grab a quick word? You qualified with a 1:14.5. What are your thoughts of the track and the conditions?
It's a really nice track. It's quite big, but got to make do with what we've got.
And it's starting a bit further back in the grid today, but hoping to get a good start and improve on the qualifying?
Yeah.
And so this first corner, of course, it's quite tight. So what are your tactics for the race?
Get a good start, swing around the outside and get a good start, yeah.
Well, keep an eye out for when the race gets on. That's Toby. Good luck for you as well. And we've got another rider right next to us here is one of our lady riders, of course, the number 46 of Izzy Carter. Another one here, quite a few of these riders actually got the umbrellas, which I think is a good idea today.
Yeah, it's pretty hot, so keeps us in the shade.
And how are you finding the conditions? It's quite warm today, and a few riders mixed feelings about the conditions. What do you think?
I think it's pretty good because the track is stickier, but it's pretty hot.
And of course, these are Ovali machines new in the last 12 months or so. You're one of the new riders on the machines, and what do you think of the bikes?
Yeah, I really like it. I was racing on the 110, but I've recently moved to the 160, and I'm preferring the speed.
I certainly get the knack of that one. Good luck to you as well, and we'll keep an eye out when the race gets on. That was Izzy Carter. Another one looking to get the shelter from the umbrellas. Let's make our way a bit further up the grid here, and we'll have a look at the number 28, Mason Greasley, who's sat there poised and ready. You look very focused indeed.
Thank you. Hi.
And so you qualified in the midfield. You got not a bad run into the first corner, and what are your thoughts ahead of the race?
Hopefully going to do really well. I thought I could have done better in qualifying because in qualifying too I had like a huge high side down on the bottom hairpin, but hopefully going to get a good start, hopefully gain a few places into the first corner.
Well, look out for you on that run into the first corner. Good luck to you as well. That was the 28 of Mason Greasley, making our way back towards the front of the grid. We've got some final briefings taking place, and we'll move on. Another rider focusing his thoughts. We'll try and grab him for a moment. This is Maximus Hardy, qualifying well in the midfield. Another one, I think, taking the shelter under the umbrella. And what do you think of the conditions today?
Yeah, they're hot, the grippy track, so hopefully get a good first corner and hopefully go from there.
And compared to a lot of the tracks, of course, more like karting style venues, this is very much wide open. The track suits some riders, other riders don't like it so much. What do you think of the circuit?
Yeah, I like this circuit because I'm used to big tracks and big bikes, so long sweeping corners and go as wide as you can and sweep in.
Well, we'll look out for you in the race and wish you the very best of luck. That is the number 77 of Maximus Hardy, just making our way further through the field and moving towards the top 10. And we'll have a look at the... this is the number 73 here of Ollie Sims, and Ollie, another one looking very focused here. Quite nice in the midfield here. There's a few riders behind you. And what was qualifying like yesterday?
Yeah, it was really good. I tried my hardest and got 11th.
And this, of course, an exciting new series. It's got very much the MotoGP British Superbike vibe for it. How does it feel sat on the grid here waiting for the off?
It's really exciting because, I mean, it could take me to MotoGP and, yeah.
Well, we might see in the future. Wish you the very best of luck, and in this race, of course. That's the number 73 machine of Ollie Sims making our way back towards the top 10. We see Alan Lord and the ACU officials all up here ready for the off in just a few moments. And we've got the number 41 here of Laken Payne. Now, if we can focus in on Laken's neck here, this is a brilliant idea. We've got these little neck fans in a few of the riders wearing this weekend to keep you cool ahead of the race. And such hot track temperatures today, I think it's quite important.
Yeah, it'll be a good race and just obviously not a longer race, so not much managing tyres, so it'll be a good race.
And I think, would you say, especially down the inside here, the start could be very important as well?
Yeah, it'll be little tight, but if we can get a good start and we're on the inside, so good track position for the first corner.
Oh, look out for you there, Lakin, keeping very cool there as well. That's Lakin Payne qualifying in 9th on the grid. Just making our way a little bit further ahead as we see final preparations taking place down here. And we'll move towards our 3rd row. And this is the number 67 of George Bowes. Alone in his thoughts here, and you look quite chipper ahead of the race. You looking forward to this one?
Yeah, it's going to be a fast race, so just got to get stuck in quickly.
And of course, this is a relatively one makes there's all the Ovali machines out there with the mini GPs and quite even bikes. It all comes down to the riders.
Yeah.
And this started, of course, with this really long straight into the first corner. And end of the first lap, we've seen some slipstreaming today, so it looks quite exciting watching. What's it like as a rider?
It's all about the slipstream, pretty much, for overtaking, because there's not many overtaking places. You've got to brake later than everyone else and stuff. Yeah.
So it looks brave into the first corner. We'll wish you the very best of luck there for the number 67 there. Lakin Payne all, that's George Bowes, my apologies. So many riders out here. Of course, we've got a decent grid of riders. We'll perhaps get a footage here. We stood around about the 3rd row. And when we look about 12 months ago, of course, we started off with our first of the Ovali mini bike races, of course. So many riders here in this brilliant format, of course, which goes on to Cadwell Park and Silverstone a bit later in the year. We're just moving a bit further up the field. And we got the, so my apologies, I have to catch your name, sorry.
Johnny Garness.
Johnny Garness, oh there we are. It's a little bit different on the field here. You've got the helmet on ready to go here, and you can see the tinted visor as well. That's a pretty good idea in these sunny conditions.
Yeah, it's good. I'm really looking forward to this race. It's going to be a good battle with me, Blake, Joshua. We can try catch up with the leader, hopefully, and just have a great battle in the 6 laps. And
you've qualified pretty well. There's only the front row really ahead of you now. So you get a good getaway at the start, you would say. Get those red lights anticipated well. You could be up there. Yeah, I hope to get a good start. Maybe top 4 will be good on the first lap. But I don't want to get held up and then the leaders might break away. So I'm going to try my hardest to get in the front at the start and, yeah, just see where the race takes me. Yeah, sounds like a good plan to me, so I wish you the very best of luck. We're going to move on to our top 3 riders. We did speak to them briefly yesterday in the press conference and we'll rejoin them. So 3rd on the grid was the 78 of Joshua Williams. And Joshua, look at this. You've got a nice clear track in front of you. And what are your thoughts ahead of the race?
I'm quite nervous, but hopefully I can get top 3, keep it in 3rd, or work my way up into 1st or 2nd.
I think those nerves could be a good thing, couldn't they? That's what spurs you on.
Yeah, very much.
And always good on such a fast track like this to get a good start. And I think we said before the slipstreaming very important as well. And have you got any particular tactics?
Yeah, just to get a good run down turn 1 and get the elbows out and hopefully come out in 1st.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for you and wish you the very best of luck. That's Joshua Williams, 3rd on the grid. Another one who's very wisely taking shelter under the umbrella here is the 2nd place qualifier yesterday, Blake Wilson. Of course, we touched on it yesterday. It was a very close qualifying session with you guys up towards the front. So you must be pleased to be 2nd and finally poised for that first corner.
Yeah, I'm very nervous, but I think I'm looking forward to the race.
I think the tension's palpable here because Joshua was saying, of course, the nerves are in there as well. But that's, of course, the sort of thing that can help spur you on. This track, of course, very hot again today. And what do you think of the conditions?
Yeah, very hot, but yeah, just think just trying to stay on the bike this weather. I've always got the grip with it.
I think so, because it's nice and warm, isn't it? So we've got of course, the tyres ready to go as well. So the bike looks good, and you trust in the bike to get you round?
Yeah, the bike's doing good. At least it's not raining.
Well, that's the important thing, of course. You said at least it's not raining. I think that's very important indeed. We remember Raura a couple of rounds ago. Complete contrast, and we wish you, of course, the very best of luck. That's Blake Wilson, who qualified in 2nd position. And we move on to our pole sitters. He's actually had quite a good day so far today already. This is Harley McCabe. Now, Harley, you spoke in the press conference yesterday. This wasn't particularly your favourite track, but you've got it there today all right and running quite nicely already.
Yeah, I think I prefer track a bit more now. now.
That's a good thing.
So, yeah.
Now, of course, looking at these lap times, it was quite close behind you with the battle for qualifying, but you got there about half a second ahead, so very important.
Yeah, obviously that's going to help, because if you had half a second every lap, then in 2 laps that's a full second, so...
Yeah, I think so, and of course we've seen fairly close racing today, so would you say the tactic today, get a good start and try and lead from the front?
Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to try to do, yeah.
Well, we'll look out for there. We're going to wrap things up down here. This is our pole sitter, Harley McCabe. Riders now making their final preparations as our start director, Alan Lord, making final thing. Well, perhaps grab a very quick word on. Got to get it going. No, that sounds fair. So thanks to Alan. Of course, he's worked very hard behind the scenes. And like he says, we're not going to keep these riders in the heat very longer. We're going to wrap things up down here. And we'll join you back in the commentary drop box in just a few moments for our first race. Let's take a lap of the Pembrey circuit here in South Wales, one of the fastest tracks on the BMB calendar. Down Cal Straight we go, and immediately into the sharp right-handed corner. The hairpin here, one of the best overtaking spots on the circuit. Good exit speed, important here as you get straight onto the power and through this long, sweeping left-hander. Onto the power now, heading towards the Clubman circuit and the Senna S's, which starts with this tight left-handed entrance. Out to the corner we go through the right-hander and along the back straight we go now, heading towards the Brooklands corner for the sweeping right-hander and one of the faster parts of the track, the Speedway straight. We go down the straight, hard with the power now, and heading towards Carter's Curve, one of the more technical parts of the track here, and a good cornering speed important here as you go through the right-hander, through this kink, and out we go, back onto the power now. Another long driving sweep into the right-hander now, through Honda we go, this long right-hander, very quick part of the track, straight onto the start and finish straight now. Really hard on the power, and over the line we go, and that's a lap of the Pembrey circuit. Well, after a quick sojourn back up to the commentary point, we are about to get things underway with our first race today for the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. We spoke to a couple of the riders down on the grid for the racing get underway. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. Riders are making their way out onto the track now, and our first race for this class underway in just a few moments. So this is how they line up. Harley McCabe on pole from Blake Wilson. Joshua Williams in third. But further back got Johnny Garnis, Freddie Bridewell in 6th position. 7th is George Bose and Monty Hillier, Joel Grigg, Laken Payne, Lewis Mullen and Ollie Sims in 12th position. Samuel Munson in 13th for Maximus Hardy, Miller Buchanan, Kobe Garbutt, Mason Greasley and Kobe Perry in 18th place. 19th for Toby Skaman. Izzy Carter in 20th from Dan Deering, Max Feeney, Marianne McCartney and Jonathan Payne in 24th position. That's how they line up. So riders now making their way around the back of the circuit, and we'll be underway with the start of this race in a few moments. This is the first race today for the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK in these wonderful conditions here at Pembrey for this 6th round of the championship. First round, of course, of this Mini GP UK Series. This effectively a series within a series, you might say. It's a governed, of course, by the ACU and promoted by the British Mini Bikes here in the UK. But riders now on the line and about to get things underway for this first race of the day for this race class. Harley McCabe, of course, talking about getting a good start and getting things underway into that first corner. We've seen several very close, exciting slipstreaming races earlier on, so let's see if we get more of the same in just a few moments. Riders appear to be in position. They've had a look at the track and are about to get things underway. Riders on the line now. Looks like everyone's in position. The green flag is up at the back of the grid, so it looks like the riders are ready. Watch out for our marshal at the front. The red flag going up to the signal start of the race. Look out for the lights. Red lights are on. Lights out, and away we go. And a great jump down the middle there for the second place. Blake Wilson tried to go for the lead, but it looks like McCabe's held on. One rider stuck at the grid at the start, but it doesn't appear to be anything too serious. We'll try and get that machine back into the race. Oh, there's the number 8 there, Blake Wilson. He got the jump down the inside, but straight back into the lead goes McCabe. Trying to pull away now, of course. This is a relatively short race for the start, very important indeed. But McCabe's made a good jump on the field as they make their way around the back of the circuit for the first time, heading now towards the Brooklyn 7. Oh, but McCabe there got into a tank slapper on the apex, did very well to save the bike. That was a nasty moment there, and that small mistake has re-given the lead to Blake Wilson. Just looking at the battle of a second place now as McCabe recovers into second. Blake Wilson then your new race leader. Here they come around the final corner for the first time. So it looks like it's going to be Blake Wilson that leads them round. McCabe with a jump round that final corner. Here they come over the line. So it's Wilson that leads. McCabe second. Joshua Williams third. Freddie Bridewell, Joel Grigg, Lewis Mullen, all very close indeed. George Bowes, Miller Buchanan in 8th place. The rest of the field make their way through. Laken Payne 9th. Samuel Munson, Kobe Perry, Monty Hillier in 12th. Ollie Sims, Maximus Hardy, Kobe Garbutt's all in there. But look at this battle of the second now as McCabe battling there with the 87 down the inside. The Joshua Williams also well placed. Blake Wilson just trying to hold on to this lead. 0.2 of a second covering the top two riders when they make their way through last time round. And here they come down Speedway Straight, once again heading towards Carter's Curve. All very close indeed. As oh, that's McCabe hitting trouble. Looks like the 179. So Harley McCabe in trouble. Had a very good first race of the day, of course, but seems to have hit trouble, so it's all changed at the front. We did seem to see him drop away, so some kind of issue for McCabe as the leaders make their way over the line, side by side over the start line. Blake Wilson. Johnny Garnis then was the 57 in there with the fastest lap of the race, and has he taken the lead? That was very close out to the hairpin there at the start of the lap, making their way back towards the centre S's. We've got Joshua Williams and Freddie Bridewell in there as well. But yes, indeed, it's the number 57 of Johnny Garnis that goes into the lead. Still incredibly close. And look, there we see the unfortunate Harley McCabe tumbling down the records, hitting that trouble last time round. And in fact, I think just going over the line now as it goes, half a lap down. Harley McCabe, one of our favourites for the race. But this is wide open. Any one of four could win this race. Garnis having a quick glance over the shoulder to check where his rivals are. Blake Wilson, Joshua Williams and Freddie Bridewell all well and truly in this race. Joel Grigg and George Bowes a little further behind. Round the final corner there, we just saw the number 93 of Mary Ann McCartney, the rider left behind at the start, getting back into the action. But here come the leaders, side by side down the straight. The drag race into the first corner. Blake Wilson takes the lead into the hairpin. Rest of the top 10 make their way through. Look how close they are as they go screaming over the line. Kobe Berry making up 6 places on the previous lap. He moves up to 5th position from Joel Grigg. Laken Payne, Samuel Munson, Lewis Mullen, Miller Buchanan, George Bowes all in there. There's the new race leader though, number 8. Blake Wilson into the centre S as they go. Wilson leads. Garnis still on his tail in second place. Lost the lead down the finish line straight last time round. 3 laps to go. The midfield still screaming over the line. Competitive racing all the way through the field. Kobe Garbutt, Mason Greasley, Toby Skaman, Dan Deering, Izzy Carter, all in there. But the battle for the lead goes on. Blake Wilson then back into the lead. Still impossible to predict who's going to win this one, though. It's incredibly close. There's a tail ender in front. That may possibly be Mary Ann McCartney. The rider hit trouble at the start of the race. Here come the leaders heading towards Honda. This final corner that leads on to the Cowell Straight and the start-finish line. And here they come. They're all clear of the back marker. And it's still Blake Wilson that leads the race and establishes a small gap at the front as Johnny Garnis and Joshua Williams go side by side into the first corner. Going to be important to get the exit from there as well. They're side by side into the S's, but it looks to me like Garnis has dropped to third and Williams up to second. Garnis down the inside having a look as Williams goes for the lead into the S's. Going to have to be brave under braking, tried his best, but Blake Wilson holds on to the lead. Here they come through the centre S's once again, very close indeed. 1.5 laps to go according to our lap charts. Freddie Bridewell still there in fourth. Harley McCabe, meanwhile, battling through to 17th position. Our pole sitter having a nightmare race, but here we see the battle for the lead goes on. George Bowe's on the move. He's up to 7th position last time round. Here they come, the race leaders through Carter's Curve once again. Blake Wilson just trying to hold on to that lead as they make their way back towards Honda once again. All eyes down towards our finish line here. This should be the last lap of the race, I believe. Here they come down the straight once again. 1 lap to go. Yes, indeed. And Wilson leads. Williams looking strong, though, in second. There he is on the second place, number 78. Freddie Bridewell, his own fastest lap of the race. Williams, incidentally, 107.113, fastest lap of the race. And he's having a late charge to the finish. Any one of these 4 riders could still win the race. This run now out of Senna Esses down towards the Brooklands hairpin will be very important indeed. And Blake Wilson has got it bang on as he drifts to the wider outside line. That gets a good run down towards Brooklands hairpin and pulls away slightly under acceleration. Williams is still there, though, in second position. He goes for the outside this time, trying to get the run now into Carter's Curve. Can he make it happen here? This is the main overtaking point now. It's going to be all about the positioning on that final corner. And Williams looks strong. Here they come towards Honda for the final time. Blake Wilson still leads the way, but Joshua Williams is right on his tail. Here they come. Checkered flag now been ready. Who's going to take it? Wilson over the line, and he holds on to take the checkered flag. Johnny Garnis, fastest lap of the race, 106.844, but it's not enough. He has to settle for second. Joshua Williams in third, Freddie Bridewell fourth. 0.7 of a second, covering the top 4 riders. Samuel Munson fifth, Kobe Perry, Lewis Mullen in 7th, Joel Grieg in 8th, George Bowes 9th, Laken Payne 10th, Miller Buchanan, Ollie Sims, Maximus Hardy and Monty Hillier. And that battle 5th down to Hillier in 14th, all incredibly close, 2 seconds covering those riders. Further back we have Harley McCabe up to 16th on the final lap, just getting past Mason Greasley, Izzy Carter, Dan Deering, Toby Skaman and Mary-Ann McCartney. Battling away after hitting trouble at the start will round out the field in 21st place. But what a start to the Mini GP UK Series in association with Ovali and Pirelli. 0.7 of a second covering the top 4 riders, and Blake Wilson, who seemed quietly confident before the start of the race, getting the jump on the field, taking advantage, of course, of the bad luck from Harley McCabe. And when he got that opportunity, he held on and grabbed the win. So what a fantastic race there from all 4 of those top 4 riders there. Johnny Garnis, Joshua Williams and Freddie Bridewell all could have taken the checkered flag. Action throughout the field, though. What a fantastic race that was. That was the first race of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. More of that to come later on this afternoon. We move on, though, to our mini bike 160s coming up in association with Pit Bike Spares. They'll be out on track in just a few moments. Here we go then with the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 heat number 1 for these riders. Let's have a look at how they line up. As with many of our race classes today, we think we've got an exciting race in store. The start, of course, very important. And as we've seen here at Pembrey, absolutely no margin for error. But the riders now in the waiting zone, they should be out on track in just a few moments' time. They're last of the Mini GP riders making their way back up. But here we go, back to the Mini Bike 160s. And this is how the grid lines up. Jake Whittaker taking the pole position from Rhys Stevenson, Matthew Davis rounding out the front row from Will Lathrop, Daniel Pearson and Jim Lovell in 6th position. 7th position for Charlie Hopkins, Peter Hickman in 8th place, Ty Butler 9th, Ian Walker 10th, Chase Collymore 11th from Gav Tappenden. And then we have Ben Douglas, Carl Sanders in 14th place, Tommy Almond in 15th position, Oliver Linsdell, Ryan Clark and Stuart Bateman making up that midfield row. 19th for Jamie Goffin, 20th for Nathan Smith, 21st is Simon Wadsworth from Stephen Humphreys, Rob Overend and Adam Jameson in 24th position, 25th for Nathan Gardner, Craig Rowland 26th from Dean Willowson, Mark James Cockfield in 28th, David Wilkins 29th and Tom White rounding out the top 30. Further back we have Scott Dermott in 31st, Farhad Ladder 32nd from John Pearson, Danny Cohen, and a little bit further back in 36th position we have Kira Williamson, David Linsdell 37th from Thomas Horner, Jessica Hamilton 39th, Kelsey Carter 40th, Alan Brooks and Andrew Jones with no qualifying time lining up at the back of the field. And much like the 140s that we saw it earlier on, a big group of riders, and the start very important indeed. So riders now out on the track for their formation lap. This is the first heat of the day for the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 heat number 1. Thanks of course to Pit Bike Spares for their continued support of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Riders now making their way around the back of the circuit on their sighting lap, and we'll get all those riders into position. And what looks set to be another potentially close, exciting race. Most of the big names towards the front of the field. Pete Hickman a little bit further back, around the 3rd row, so he's got a bit of work to do when the lights go out. We have got the light system here at Pembrey. Quite often it's a flag start for these mini bike championship races, but got the almost Formula 1 style with the red lights illuminated. Once they go out, the racing gets underway. And this, of course, the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 Heat 1. And riders now making their way down to the line. There's Jake Whittaker just on the edge of the front row. Everyone getting into position. And as you can see, this glorious weather here at Pembrey set to continue throughout the afternoon. So we mentioned earlier the weather forecast was supposed to be around 26 degrees, but it was mentioned in the morning weather forecast that down here in South Wales it could be the hottest part of the UK, and possibly set to exceed those conditions, those temperatures getting up to 27, 28, possibly up to 30 as the day goes on. So nice weather. I think it was mentioned earlier that at least it's not raining, so that's always a good sign. Remember a couple of rounds ago at Rower, of course, how wet things were down there in the afternoon, so complete contrast here at Pembrey. But it does bring its own challenges, of course. We've got the tyres with the high track temperatures. There's the issue, of course, it's very important to keep hydrated. A lot of riders getting out the umbrellas this afternoon for shelter as well. So all those factors have to be taken into account here as well. Riders now pretty much ready. The green flag goes up and we are about ready to go for our Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 heat number 1. Away they go. Oh, and a wobbly start there for Whittaker. Finally gets away, but Matthew Davis, Will Lathrope and Daniel Pearson down the inside. He was just a little bit too aggressive on the clutch. The front wheel popped up to say hello there. Recovers well, but nonetheless it's a new race leader, Daniel Pearson, but side by side with Matthew Davis down the inside, tries to have a look down the inside as they make their way into the centre S's for the first time, but Pearson had the line and holds on to the lead. Lathrop running wide on the exit there, trying to get the speed now as they make their way towards Brooklands Hairpin and the Speedway Straight. Look how close it is now, 3 abreast almost through Brooklands Hairpin, and Matthew Davis gets back into the lead, but look at Lathrop, he's got the line. Heading now towards the Carter's Curve for the first time, having a look down the inside of Davis. But Davis has got the line into the corner, holds on to the lead. It looks like Whittaker's picked up that position now. He should go through in around 3rd position. Daniel Pearson, Jim Lovell, Pete Hickman in there as well in about 5th place on the number 48 as they make their way around the final corner. Davis leads. Here they come over the line, and recovering well from that bad start is the 1-2-1 in 2nd place. Lathrop having a look down the inside. There's that Pete Hickman there, I believe. It looks very much like in the episode. Hickman up to 4th now. There is Jake Whittaker, who goes round the outside of Davis. Great move there, and after that bad start, Jake Whittaker has recovered taking the lead on the outside sweep as they make their way through centre S's once again. We've got Davis now to second, and Hickman trying the outside of Will Lathrope. I don't think he's made the move stick though. Looks like Lathrope holds on to third. Hickman trying again. We've got Jim Lovell, Daniel Pearson, Gav Tapperton all in there as well. But Jake Whittaker recovering from that poor start, now into the lead. Making their way down the back straight through towards Carter's curve. Whittaker just pulling away slightly from Davis as they make their way towards this final corner known as Honda that leads on to the Cowell Straight and the start-finish line. Here they come. So Whittaker leads, trying to pull away down the straight. He's getting close for second as Pete Hickman locks onto the back of Matthew Davis, going for the outbreak under the inside. He goes. Hickman through to second now. Can he hold on? Because, of course, Davis will get the sweep out of the corner. And here they come. No, it looks like Hickman's held on. Davis has another look down the inside. He's got the line into the corner, but Hickman's got the outside sweep and will retake the line, gets back into second place. This is good news, of course, for Jake Whittaker. So if Pete Hickman, Matthew Davis and Will Lathrope, these three riders we're looking at now, if they can all start battling, it looks like Daniel Pearson getting involved in this as well. Now, if these riders can start fighting for second, this could allow Jake Whittaker to pull away. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round with a 109.358. And this lap, I think, could be very important for him because we've got a real fight on for second. Davis back into second. Hickman having a peek on the inside. Opts to pull out, will try again as they make their way down the back straight. Here come the leaders once again. Whittaker, this, as we say, would be an important lap for him as he tries to break away from this battle of a second. There he is. Whittaker, 1-2-1, your race leader. Davis second. Hickman not close enough to go for the passes. Pearson gets past Lathrope, down the inside into the first corner, makes the move stick. As Pete Hickman tries to have a look at Matthew Davis. So Pete Hickman, of course, PSB rider, fastest man on the Isle of Man TT course, and always a tough competitor here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Look out for the number 97 getting involved here, Jim Lovell. Fighting through the top 10 and starting to get involved in this battle of a second. He is now in, that will be sixth position now. Back to fifth as he gets past Lathrope. Gav Tapperton and Ty Butler just a bit further behind. Chase Collymore 9th. Charlie Hopkins rounding up the top 10 from Ian Walker and Carl Sanders. Down the back straight they go. Looks like Hickman has held on to that second place. Davis trying to fight back as they make their way through Carter's curve. Jake Whittaker pulling away slightly. The gap 1.2 seconds last time round. We'll have a look when they cross the line in a few moments to see how much that gap has gone up. It's gone slightly. There's Whittaker breaking away at the front, taking advantage of this five-way tussle for second place. 2 laps to go. Whittaker over the line. Another fastest lap of the race for our race leader, 108.875. The gap goes up to 2.1 seconds as Pete Hickman holds on to that second place. Matthew Davis trying to find a way through in third. But Will Lathrope, Daniel Pearson and Jim Lovell all looking very threatening indeed as they make their way towards the centre S's. So Hickman still in second, breaking away slightly now as the battle of a second becomes a battle of a third. There's your race leader, Jake Whittaker. So there's Hickman. As Will Lathrope look out for the number 226 here, round the outside. Nice move there on Matthew Davis and has made the move stick. So Lathrope with that outside sweep has gone up to third position, right on the tail now of Peter Hickman. Last few riders in the field making their way over the line, so tail enders may possibly be a factor in this race with 1 lap to go. The 1 lap board is about to go out for this man here, the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker. And here comes the battle of a second. Davis back into third now, trying to have a look down the inside of Hickman. Oh, but trouble here down the back of the circuit there. 3 or 4 riders going down, and the red flag has gone out. So the race has been stopped with 1 lap remaining. Whether that will be called, I'll wait and find out the information. But there's a hefty tumble on, I believe, the back straight there. 3 or 4 riders going down. That looks like the approach towards the out of the centre S's towards the Speedway straight sort of complex. So a tumble there involving 3 or 4 riders. And the red flag unfortunately has been displayed, so the race drawing to a close for the time being. As I say, was with 1 lap to go, so we'll have a look and see what happens when the riders make their way back towards us. Just turned on to the final lap, but of course our thoughts at the moment are with the incident on the track. I would say that I haven't seen the track crews out on the circuit, just waiting to see if the medics are down there as well, possibly. This, I believe, is on the, looking out at the commentary point here, looks like it's on the approach down towards the Brooklands hairpin. As here we see, of course, this is our neighbours here at Pembrey. This is, of course, this track is on the site originally of the old RAF Pembrey airbase back around the World War II sort of time. It is still an active airfield next door, so if you like looking at the drone footage normally of some of these mini bike championship rounds, that's the reason why there's no drone footage today, as you can well imagine, with it being in very close proximity to an airfield. That's a definite no-go. But what we do see, of course, is these light aircraft coming and going throughout the day here at Pembrey, and what a great day to be out in the skies, I would say, as the riders in the meantime make their way back towards the pit area. I think most of them look like they're going back towards the pits. 1 or 2 just gathered there. In fact, this, yeah, looks like most of them are heading back to the paddock now. So it looks like provisionally that race, all the checkered flag's gone out on the timing screen, so that race has been called. Provisional race winner is Jake Whittaker from Peter Hickman in 2nd place, Matthew Davis, Will Lathrope, Daniel Pearson 5th, Jim Lovell 6th, Gav Tappenden, Chase Collymore up to 8th in the closing stage from Ty Butler, and Carl Sanders rounding out the top 10. That is a provisional race result from the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 Heat 1, which unfortunately has been called early, 1 lap short, due to a red flag incident around the back of the circuit. So medics and track crews on the scene, just making sure that's been safely dealt with, and we'll look to get the racing back underway very shortly. If you're coming to join us here at round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes here at Pembrey, welcome to sunny South Wales. My name's Chris Sora, taking you through the afternoon's race action in association with Alpha Live, of course, who are covering once again the entire series. Started out, of course, it was supposed to start, of course, back in March at Teesside, which was run, but there was pretty much as a non-championship round due to the issues with the COVID restrictions at the time. Only 1-day meetings effectively being allowed due to restrictions on camping back at the time, so it didn't feel fair to expect people to make what could be a 10-hour round trip to compete in the championship and get those points. We have picked things up, of course. We went to the excellent Red Lodge circuit, very opposite type of track to this, very tight and technical. Look at this formation flying, I have to say, from our neighbouring airfield. This is pretty much above the track, actually, as we see the eye in the sky almost. You'd almost like to say this was arranged by the crew here at Rich Energy, Rich Mini Bikes, but this is just purely because we've got the airfield next door. And you do get this from time to time at Pembrey. You get quite a lot of light aircraft, private machines making their way to and from the airfield, and we've got this wonderful sight here of the acrobats in the air. There they are once again with the smoke plumes. Fantastic sight here, and just looking at this actually out of the commentary booth, and this is absolutely split-second timing. They really are very impressive to watch as we wait for the racing to get back underway. As you can see for yourself, just look how excellent these conditions are today as we wait for the track to clear. Pembrey, the track itself, has been here for around about 40 years now, and this is, we would say this is a different kind of track to what we might go to normally on the British Mini Bike calendar. Most of the circuits very much derived from what are normally karting tracks. Wilton Mill, of course, where we're going to in August, that's very much a regular on various karting race championship calendars. In fact, Alpha Live there next weekend with the Wilton Mill Kart Club, so if you want to watch next weekend, that's right here on Alpha Live. So as we say, a lot of karting tracks out there, but this is, as you say, this is very much a fully fledged They even go to truck racing here at Pembrey as well, but formerly a venue for on a couple of occasions for the British Superbikes. British touring cars have been here in the past as well. Regular testing of various car and bike racing formulas, Supermoto, Rallycross, it's all takes place here. And this a very different type of track, you would say. It's usually quite tight and technical. We were talking about Red Lodge a few moments ago. That would be the complete opposite. There was not really any kind of a straight at Red Lodge. It really is a technical circuit, but this very much the polar opposite. A lot of riders like this type of venue where it's all about slipstreaming and getting the power down. Other riders not quite so keen, but of course in a course of a championship, it's fair to say you're not going to be at your favourite track every weekend, so it's if it's not your favourite, then looking to make the most of it. What we have seen, of course, in a manner very similar to Three Sisters, is we had some really close racing throughout the afternoon so far, not just for the lead, but riders battling for position. What we see is a lot of it's about slipstreaming, and a lot of it, the overtaking can be done almost 3 corners in advance. We've seen riders almost lining up for a pass when they leave the centre S's, which is almost half a lap away from the finish line. It almost seems that you have to take a wider exit sometimes, carry the corner speed out of the centre S's, which takes you wide out of the corner, and just seems to potentially sacrifice the track position going down towards Brooklands Hairpin. What it does mean, of course, is the riders carry a lot of speed when they're coming through to Carter's Curve, that little right left-handed kink on the back straight through to Honda and back to the line again. That really does lead on to some spectacular slipstreaming. As speaking of spectacular, look at that as the formation flyers break out of position. So whilst we've got a pause in the racing, we've effectively got a free air show here. Pembrey, as we say, right next door to an active airfield. It was a former airbase back in the day. And this shot here of the first corner, it gives you an idea of how wonderful the weather is. There's barely a cloud, and there is some light hazy cloud on the horizon, but it is hot and warm. There's quite a warm breeze going through the track as well. So I think I have to make the most of this, of course, because we can't always guarantee this sort of weather in the UK, and certainly later in the year I think we might be grabbing the coats, grabbing for shelter later on in the year, but making the most of the glorious Welsh summertime here at Pembrey. Just a few shout outs to some of the people on the social media. Steve Atomic getting in touch. Big shout out to all the Scots teams. And I have to say, of course, a lot of riders travel from all lengths of the UK, and particularly the Scottish guys usually spend a lot of hours on the road. This part of South Wales, it's, I wouldn't say too remote, but it is quite a trek to get here for a lot of riders. You come past Cardiff along the M4, heading down towards Llanelli, which is pretty much the nearest major town, I would say. It's kind of roughly between Llanelli and Carmarthen on the Carmarthenshire coastline here. The actual coast not too far away, and just behind the camera point here is the rather pleasant Pembrey Country Park. It's got the woodland walks and the miles of coastline that run right the way around the coast. So a lot of people down here at the weekend making the most of this fine weather. And a few more shout-outs. Keely Garbutt getting in touch. We love Kobe Garbutt, who we saw a little bit earlier on in that previous race. Shout-out from Luke Hopkins. Good luck to Laken Hopkins previously, and Kobe Garbutt as well. And has to be said, of course, well done to all riders, says Keely Garbutt. And that was the previous race, the FIM Mini GP UK Series. Saw some great racing there in the race that was just halted, the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160. There was a midfield tangle. Now, of course, the red flag came out before all the riders came through. So, for the purpose of you watching on the live stream, we're not actually able to identify the riders involved in that shunt. As we saw, there were about 4 or 5 riders caught up in the melee. So the medics down there at the scene just dealing with the incident at the moment as we resume watching the formation flying team. They took off about 10 minutes ago now, I think, from the airfield, and still going through their drill. Certainly a great little sideshow here to Pembrey. This track, of course, as I said, the unofficial lap record hold here on the full track, which is a little bit longer, not very much, I must hasten to add. There is 1 or 2 slight diversions from the full national circuit layout, but it is most of the track. But the unofficial lap record here was actually set in the late 80s by Ayrton Senna, 44.43. whilst testing some of the Honda V10 engines ahead of the 1989 F1 season, and McLaren used to come down here fairly regularly with a bit of testing. Official lap record on the full circuit here is the Formula 3 Brian Smith back in 97 with a 50.079 lap time. And this track, like we say, it's a bit of everything takes place. So we've got the tarmac race circuit here. If we look towards the outside of the track, when you come into the circuit, you see some of the rallycross sections, some of the gravel parts of the course there as well. There is the off-road surface down here as well, and operated by the British Automobile Racing Club. Not the first time, of course, that British mini bikes have visited this track, but it's always a pleasure to come down here, and a great venue for this 6th round of the championship. If you want to get involved in the series, visit the British Mini Bikes website, britishminibikes.co.uk. And just had a shout out what sort of prices Hickman's bike. I think he was one of the Ovali machines, wasn't he, earlier on? So perhaps find that out actually. One of the things, of course, I would say about the British Mini Bikes is, as far as racing goes, it's a quite a cost-effective form of racing. It's a lot of the bikes, there's a lot of parity between the engines. There's not too much that can be done with them. Of course, you can get changes in setup and so forth, but the engine's relatively equal on a lot of the bikes. There's a lot of restrictions on the performance modifications, all with the aim of keeping the racing affordable and keeping the racing, as you would say, cost-effective for the clubman rider, and especially, of course, for the youth riders as well, giving them an entrance into the sport where they're not really governed by the backing or the money they've got behind this. So we're just waiting now for the racing to get back underway. We are still under a red flag situation following an incident in the pit bike spares mini bike 160. Next race coming up is the OMG Racing Mini GP 190/70, including the Bucci 190 Cup. They'll be out for their second race of the weekend just as soon as you get the all clear from the clerk of the course and the medics who are currently out on track dealing with that incident around the back of the circuit. Of course, one of the things with the mini bikes is a lot of people do tend to move into this from other forms of motorcycle racing, and as you say, it's a bit more cost effective in some cases, and riders do seem to enjoy this formula of racing. Shout out actually from Colin McCann to Team DHR, all 5 brothers and sisters racing. It's a special meeting as their mum is Welsh and their grandparents live close by, so good chance for them to come and watch the action here at Pembrey. It's of course one of the most westerly kind of tracks you might get. Of course, we're very much in the centre of the country. In a couple of weeks' time, middle of August at Wilton Mill, down by Daventry on the A5, not too far, of course, from Silverstone, where the British Grand Prix is taking place today. That's a regular track on the BMB calendar as well, of course. We moved to Three Sisters in September, a track similar vein here, of course, to Pembrey. It's got some really fast sections down there at Three Sisters, and really does tend to lend itself to some very close racing down to Lydd, right on the south coast in Kent. And we were there in the summer last year actually, and that was a really sweltering race meeting, very much like today. Lydd will be in October, so who knows, might get an Indian summer. And the return to Wilton Mill for the series finale are what's known as the Zulu circuit, which is a national layout. It's a bit tighter, a bit more technical, and of course it is fully floodlit, of course, with the final race of the year expected, of course, to have the fading daylight. So we do need a fully floodlit track for that one. That'll be the 10th and final round of the 2021 championship. All of it, of course, here on Alpha Live. So we're just talking about, of course, these bikes. There's a variety of manufacturers, of course. Ovali really have come onto the scene in the last 12 months. Bucci and many others. All, of course, relatively accessible off-the-shelf machine. A new sponsor and a new bike here in the 2021 series is actually the AMR Moto, new supplier for 2021. There's Derva Lane. There's the cameras on him, the 189. He's part of the team actually at the BR8 Racing Media. And if you want to follow that on social media, it's BR8 Racing Media. And all of the information and all the behind the scenes, there's the podcast as well that they do, and all the behind the scenes information on the British Mini Bike series available at BR Racing. And there's the man Dervalane, part of the crew. As we look across, there's one of the Vision Track MLAV Academy team members there, just having a chat down there as well. Everyone's taking a few moments before racing gets back underway. And there we see on Derv's chest there, that's the BR8 logo. Look out for them on social media for all of the behind the scenes and latest information on the British mini bike scene. Nathan Smith is doing a great job behind the scenes, actually providing all the press information ahead of the various rounds of the championship. And we were mentioning, of course, there's a new sponsor to the championship with a trade stand in the paddock this weekend. That's AMR Moto, new bike to British mini bikes, backed by Stomp, AMR bikes and Watling tyres. They were debuted about just over a month ago by Rhys Stevenson in the 160 class. He'll be riding the bike for the rest of the year in that mini bike 160 class. More information at amrpitbikes.co.uk. These are a bit more, you would say, bespoke manufacturers of the mini bikes. Like we say, they are sort of relatively accessible bikes. A lot of, when we look at some of the regulations in terms of the various race classes, there is regulations on what can be done in terms of the engine work in particular, and all with the idea of keeping the racing cost effective, keeping it close, like we've seen on various occasions throughout the afternoon here at Pembrey. So bikes making their way back out on track, so it looks like the circuit is clear and ready to go. Next race underway in just a few moments in association with OMG Racing is the Mini GP 190 and 70, including the Bucci 190 Cup. Riders are making their way out of the paddock now onto the track, and we'll have a look at the grid lineups in just a few moments. So riders now making their way back out onto the track for our next race of the day. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 70s, including the Bucci 190 Cup. So a brief pause on track, but we'll be back underway in just a few moments. Riders now on to their sighting lap, and we'll have a look in just a moment at how they line up in this race class. Here we are at Pembrey, 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, getting back underway very shortly with this OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70. This includes the Bucci 190 Cup. Bucci, another one of the main Italian machines, of course, that really have taken over this world of mini bike racing and really added a lot to the series as well, one would say, in terms of the products available. When you look at these bikes in the paddock, they really are good to look at as well. They really do resemble scaled-down MotoGP, British Superbike-style machines. And you would say, when you look at some of the youth riders about 12, 13 years old, it's really the perfect proportion for them as well, you would say. So really great riders, great bikes for the youth riders. And let's have a look at how they line up, as Zach Weston sits on pole position, just ahead of Rhys Stevenson in 2nd, Luca Allen in 3rd, Daniel Goodman 4th, James Mostica in 5th from Kobe Perry making up the front 2 rows. Pete Hickman in 7th place from Andrew Thompson, Sullivan Mounsey in 9th, Tim Patterson 10th from Dominic Ovali, and Charlie Hopkins in 12th position. 13th is Tom McKenzie from Aaron Parker, Jack Knight's in 15th, and further back we have Dervalane, last rider to present a lap time. Simon Bogg with no time lining up in 18th position towards the back of the field. In fact, that holds at the full lineup. Riders now on the line. I'm not sure if Simon Bogg may be a non-starter possibly, because we see Dervalane at the back there. Nobody really behind him, so it looks like we've got the 17-rider grid. We'll find out, of course, once they get back underway. There's Rhys Stevenson in the middle of the front row, riding the Bucci machine, of course, in this Mini GP style class. Right alongside him is 35 of Zach Weston. All eyes on the lights as we wait for the race to start, and away they go. Stevenson with a good jump down the inside of Weston. Here they come charging into the first corner. Stevenson's got the line and takes the lead. Luca Allen with a good start. And of course, 1 or 2 of the Bucci Cup riders in there as well, so we'll look out for those riders when they make their way through. So Rhys Stevenson, of course, running a Bucci machine, but not listed as a Bucci Cup rider, so we'll find that out later on. Luca Allen on the 68, first of those Bucci Cup riders. Zach Weston, the pole sitter, drops to 2nd place. Stevenson gets a good start there. Jump around the outside, getting the power down, coming out of the centre S's through the Brooklands hairpin. But look at Zach Weston in second place on the number 35. Hanging on in there, didn't get the best of starts. It was more a case really that Stevenson got a good start, I would say, rather than Weston getting a bad one. But he's right in there, and a great move down the inside. As Zach Weston out of nowhere goes into the lead on the entrance to Carter's Curve. That was a brave move. Reece Stevenson left half a gap, and Zach Weston was right there to take it, and he is back into the lead at the end of the first lap. Over the line they go, so Weston leads, Stevenson second, Allen third, Daniel Goodman fourth. It's James Mostica with a very good start up to 6th position. Pete Hickman drops to 7th. Kobe Perry dropping a couple of positions. He goes down to 8th position from Sullivan Mounsey. Dominic Avola, Aaron Parker, Tom McKenzie, Dervalane, and Jack Knight surrounding up the field. So there's that Pete Hickman going down the inside of, I think, Mostica possibly. There's definitely Pete Hickman with the black turquoise coloured leathers, the familiar number 60. And Hickman now battling with, it looks like, Sullivan Mounsey. That very much looks like the sky blue machine of Mounsey, who loses out. Looks like Kobe Perry in there as well. And there's Hickman having a look down the inside as they make their way down towards Carter's Curve. Has he made the move? It looks like he's gone through. Leaders now making their way towards the final corner. And it should still be Zach Weston. Yes, it is, but Reece Stevenson right in there in second. Here we go. It's a drag race down to the first corner. Stevenson's got the line. Hard under braking. Takes the lead. And does he hold on? Yes, he did very well to bring the bike back under control there and stay on the racing line, because Weston could easily have gone past. But he's not giving up. He's trying round the outside of Stevenson this time. Hasn't got the momentum, and he stays in second place. So Reece Stevenson with a brave move down the inside retakes the lead on the number 23. So Stevenson, the new race leader. Bucci Cup riders denoted with the red symbol on your timing charts there. So Stevenson leads the way, and in the Bucci Cup as well. Luca Allen just a little bit further behind on the 68 as Weston goes back into the lead. Going through Carter's Curve. He does seem to like it on that part of the track. So back into the lead goes Zach Weston. Here they come up towards the final corner. Weston leads, Stevenson second. You can't write off Luca Allen or Daniel Goodman either. There they are, third and fourth. Oh, as Stevenson gets a little tank slapper out of the corner. That might affect him going down the straight, but he's not giving up. Down the inside he goes once again. Look at that back wheel chattering under braking. Reece Stevenson really putting a lot of load on the front end of the bike. Takes the lead once again. Weston tries the outside once again. Gets the quicker drive out to the hairpin. And of course, Reece Stevenson, very deep into the corner, does let himself be vulnerable, of course, losing the pace out of the hairpin. That's where Weston's trying to fight back, but Stevenson's got enough in the tank there to hold on to the lead. As a rider goes down in the midfield. Just trying to pick out who that rider is. Blue leathers, the rider is walking away though, so that's good news. I think it's one of the Bucci Cup riders. You can see the red Bucci Moto banner at the bottom of the fairings. Oh, look at that. Reece Stevenson is wise to Zach Weston. Shutting the inside there as they go through Carter's Curve. Here they come around the final corner. This will be 2 laps to go. Here they come. Weston's got the run. This time it's going to be Weston who tries to have a go down the inside. This is another slipstreamer. Stevenson's going to have the line into the corner again, very late under braking. Keeps the line on the exit and holds on to the lead. So Zach Weston now trying to find a way through. I think that was Luca Allen that went down, the third place rider. Not showing on our lap chart, so Luca Allen, who was running in third, second of the Bucci Cup riders, appears to be out of the race. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Tumbling down the race order. So that means, of course, that Daniel Goodman's up to third as the red flag goes out. So that was the incident, I believe, involving the third place rider, Luca Allen. So the red flag unfortunately flies. That was around the back of the circuit. Now we did see Allen walk away. There he is on the side of the track. Hopefully just winded, but certainly the medic's not taking any chances, and we'll go down there just to check that rider's okay. We did see Allen actually walk away on the 68, but he's down there in the tyre barrier. And let's hope it's nothing serious. Sometimes it does happen where the rider's just winded. There he is, and receiving some attention there from another number 7. That might be James Mostiger, I think, possibly down there, just tending to. The medics are on their way to the injured rider. So fortunately, he did walk away, but as you can see, I think he still requires some further medical attention. So medics out on the track now, just to tend to, I believe, Luca Allen. The race has been called, and we'll run through the provisional race results. That will be a race win for Rhys Stevenson, winner of the Bucci Cup race, of course, as well. Zach Weston will finish in 2nd place, and he will win the junior class as well, of course. Daniel Goodman 3rd on the previous lap, so of course with that tumble from Allen, that means that Daniel Goodman will occupy the 3rd position, 2.5 seconds down when the flag went out. Pete Hickman finishing in 4th position with that battle with Sullivan Mounsey, who has to settle for 5th position. Kobe Perry in 6th. Andrew Thompson 7th, James Mostiger 8th, Tim Patterson in 9th place, Dominic Ivola rounding out the top 10 from Aaron Parker, Tom McKenzie in 12th, Derva Lane in 13th position, Luca Allen credited with 14th at the flag, and Jack Knights rounding out the field. So OMG Racing Mini GP draws to a close, unfortunately with a red flag. As I say, that was involving the 68 of Luca Allen, who was running well in 3rd place before taking a tumble round the back of the circuit. Underway very soon is the 3rd race of the weekend for the all-season interiors Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90. They kicked off the action this morning, of course, and they'll be out for their 3rd race of the weekend, of course, coming up very shortly. But we're under, unfortunately, a red flag situation once again. I hope that it will be sorted out as soon as possible. Give the medics, of course, the time they need to get that sorted out. As we always say in these situations, big shout out to the medics and the marshals behind the scenes at these BMB events, along with all motorsport events. And without their assistance, these events simply would not be able to run. If you're looking at these, we'll try and get some of the cost detail of these bikes. Looking at about a few £1,000s to get a brand new mini bike or a Mini GP style machine, the Ovali or a Bucci machine, and so you're looking at a modest cost, you would say. And crucially, of course, these bikes very much are out of the crate races, you would say. There's very little you need to do to them to get them ready for racing here at a Rich Energy British Mini Bikes event. There is nuances with the setups and so forth, which you get more with the experience as well. And running costs, as you expect with any form of bike racing, really. But on the whole, it's quite a cost-effective way of getting almost a box-fresh, out-of-the-crate, race-ready bike. And of course, there is the option for second-hand as well, if further down the line as well. All very easy to get involved. If you want to get more information on British Mini Bikes, go to britishminibikes.com. All of the information is there of how to get involved in the series, the further upcoming rounds. In the past, there have been, effectively, you would say, arrive and ride style mini bikes available for riders as well. So you can pretty much turn up with your helmet and your leathers, and the bike is race prepped and race ready for you. So there's the options of practice sessions. Of course, riders here throughout the weekend, basically a lot of practicing, and some of the early races take part on the Saturday. Sunday very much a racing affair, you would say. But usually the rental bikes are there for not just for the practice sessions, also for the racing as well. So you can, if you want to, you can also experience a full race weekend. Don't believe that's taken place so far in 2021. Of course, COVID is throwing a real curveball into a lot of people's plans in the last couple of years. But I think they are coming back, and more information of how to get involved in the series available on britishminibikes.com. Don't forget, of course, that the full season covered here on Alpha Live. Next round of the championship, round number 7, taking place on the Wilton Mill International Circuit on the 15th of August. Round number 8 at Three Sisters up in Lancashire on the 19th of September, all the way down to Kent and Lydd for the 10th of October, before we return to Wilton Mill for the series finale on the Zulu Circuit on the 31st of October 2021 to round out this 10-round series. 9 of them, of course, point-scoring rounds, so it means that every single round from here on in is very important in terms of the championship. And don't forget, of course, you can watch it all on Alpha Live. We're here at Pembrey for the 6th round of the championship here, and at the moment we are under a red flag situation. There was an incident in the OMG Racing Mini GP 11970 class that was just drawn to a close with the red flag. We believe was Luca Allen that went down. He did walk off to the side of the track, but it's become apparent he needs further medical attention. So the red flag has come out and the medics have gone down to the crash scene, which is round the back of the circuit, heading towards the Brooklands hairpin. So we are under a pause for a few moments. The next race coming up is the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. Those riders will be making their preparations and out on track just as soon as we get the all clear. But of course, rider safety is the absolute priority, and we'll give the medics and the marshals the time they need to make sure that's all sorted out. There may be possibly, I haven't seen, but there may possibly be a bit of oil on the track as well. If there is, of course, there is track crews that follow the series round. They know exactly what they're looking at, and they'll look to make sure the track is safe, if that is the case, of course. That is round the back of the circuit as we look down towards the Speedway Straight. This is coming out, of course, down towards the back of the circuit, towards Carter's Curve, and we're seeing quite a few exciting race manoeuvres there. It's one of these parts of the track where you can make a pass almost half a lap in advance. You're looking to set somebody up going down the Cowell straight into the first corner. Quite often that sort of pass will be taking place almost half a lap ahead, looking to psych that rider up, set them up as you go down the main straight. So it really does lend itself to some really close slipstreaming racing here at Pembrey. But things have drawn to a close for the time being. We're going to take a brief pause for a few moments before the racing gets back underway. As I say, all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 will be underway next. But we are under a short interval for the time being. Everyone's staying in position, of course, because there is a red flag situation out on the track. As soon as that's sorted out, we'll be back underway racing. But we'll leave things for a few moments and join you in just a few moments. So welcome back to Pembrey here at round 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes calendar. As we say, we're under a red flag situation at the moment. We've just had the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70 drawing to a premature conclusion. red flag came out, and it's been called the result with a win for Rhys Stevenson from Zach Weston and Daniel Goodman in third. Zach Weston actually just 10th of a second behind on the previous lap, a very close race, and it was a shame, of course, that it was brought to a halt with a red flag. But our thoughts, of course, with the injured Luca Allen, who dropped out of third place, currently receiving some medical treatment out on the track. So we have got a pause in racing. Don't forget, of course, that the full British Mini Bikes calendar will be broadcast with Alpha Live. Alpha Live, of course, a service providing not just two-wheel motorsport, but all of the action on two and four wheels. If you want to follow all of the action through 2021, this is how you do it.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
So that's Alpha Live covering two and four-wheeled action throughout 2021. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button for Alpha Live. At the risk of sounding like somebody who works for Dixon's, I enjoy watching it myself. I've got one of these myself, the old line. And one I'm looking forward to, actually, is the Teesside 24-hour. Teesside, of course, a popular track on the British Mini Bikes calendar, holding its famous 24-hour karting race. A bit of a mixture of both the pro karts with the Honda engines and the Teesside's own arrive and drive fleet as well. That is a spectacular race to watch. Full 24-hour race, of course, with Alpha Live, and one driver, of course, going for the full 24-hour stint, looking to break the Guinness World Record. So that'll be one to look out for a bit later on in the year, 7th and 8th of August 2021. 1 week before our next round of the championship, where we move to Wilton Mill for round 7 of the series with Rich Energy. British Mini Bikes, round number 7. Bit later on in the series, of course. One thing that has been a new initiative for 2021 is the Vision Track MLab Academy. And now this came in, it was looking to get established towards the end of the 2020 season. BR8 Racing Media also involved in that one as well, with a lot of the behind the scenes with the media. And this, of course, has got a famous figurehead, a rider who we met last year. He came and joined in on some of the microphone duties, of course, Michael Laverty. A very established name, of course, in the world of professional racing. And now, of course, he's still involved, actually, as a rider occasionally. In fact, is away this weekend competing in the FIM World Endurance Series at Estoril, that famous track in Portugal. But MLAV does tend to come along to a lot of these rounds and helps to mentor a lot of the riders on the Vision Track MLAV Academy. This is the sort of thing that was, the Academy basically was put together to give riders a stepping stone into the world of professional bike racing, along with the title sponsor Vision Track. Managing Director Simon Marsh of Vision Track has a deep passion for racing and the progression of young riders. A lot of people behind the scenes, people such as Jordan Pritchard, Joe Dickinson as rider coaches. We see them on the track, of course, especially in the Super Minis. And Richard Slynn of Trick Tuning, who is the crew chief for the six riders in the Academy, all down there this weekend. They're down in the paddock. You see, when you come here to the race meeting, you see the very distinctive and very professional looking Vision Track MLab Academy team awning down there in the paddock. Riders competing in 2021 being Hudson Kai Cooper in the 90cc class and Arnie Carr, Ovali 110, Joel Grigg in the GP 140s, Dan Goodman in the GP 190 class, Harley McCabe in the Ovali 160s, and Lewis Mullen in the GP 140s. Joel Grigg, of course, coming back from injury, and Lewis Mullen looking good this year as well. Harley McCabe has had a few issues with the mechanicals this year, but looking to iron those out. But we're talking, of course, from the outside about the Vision Track MLAV Academy. Earlier in the year, of course, we went under the awning to find out in a bit more detail about what that's all about, the Vision Track MLAV Academy in 2021.
Hi, I'm Alan Lord from the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. We cater for all age groups from 6 right the way up to 106 if necessary, though we haven't got anybody that age. Then we've got a few 66, but probably nobody any older than that. The whole idea is to make cost-effective racing for the masses. So from the total novice right the way through to people like Michael's ability at the very top to give us a broader spectrum as possible and try and make that as fun as possible. Also, as part of that, this year we've got the Vision Track Michael Nav Academy, which is designed to help groups of kids that we see have got talent come through the market, and with Michael's and the others' guidance is trying to get them, as, I don't know what's the best way to put this, to give them the best positioning we possibly can, to help them go forward into the future and the best guidance. But I'm sure Michael can tell you a bit more about that.
Yeah, it's interesting for us. We've got 6 kids this year across all kind of ranges and abilities and ages from 8 years old to 12. And I think it's great because we've got such a wide range of classes and abilities in this championship. You learn so much, but the whole thing for me is no pressure. Come and enjoy your racing, but you've got a great kind of facility here. You've got riders like Kyle Ride who turn up. You can go and race against someone who can win a BSB race. You can learn on the fly, if you like. So with no pressure, you can continue to develop your riding. But inside the Vision Track Academy, we provide a little bit of a structure with a rider coach there, Joe Dickinson, who wins the Super Mini class here. So he keeps all the riders on track. We've got his technician there, Trick, who can help both the fathers and the riders learn how to set up a bike. So they use the environment here inside. We have the awnings all lined up, so they're all together in what would be a team environment. So if you want to make a career out of racing, you've got to learn how to communicate with an engineer, with a crew chief, to work in a slightly more stressful environment whilst you're looking over at your rivals, essentially. So we've tried to replicate a little bit of that, a little bit of the professional environment, and it's working really good at the moment. It's our first race weekend together, so obviously there's always bugs to iron out, and we will kind of continue to improve it. But it's something that we've worked together with the BMB Championship, something we plan to grow. As I said, it wasn't like I picked the winners from every class last year. It was quite a diverse range of talents and abilities, and I think that's always got to be the focus, picking a rider who may not quite have reached the height of their ability just yet, but unlocking that and finding someone from the middle of the pack, taking them to the front, finding those who want to race for fun, and that's fine, trying to assist them, trying to find those who want to perhaps race in MotoGP in the future and kind of set them on their way. So I want to use the experience I've gained over the years, the knowledge and the know-how, the connections and the relationships, and open as many doors as possible. So not only in BMB, but also we're kind of broadening our horizons into the British Superbike Championship this year, maybe with a wild card in the British Talent Cup, with the new Ovali World Series of the 160s going to be run alongside those events. So we're going to be dipping our toes in there with 4 of our academy riders. So yeah, we've got some lofty ambitions with the whole Vision Track Academy, and some great people in there, and I'm enjoying seeing that development of the kids. It's always a worry when you put young lads out there and they want to impress, and I hate when I see them crash, and we've had a few crashes already, and that's for me the nervous side of it. But I think we've got, hopefully they'll calm down, they'll realise there's no pressure, and they'll go out there and enjoy it and have fun inside the BMB racing scene.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting year, isn't it? There's a lot going on. We've got the World Series coming up, which the announcements come out. I know the FAM have already announced part of it, or the forming of it, and that we're running a UK version of it, but the full announcement of that goes out within the next, I think, 7 to 10 days, so people will see where the structure is that. And the academy is part of that and coming forward. I think there's a whole lot going on for young sport this year in motorsport, cycle racing, anyhow. Yeah,
it's great. I think it's something for me that I looked at that was missing inside the British UK scene. So we've got a great series here, and to have the academy running alongside it and have something that the other kids can aspire to hopefully join our team in the future. So I'm not quite sure how we'll do it, whether we can't go too big because we'll take up enough paddock space as it is, but actually, have something available for a new rider every year, something they can aspire to be part of, and then hopefully the likes of, we've got probably our fastest rider in there is Harley McCabe, who won the Ovali 110s last year, and he'll probably already be looking towards a future in Moto 3, so when he moves on, then be ready to find the next young rider to fit in there. So I think it's exciting. I know me as a 10, 12, 13-year-old, I'd love to have been part of something like that. So I try and think like a kid from the inner mentality of what keeps it fun and what excites you. And I think the smiles in the kids' faces for me is one of the great joys of it all.
Yeah, I keep saying it's exciting times going on. But yeah, if you want to be part of the British Mini Bike Championship, the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship, visit the website www.britishminibikes.com. All the info's on there. Give us a call. and we'll talk into how you can get your child or your pensioner into motorsport and how you can come and enjoy the racing. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Do that ending again.
So that was Alan Lord together with Michael Laverty talking about the Vision Track MLab Academy in a bit more detail. And if you don't know Michael Laverty, of course, he's away this weekend competing in the FIM World Endurance Championship. Former rider, he has competed in the past at MotoGP level, of course, and experienced rider in the British Superbike Championship as well. So certainly has experience at the highest levels of the sport, and the academy, of course, just looking to help develop the next generation of riders. It's not, like you said, not just about the riding, of course, it's also to do with such things as the physical, the element of being under a team awning. Of course, it does change a bit, you would say, when riders move from being just riding effectively for fun, you would say, out to the back of a transit van, before you move on to the next level where you're under a team and there's other people you're accountable to, engineers and sponsors, people involved in the teams as well. It does change the dynamic a little bit, so it's just learning of how to cope with that, of course, and how to thrive in that environment. One thing, of course, that the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship has done in the last few years, of course, is to involve all levels of rider. Of course, it's not just about the youth riders, but there's a thriving vet scene as well. And in terms of the rider improvement, it's not just the up-and-coming riders, so to speak. There are riders, of course, who effectively, they're for a hobby, you would say. They're looking to come and enjoy their racing, but realistically not going out there to be the next MotoGP rider, you would say. But those riders as well, they are catered for as well. There's regular training days, and the likes, of course, of Michael Laverty, Pete Hickman, of course, involved in the Ovalis as well. The type of people there just to help give advice and help encourage new riders as well, people who are new to the sport as well, to help them get involved in the series and of how to get involved, get the bike set up and how to ride them. We see, of course, a lot of novice riders coming along, and you see the high-vis vests when riders are going around towards the back of the field, denoting an inexperienced rider. And quite often we see these riders just pootling around the track really slowly to begin with, and before long they start to get a bit more confidence, and they take into account some of the advice from experienced heads. We've got people like Joe Dickinson, say Peter Hickman, of course, Michael Laverty, Kyle Ryde comes along quite often as well, experienced BSB rider, all these experienced heads in the paddock, and there to pass on the advice and encouragement to some of the less experienced riders. And quite often you see these riders starting to make their way through the field, and one or two of the riders nowadays, so we're looking this year in 2021, who are starting to challenge in towards the top 10, occasionally getting a good result towards the top 5. These riders, of course, started only a couple of years ago, and they were just back markers at the novices at the back of the field, just looking to complete the race. So they certainly learned the ropes very quickly, and certainly seem to be starting to make inroads now. So, as you see, if you want to get involved, as you saw on the video, visit the British Mini Bikes page, BritishMiniBikes.com, also available on social media, Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, all the information on there. And you can also speak to the organisers if you want to get involved and join us either in 2022, or there's still a few more rounds in 2021 as well if you want to get involved as well. We're here, of course, at Pembrey at round number 6 of the championship. We are unfortunately still under a red flag situation. Medics are dealing with the situation in the previous race. It was Luca Allen that went down in that previous race, the OMG Racing Mini GP 190-70, which included the Bucci Cup. Went down towards the end of the race. Initially appeared to walk away from the accident, but it soon became apparent it required some further medical attention, and there is a on-site medical service, of course, here with the Pembrey circuit. The team here just making their way out onto the track, currently dealing with the injured rider, and we certainly hope that it's send him our best wishes, but in expert hands with the medics. And the track, of course, this is effectively administered by the circuit is operated by the British Automobile Racing Club, and they've got their own on-site medical team. They know the track inside out, so they're straight down there and dealing with the injured rider. It has been a while, but of course rider safety is the important thing, so we'll give the medics and the marshals the time they need to safely deal with the situation. Medics are on the scene at the moment, and the situation is in hand. Of course, for reasons of decency, we won't be showing you the medical work. It wouldn't be fair on the medics or the injured riders. So I can tell you, though, just looking at some of the scenes around the back of the circuit, that the medics appear to be taking the injured rider away. So we certainly hope send our best wishes to our injured rider. And the Pembrey crew just down there at the moment, the team from the British Automobile Racing Club. Experienced hands here at Pembrey, just around the back of the circuit right now, and we'll get an update just as soon as we can as when racing will restart. At the moment we're scheduled to be back underway with the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 for their third race of the weekend. They'll be underway just as soon as we get the all clear. Any changes or amendments to the schedule, I will let you know if that does occur. As always at these events, if there is any amendments to the programme, I will let you know as soon as I get the information from the event organisers. But at the moment, our thoughts with the injured rider, and thanks of course to our on-site medics straight onto the scene, dealing with the situation. We are just waiting for things to get back underway. Don't forget, of course, you want to give your riders a shout out. Don't forget to get on the YouTube and comment on the video. We'll give those shout outs when they crop up. As we say, we are still under a red flag situation. Next race due to get underway is the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. Just over, of course, the halfway point of the championship now at round number 6. Moving on to Wilton Mill next month, and Three Sisters in the middle of September, Lyd, and again Wilton Mill at the shorter Zulu circuit, the shorter, more technical part of the track to round out the 2021 season. So as the series goes on into August, we'll be looking at the point of the championship really where every point matters in terms of the title race. We've certainly got a few of the title contenders in each of the race classes, and now it's just starting to get a little bit more tense at the front as the amount of points available starts to whittle down by each race. And with 4 more rounds to go, every championship of course is still wide open, but starting here now at Pembrey, I would say it's now the wind down towards the autumn and the end of the 2021 championship. And as each round goes on, each race becomes more and more important. Vital, of course, not to lose any points. And as you say, it just tends to ramp up as the season goes on. Pembrey then, the 6th round of the championship. As you say, it's been here a very long time, the early 1980s, and this was effectively succeeding a previous track at Llandau, not too far from Cardiff. And this was the back in the 1980s. I think we started with motorcycle racing about 1980, 81. It's about 40 years now Pembrey's been going. One of the 2 major motorsport venues in the UK, arguably the most well-known one would say. We've got Pembrey down here in the west of the country in Carmarthenshire. Right up at the top we've got the Anglesey circuit as well. Those are the 2 main tarmac venues, you might say, but certainly Pembrey incredibly well known. It's held a whole variety of race series over the years. We've also got the British Drift Championship takes place here in the past, British Rallycross Championship. It has held the British Formula 3 Championship touring cars, European Rallycross Championship in the past as well, and one of the things perhaps most relevant, you might say, to people involved in the mini bikes and supporters of the mini bike series, it did hold 2 rounds of the British Superbike Championship back in 1990 and 1994, so certainly has held some of the highest levels of the sport. It is well known as well with people with an interest in the history of Formula 1. It was a testing venue quite often for McLaren, the likes of Ayrton Senna and Alan Prost. Senna, of course, holds the unofficial lap record here at Pembrey. And the likes of Arrows, Benetton, Jordan Williams, all testing here in the early 90s. Back in the days, of course, where there was perhaps not so much stringency on the testing. Nowadays, of course, in Formula 1, the testing is a lot more closely monitored, so it's certainly down to the cost caps and so forth. The days of contemporary Formula 1 cars being able to be tested by the team's own free will at tracks like this, it's just seems to pass nowadays. Perhaps it's a little bit sad, of course, but one of these things they're looking to mention with the cost caps. I believe there's still some of the vintage cars are still taken for shakedowns here at Pembrey as well. Fabulous track, and certainly a very scenic part of the UK here in Carmarthenshire, down in the west of Wales. As we wait for racing to get back underway, if you look at your TV screens here in the centre of the track, you'll see the flying team have taken back off again. You'll see the smoke plumes coming out as they send those smoke trails into the air. As we mentioned earlier, if you were watching the broadcast earlier, this track is right next to an active airfield, and quite often we see planes taking off and leaving throughout the day, flying back in as well. Mixture of private aircraft, and we've got this flying team, the acrobatics team, back out again. Whether they're going to do the same that they did earlier, we had a full-on display earlier on. As you may see as well, of course, one of the intricacies of the Pembrey circuit compared to some of the other tracks we go to, most of the venues have the paddock on the outside. As you can see here, the full paddock, it's right on the circuit infield here, so any vehicles entering and leaving the venue have to time it for the between the races. The track pretty much is closed to access throughout the day, you would say, really. And very large paddock as well, of course. It's parking not so much of an issue as you might expect sometimes, but it's a little bit hectic sometimes getting everyone fitted in. But this quite a large venue, and certainly great weather for this 6th round of the championship here, the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey. We're currently under a red flag situation, as we say. We hope that, I believe that you may have seen the ambulance there on the track. I believe they have left the accident scene now and taken the injured rider away for further treatment. So a big thank you, of course, to our medics and our marshals. All season interiors, Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. The next race coming up, but of course we will wait until we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course. And just as soon as we get that, we'll be back underway racing. So please bear with us, as we have got a delay in the proceedings at the moment. We'll be right back underway just as soon as we get that all clear. So here we are at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes round number 6 at Pembrey. And what we'd like to say here is that we've commissioned the BMB and Alpha Live air displayer team at the moment, who are enlightening us with their great skills of formation flying. Just a shout out to Jan Echterman, who's got in touch, saying about the delay in the action. If you are watching and waiting for the racing to get back underway, we thank you for your patience. Just to explain, we have had a pause in the action due to a red flag. Unfortunately, quite a lengthy red flag in the OMG Racing Mini GP race that was just completed. Reece Stevenson taking the checkered flag from Zach Weston, but it was brought to a halt a lap early due to a red flag involving, we believe, Luca Allen, who was in 3rd place. The rider did appear to walk away initially, but it became apparent that the rider needed further medical attention. It has been a fairly lengthy pause, so we thank the marshals and the medical crews, of course, for all their hard work. We'll give them the time they need to make sure the rider is safely dealt with. And that's hence the reason for the delay. So we do thank you for your patience. As soon as you get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course, we'll let's get racing back underway. But at the moment, we do have a pause in action, so we hope you enjoy the air acrobatics. Stay tuned and please stand by. As soon as you get the all clear, we'll get the racing back underway. At the moment, though, we do have this pause in the action, so thank you for your patience, and we'll be back underway just as soon as you get the all clear. So here we are on the live stream for the 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey, and we've also got the break in the action, just enjoying the fantastic aerial display above the circuit at the moment. Really is a sight to behold. We would like to be bringing you the mini bike action, but unfortunately we are under a red flag situation. We are waiting for the circuit to clear, so we have got this pause in the action. So if you're watching on the live stream, thank you for your patience. We hope you're enjoying this impromptu air display from the airfield next door, and we hope to get some two-wheeled action for you just as soon as possible. It goes without saying, of course, that rider safety is the absolute priority, so we'll give the medics and the marshals the time they need to safely deal with the situation, and we hope to be with you very shortly. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in touch and back on the track just as soon as we get the all clear. Welcome to the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes, and here we are with the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. Ahead of this round here at Pembrey, we have the top three qualifiers, and we start with Joshua Williams, who qualified with a 107.489. Joshua, it was quite a close qualifying session. Are you pleased with third place?
Very pleased. I just wanted to get top 6, and that would be amazing. But third is even better, so I'm really happy with it. And hopefully for the race tomorrow, I can get a good start and hopefully stay in the top 3.
So, of course, weather conditions very hot and warm this weekend as well. Is that to your liking?
Yeah, I really like the dry. Not so much the wet, but I'm getting used to it better early.
Well, thank you, Joshua, and good luck for tomorrow. If you want to pass the microphone over, and we'll hand over to Blake Wilson, who qualified second, just a little bit further ahead, 107.447. So we're only talking a few hundredths of a second there, Blake. So you're just pipping Joshua to second, and are you pleased with that?
Yeah, very pleased with getting second.
And if we look at the top 4, they're all fairly close. So a good starting position for tomorrow. And what are your plans for tomorrow as well?
Get a good start and try and just get up to the front, keep the top 3.
Getting in the top 3 sounds good. And this Pembrey circuit, it's got to be one of the fastest on the calendar. What do you think of it?
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever been on a full circuit, but very fast. Yeah, a bit bumpy, but...
Well, I'm sure you'll do very well. Well done to Blake Wilson, who qualified in second place. So we move on now to our pole sitter. This is Harley McCabe, who was just a little bit further ahead with just over half a second, 106.877. Quite a close qualifying session, but you did have a little bit of a jump on the field. And are you pleased?
Yeah, I'm not too keen on track because it's very fast. So, but yeah, I'm pleased to get first.
So you say you're not so keen on the track, but obviously very good to get a pole position nonetheless. And sometimes it's what championships are made of, you would say. If it's a track you're not so keen on, it's making the most of it. So nonetheless, you're hoping to get out there and get a good result?
Yeah, just hopefully we can start first and finish first.
And of course, that first corner very tight as well. So it's all elbows out into the first corner.
Yeah, just I'm a bit bigger than Josh and Blake, so hopefully that'll help me there.
And very hot weather conditions this weekend. Do you think that could be a factor in tomorrow's racing?
Yeah, I think it's going to play a role in it, so see how it goes.
Well, have a look, and we wish you the very best of luck. That's Harley McCabe, the pole sitter for tomorrow's races. And we wish our top 3 and all of our riders a safe and successful day's racing. Well, that was the recap from yesterday's top 3 press conference for the FIM Mini GP UK Series. We had an exciting first race earlier on, of course. This is the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes round number 6 here at Pembrey. I'm pleased to say that we'll be due to get racing underway in just a few minutes' time. The call out has been given to riders in the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 to make their way to the holding area. So we are scheduled to get racing back underway very shortly. So for those of you watching on the live stream, thanks for your patience. And of course, this is going out on the circuit mic as well. So to those people who have got some spectators here for the first time in 2021, for those of you watching from the outfield, thanks for coming along today. Thanks for supporting the Pembrey track and this series. Thank you for your patience, and we hope to get some racing back underway for you very shortly. The lengthy red flag, of course, but the event's still running as per programme. There will be a slight reduction in some of the race lengths just to accommodate the programme. But in the meantime, for the first time in quite a while, we see the sound of motorcycle engines as opposed to aircraft here at Pembrey. And we restart the programme with our next race of the day, which is the all-season interiors Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 out on the track now. So here we are, our next race in association with All Season Interiors is the Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90, their third race of the weekend. About to get underway, and this is how they will line up. Billy Carter on pole position with a 1:18.67, just ahead of Travis Shaw. Those two very close in qualifying, just a little bit further ahead of Jack Hamilton, who qualified third. Hudson Cooper fourth, Leo Soliu in fifth, and Harvey Saville in sixth position. Harrison Quincy seventh, Findlay Hanna eighth, and the rest of the field made up of Emily Hamilton, Paige Mullen, and Brooke Champion with no time. And they'll line up at the back of the field. So riders now on their sighting like they've left the waiting zone. As I say, this is still scheduled to run as per programme. There will be a slight reduction in some of the race lengths, so certainly very important for those first two laps to get away cleanly and get away safely. Make sure you're in the reckoning when the races draw to a close. We have seen plenty of very exciting racing here at Pembrey throughout the afternoon. This really fast layout lends itself well to some real exciting slipstreaming racing. Of course, when you see high-speed tracks on the world level, such as the one that springs to mind immediately is Monza, where we see those fantastic slipstreamers. On a more local level, Three Sisters up at Wigan is a very similar kind of track. There's a very fast switchback on that circuit, which really does lend itself to some really close slipstreaming racing. And as you can imagine, here at Pembrey, this is probably the least technical, the most wide open track on the calendar. And as we've seen several times today, we've seen some very close, spectacular racing, not just for the race win, but throughout the field. This, of course, is the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto. These two race classes race together, but they do have their own awards. And if you're looking out on the track, you'll see, of course, the Junior Supermoto, that more, as the word says, of course, more Supermoto motocross style machine, as one rider struggles on the line, but they all get away. Here we go then, back underway racing with the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 in association with All Season Interiors. One or two riders struggling off the start there, but they all get away and make their way around the first few corners. Looks like a good start there for the number 4. Carter also well placed on the 85 as they make their way down towards the Senna S's for the first time. And of course, Ayrton Senna, of course, well known in the history of Pembrey Circuit. That part of the track named in his honour. We go down towards the Brooklands hairpin for the first time. Just a long, more of a long sweeping right-hander, you might say, but a very important part of the track here as we make our way down towards Speedway Straight. And for the first time, we go towards Carter's Curve. Here they come, one of the more technical parts of this fast, spectacular circuit. We've seen some great overtaking manoeuvres here throughout the day, but quite often it's a very important part of the track to get right because it leads on to Honda, the final corner, and the sweep down the start-finish line along Cowell Straight. Here they come, the race leaders. Any moment now we should be expecting them, and here they come. Look how close this is. Top 3 covered by less than a second. Those machines flat out over the line, and there they go. So Harvey Saville well placed. That's the number 4 of Travis Shaw that leads the race so far. Billy Carter in second place, Harvey Saville third. This will update on your lap charts very shortly, and there we go, right on cue. Travis Shaw up at the front. Carter second, so Saville third. Hudson Cooper, there is Billy Carter, rightly inserted into second place. This is all monitored, of course, by the lap scorers down in race control, so they will update that for you on your timing screens just as soon as it's all sorted out on the first lap. Harvey Saville third, Hudson Cooper, Jack Hamilton. Not such a good start for him, of course. He had a difficult getaway and having to fight back. Now, there he is. 28 of Jack Hamilton. Ran very well in the first race earlier on today. Struggling here, but really battling back well as they make their way down Speedway Straight, heading towards Carter's Curve. And Hamilton, out of nowhere, the 28, through into the lead. Nice move there into Carter's Curve. Dives down the inside of Travis Shaw and takes the apex, takes the lead. Here they come up towards the final corner now. Let's see if Travis Shaw or Billy Carter can fight back. Hamilton leading the Supermoto, the JSM 90 part of the race. And the rider in third position at the moment. Look out for the 85, Billy Carter in third. There he is, just tagging on to the back of this little battle. And here you can see the difference between the Junior Supermoto and the Mini GP style machines. Those Mini GPs more resembling what you might say is a MotoGP British Superbike style road bike, but the JSM 90s, the Supermoto style machines, more like the more upright motocross Supermoto style machines at the front. And it's Hamilton that leads the way. He's battled back well after that poor start, grabs the lead from Travis Shaw at exactly the right time. 2.5 laps to go, and Jack Hamilton leads them through Brooklands hairpin, tries to pull away. Fastest lap of the race last time round for the race leader, Jack Hamilton, 28, 119.06. Can he break the 119 barrier? We shall see as he tries to pull away from Travis Shaw. Billy Carter in third, of course. He leads the Mini GP class. Racer's instinct, of course, would decree that he won't settle for third place. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and fight Travis Shaw and grab that second place on the track. Here come the leaders round the final corner. Rest of the field made up. Harvey Saville fourth, Leo Solly up to fifth position from Hudson Cooper. Harrison Quincy, Finley Hanna and Emily Hamilton round out the field as they cross the line. As we look at Travis Shaw in second place. Billy Carter closing up a bit under braking and nails the exit to the hairpin as well, so he does close up again on Travis Shaw. Jack Hamilton trying to pull away, and we did say, will he break the 119 barrier? Yes, he has. 118.65, fastest lap of the race for Jack Hamilton, 28-year-old race leader, as we watch Billy Carter really start to put the pressure on Travis Shaw in second place. Still, as you were down the rest of the field, it's Harvey Saville in fourth place on the 41, Leo Soliu, Hudson Cooper, Harrison Quincy, Finley Hanna, and Emily Hamilton just winding round towards the final corner any moment now to round out the field. In the meantime, the action goes on as the race draws to a conclusion. Carter having a look down the inside of Shaw. These two riders, of course, in separate race classes, so it won't really affect their respective race results, but certainly Carter having a look to try and grab that second place. Doesn't matter if they're in a different class, they still want to race each other as we head towards the final corner. And Jack Hamilton, bad start for him, but he's certainly battled back well. Here he comes round Honda for what will be the penultimate time. Look at this battle of a second place, though. Billy Carter really starting to put the pressure on Travis Shaw. Switches to the inside, but he's going to run out of road here. Travis Shaw's got the line and holds on to the second place. Carter still there in third. Shaw glancing over the shoulder there. I'm sure he knows how close Billy Carter is. They're both closing up a little bit now on the race leader, Jack Hamilton, but at the moment he's got enough in the bag. As Billy Carter has a little peek down the inside as they go down towards the center S's. Not close enough to go down the inside and make the pass. Travis Shaw holding on to that second place. There he is, number 4, 85 in third, Billy Carter. Still keeping the pressure on. It's still as you were, Harvey Saville, Solio, Cooper, Quincy, Hanna and Emily Hamilton, of course, running at the field. It's Jack Hamilton that leads. Laurie Mansfield shouting on, come on, Billy. Billy Carter, of course, in third, having another look down the inside of Travis Shaw. It's going to be tight in towards Carter's curve, and Carter down the inside. Nice move there. Now, can he make it stick? He's got to get the apex right, and he does it. So Travis Shaw losing that second on the track. He'll stay second in his race class, of course. But Billy Carter going on to win Mini GP if he can just bring it round the last corner. In the meantime, though, winner of the race outright is going to be Jack Hamilton. It's going to be close for second. There they go. So Hamilton wins. Billy Carter holds on to that second place and wins MotoGP 90, Mini GP 90. Travis Shaw in third place, Harvey Saville, Leo Soliu, and Hudson Cooper crossing the line in sixth place. Seventh, there goes Harrison Quincy. Finley Hanna across the line on the number 13, finishing in eighth place, and Emily Hamilton on the number 22, just a little bit further behind, will round out the field in ninth position. So great ride there from Jack Hamilton, I would say. He really struggled off the start, almost seemed to lose the engine. Did well to get away with the rest of the field, but had to regroup and fight back well, and that he did so. Travis Shaw really put up a fight in the early stages, but Hamilton battles through to take the checkered flag, and a thrilling last lap battle there. There we see actually the novice bib of Emily Hamilton, who stays on the lead lap and should be coming around the final corner very shortly to complete her race. So Billy Carter was second after that thrilling last lap duel with Travis Shaw. None of that, of course, will matter in terms of the respective race classes, because Billy Carter pretty much had the Mini GP 90 class sewn up. Finley Hanna will be credited as second in that class, as Emily Hamilton, there she is, going over the line, staying on the lead lap and finishing in 9th place, getting some important championship points. There you see the high-vis jacket denoting that it's a novice rider. So of course did stay on the lead lap there, so wouldn't be so much of an issue there, but it just helps to some of the more experienced riders at the front, just let them know that there is a less experienced novice rider at the back, so just to expect to give them a bit of space when they make their way through. So we're going to wait for, of course, for the last couple of riders to complete their cool down lap. We are still running as per schedule, so looking at the clock here, the delays taking us about an hour behind, but what that means, of course, is that we are still on schedule and looking perhaps just to reduce some of the race distances to help us bring us back on track, you might say. So at the moment, of course, all racing running as per programme, and we'll be starting off very shortly with our second race of the day in association with Brat Bikes, the Super Minis. They're in the holding area right now, and we're back on track in just a few moments. So down in the waiting zone we have the Brat Bikes Super Minis getting underway for their second heat of the day in just a few moments, and we'll have a look at how they line up. This, of course, the mixture of the 85cc 2-strokes and the 154 strokes, and what it normally does, and without fail, is produce some very close, exciting racing. This is how they line up. Joe Dickinson on the pole position from Sullivan Mounsey, Richard Holmes-Williams in 3rd, Lawrence Wardle in 4th, Jordan Pritchard in 5th position, and Jack Bednarek, we believe, is a non-starter. A few other riders not completing the remaining races being Cameron Caulfield, Robin Kyle, Aaron Parker and Nathan Smith listed as non-starters. Just a shout out, actually, Colin McCann getting in touch with Jack and Emily Hamilton, brother and sister, competing in the same race category. So Emily Hamilton having a go, and completed the full race as well, so good start there for Emily, and we'll get some decent championship points. But Jack and Emily Hamilton, brother and sister, taking part out on the track in the Mini GP 90 Junior Supermoto class, which is just drawn to a close. In the meantime, of course, the Brat Bike Super Minis making their way out onto the track for their sighting lap down to the grid, and will be underway very shortly. This, of course, this class supported by Brat Bikes, based up in the northwest of England in Lancashire. Only been going a few years, but really has developed a niche in helping to develop and make the high-quality race components, all machined in-house with the CNC machinery, unique designs, high-quality materials. And what this does, it's with it being a very niche company, they can make improvements and develop new products for these bikes very quickly. These bikes, of course, in the Super Minis derived from youth motocross bikes originally. We've got the likes, a lot of KTM and Husqvarna 85cc 2-strokes out there. And the original Super Mini bike, the Honda CRF 150, still very popular at many of the events as well. So Brat Bikes, of course, along with other companies, but especially Brat Bikes, would say, is the title sponsor, and somebody who's got a real interest in this category, helping to develop the products to make these basically into scaled down Supermoto style machinery. Only a few bikes out on track, of course, for the Super Minis, but we are expecting some very close race action out here as we wait for the flag to drop. I think the last couple of riders just making their way to the back of the field. Sullivan Mounsey in there as well. Joe Dickinson, of course, rider coach with the MLAV Vision Track Academy. On paper, you would say perhaps the favourite for the race, but we'll see how this gets on. We get underway very shortly. We've got 4 very skilled, experienced riders at the front there. Any one of them, along with Sullivan Mounsey, would say would be a potential candidate for victory. Sometimes, of course, we see Kyle Wright coming along, an experienced British Superbike rider taking part in the Super Minis as well. Not here this weekend, but look forward to seeing him later in the year as well. As the Super Minis get underway. Nice jump down the inside into the first corner. Richard Holmes-Williams getting away well, but Joe Dickinson with the outside sweep into the first corner, losing out though on the exit, and oh, look at that though. just seemed to almost lose momentum, but he had the outside sweep, had the momentum, and gets the lead as they make their way through to the centre S's for the first time. Good clean start, all these riders away, and as we said at the start, I think any one of these 5 riders could quite conceivably take victory, as Richard Holmes Williams appears to have switched machinery over the course of the year. Remember him on the Honda CRF 150, now seems to switch to the 2-stroke power, what looks like a KTM 85 as they make their way towards Carter's Curve for the first time. So Dickinson leads, Holmes Williams second, looks like Lawrence Wardle, Jordan Pritchard also well placed on the 151. I believe Jordan Pritchard the only CRF 150 Honda in this race, so we've got the 2-stroke versus 4-stroke battle. Sullivan Mounsey just a bit further behind as they go flying over the line for the first time. Dickinson leads, Holmes Williams second, it'll be Wardle third, Sullivan Mounsey in fourth, and the fastest lap of the race with a 105.629. Jordan Pritchard on the 151, just a little bit further behind as Richard Holmes Williams tries to keep the pace with Joe Dickinson. 4 laps to go in this race. These next 2 laps I think will be very important in terms of the race finish, and what you would say is now the chasing 4 riders really do need to keep pace here with Joe Dickinson. At the moment it's turning into a duel between Joe Dickinson and Richard Holmes Williams in second place. Those 2 breaking away slightly from the rest of the field as looks like Sullivan Mounsey goes down the inside of Lawrence Wardle. When the camera pans back, there we are, we should see, and he is indeed up to 3rd position now. So Mounsey the fastest rider on that first lap. Let's see if he can start to trouble the leaders. Jordan Pritchard just a little bit further behind, 5 seconds drift on the first lap, all very close. Meanwhile, here come the 2 leaders. Mounsey charging in 3rd, Dickinson fastest lap of the race. Let's have a look at Mounsey as he goes through. And Dickinson pulling away slightly. Fastest lap of the race last time round, 103.604. The gap 0.8 of a second between the first 2 riders. There's Holmes Williams in second place on the 126. Sullivan Mounsey, the sky blue fairings just a bit further behind in 3rd position. Now clear of 3rd, getting ahead of Lawrence Wardle. And then I'm sure you heard in the background the throaty roar of the Honda CRF 150 of Jordan Pritchard, who's just a little bit further behind, rounding up the field in 5th position. So not many riders in this race, but it's still finely poised. No one really running away with it at the moment, and this rider here could still be a factor. Sullivan Mounsey charging, trying to close up now on Richard Holmes Williams. 2 laps to go next time round though, so time might be against him. He's going to have to really push hard over these next 2 laps to try and stake a claim for the victory. Meanwhile, Joe Dickinson, a little bit squirrely out of the final corner there, but doesn't lose much time. So Dickinson still charging away, Holmes Williams second, and Sullivan Mounsey, the rider we're looking at now, 3rd position, fastest lap of the race, 103.403. And I think this really gives you an indication of how long the Pembrey circuit is. None of these riders breaking or anywhere near the 1 minute barrier. It gives you an idea the sheer length of the circuit as Mounsey is now through to 2nd place. 1.5 laps to go, and Mounsey again with the fastest lap of the race, 103.403. The question is now, can he catch up with that guy, Joe Dickinson, the race leader? Dickinson leading by just a shade under 2 seconds last time round. We've got 1 more lap to go after this. Holmes Williams now in 3rd, desperately trying to keep up with Mounsey, who seems to have broke away slightly in 2nd place. Rest of the field just a little bit further behind, of course. Lawrence Wardle in 4th on the 414. Jordan Pritchard running out the field in 5th position as they make their way around the final corner. Joe Dickinson leads. Where is Mounsey? There he is in 2nd. Mounsey charging over the line. Let's have a look at the lap times. But Joe Dickinson has responded. 103.396. Fastest lap of the race for Joe Dickinson. Really getting on the power on that Husqvarna 85. Powering hard into the centre S's. Has a quick glance over the shoulder just to check the progress of the riders behind him. And Dickinson, now this is of course when he got half a lap to go. You would say sometimes it's worth slowing down, but that's sometimes when you take it easy, that's when the accidents happen. So it certainly looks like Dickinson's still keeping the pace on. He knows at the moment he's got enough in the tank. He's not going to come under an immediate pressure from Mounsey. Just got to get this last half lap. Keep it neat, keep it swift, keep it dialed, and there he goes through Carter's Curve. heading towards Honda for the final time, and Joe Dickinson looks like he's going to take the checkered flag as he makes his way towards Honda for the final time. Sweeping round the bend, powers down the straight, and 48 Joe Dickinson is your race winner. Sullivan Mounsey charging in second place, but has to settle that second position. Richard Holmes-Williams in third, as Lawrence Wardle charging on the final lap there, just behind in fourth position. And making his way, the Honda comes through the Honda corner. Jordan Pritchard, 151. The four-stroke roar as he crosses the line. He finishes rounding out the field in fifth position. So that's the second heat of the day for the Brat Bikes Super Minis. And another race victory. Of course, is the man coaching behind the scenes on the MLAV Vision Track Academy, Joe Dickinson. And showing that he's got what it takes on the track as well as he takes another checkered flag. We'll see them later on, of course. In the meantime, though, we move on to our next race in the schedule. Down in the waiting zone, making their way onto the track in just a few moments. Our next race, in association with Motul Oils, is the Ovali 110 Cup. Here we go then with our third race of the weekend for the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup. Riders down in the waiting zone, and we'll have a look at how they line up. Luca Wilkinson on pole position just ahead of Thornley Trevorrow. Ruben Bray in third from Freddie Bridewell. Wilson Dilks and Monty Hillier in sixth position. Seventh place for Arnie Carr from Travis Shaw. Daniel Stevenson in ninth place. Jack Oakley in 10th. Kobe Garbutt in 11th. Jack Hamilton in 12th position. 13th for Jack Newton from Sydney Marshall, Miller Buchanan, Tobias May, Logan Connolly and Ralph Croft, 18th position with no time in the qualifying. Other riders at the back with no qualifying time being Johnny Garnis, Dan Deering and Jonathan Payne. That may of course include one or two non-starters, but that was the qualifying positions as the riders assemble in the waiting zone, just waiting for the track to clear, and we should be underway very shortly with our next race of the day. This is the third race of the weekend for the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup. And Ovali, of course, coming onto the scene in the last 12 months or so under the guise of Pete Hickman, who's here today, of course, racing out in various race classes across the weekend. And Hickman, of course, has been behind the scenes as well, not just selling the machines and importing the machines, but also helping to develop these young riders, helping to get them into the sport as well. We have spoke to him, of course, in the commentary booth in the past over the last year or so, and it's in a sense as well looking to give something back to the sport as well and helping to develop the next generation of riders, not only of course for the future stars in the professional echelons of the sport, but also for riders who just want to get into motorcycle racing and get what is a very enjoyable hobby, of course, and one that takes people across the country to all these fantastic race venues. And as we said earlier in the broadcast, of course, it's effectively 1 year since our first Ovali One Make Series race, and it really has gone from strength to strength. Should have a shout out here from Wani Oakley to Jack Oakley, taking part here and has travelled all the way from Thailand for the remaining British Mini Bike Championship race season. So unless anybody can do any better than that, I think Jack Oakley's certainly the most travelled rider, it would appear, on the BMB calendar. We'll look out for him when the racing gets underway. Riders in the meantime making their way through the Carter's Curve. Quite a fast switchback section here. Would normally be quite a fast part of the track compared to most on the calendar, but just goes to show how wide open this circuit is. That has been a very important part of the track though, of course, the Carter's Curve. As a good line through there. It does seem to set riders up nicely for Honda on the final corner and the run down to the checkered flag. So riders now making their way onto the grid now for our third heat of the weekend, Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup. Last few riders just starting to take their positions on the grid, and of course the grid will be cleared in a few moments, just making sure that riders line up correctly on the right spot. Final preparations. There's Luca Wilkinson just taking his position on the pole, looking to get that outside sweep into the first corner. It's, you would say, almost like a classic first corner dive here. We've got the fairly long straight, of course, straight into that really tight right-hander. So get the braking right into the first corner. It is possible to get some dives down the inside, although it is quite a wide entry as well. So the pole sitter should have a nice sweep into the corner as well. All makes it very competitive indeed. It looks like we're about ready. Just one more person to clear the grid, and there we are. We're all ready to go. Green flag is up, and there we go. Riders, eyes on the lights. Lights out, and they're away. Wilkinson with a good drive, but Trevorrow down the inside as well. Looks like Trevorrow's got a good jump and will take the lead through the first corner. Nice getaway there for Thorley. Ruben Bray also well placed as we make our way down towards the centre S's for the first time. And it's Thorley Trevorrow. Nice jump on the start line there. Really got a good getaway. Got the jump on the second place rider on the 79, Wilkinson. And Trevorrow, the early race leader, and of course these races a little bit shorter now, so good opening couple of laps, very important indeed as they make their way through Brooklands Hairpin for the first time. Down the back straight, the Speedway straight. Ruben Bray, Freddie Bridewell, Wilson Dilks all in there as well as they make their way towards Carter's Curve. It's Trevorrow that leads the way, the number 42. Let's have a look now as they make their way towards the final corner. You will see that these top 4 and 5 riders all still fairly close. 4 riders very close indeed, and here they come over the line for the first time, and side by side over the line. Trevorrow leading. 79 76, my apologies, Luca Wilkinson in second place as they charge through the hairpin. Freddie Bridewell, Ruben Bray all in there as well. Wilson Dilks on the 85, just a little bit further behind. Should be coming into the shot. There he is, Wilson Dilks. Monty Hillier also well placed. Hillier currently in 6th place from Arnie Carr, Kobe Garbutt, Daniel Stevenson, Travis Shaw rounding up the top 10 on the number 4 machine. But Thorley Trevorrow just starting to pull away slightly from Luca Wilkinson in 2nd place, but they're all well and truly in there. Look at the front wheel there as Trevorrow really pushing the limits there around Brooklands Hairpin. Really trying to drive away a bit now. Get the drive down the back straight and pull away from Wilkinson, but Wilkinson right in there, and he is quick through Carter's Curve. Very nice line there. It should set them all up for the final corner. Trevorrow still leading the way though on the number 42. And here they come. 4 riders very close indeed. Wilkinson with the drive round the final corner and goes through into the lead. Trevorrow fighting back down the inside though. It's a battle under braking, but Wilkinson's got the line into the corner and holds on to the lead. Thorley Trevorrow, 2nd place, 42, right on his tail though, as they make their way through towards the centre S's. Ruben Bray and Freddie Bridewell still very much involved as Trevorrow has a look around the outside. Now, can he get the line through the S's? He's going to try and get the switch back here, but Wilkinson's got the line. Trevorrow going wide on the exit now, trying to get the speed down the back straight as they make their way towards Brooklands Hairpin, switching to the inside this time. He had a little peak on the inside, but there wasn't a pass going there. He just hangs back in 2nd place. Ruben Bray and Freddie Bridewell still very much in this one as well. We'll run through the remaining order in just a few moments as the leaders make their way through Carter's Curve once again. Trevorrow looking strong, so it's Ruben Bray 3rd, Freddie Bridewell, Wilson Dilks in 5th, Monty Hillier 6th, Arnie Carr, Kobe Garbutt in 8th position, Travis Shaw, Daniel Stevenson rounding out the top 10, and Jack Oakley, Jack Hamilton we saw earlier in 12th place, Sidney Marshall, Jack Newton, Tobias May, Miller Buchanan and Logan Connolly rounding up the field as we're almost 3 abreast into the first corner. Trevorrow holding on to the lead. It was Wilkinson credited as the race leader as they crossed the line there by 0.07 of a second. So effectively, I would say Trevorrow holds on to the race lead there, but look at this, they're 3 abreast almost into the centre S's. But as they fight to the line in 2 laps' time, if Wilkinson can get ahead halfway down the start straight, well, he's dropped to 3rd now, but if one of these riders can get ahead just halfway down the straight and cross the line in 1st, that's all it would take. But I am sure that number 42, your race leader, Thorley Trevorrow, will have other ideas, as again, he's very aggressive there through Brooklands Hairpin. Down towards Speedway Straight. This time he has a new challenger in the number 12 of Ruben Bray. And Bray very aggressive through Carter's Curve. Just seemed to close up slightly on the race leader. Wilkinson drops back a little bit now, coming under pressure from Freddie Bridewell. Monty Hillier, and actually Hillier, number 37, setting the fastest lap of the race, and he's getting involved in this one as well. We've got Wilson Dilks and Arnie Carr as well. As we head towards the last lap, they are 3 abreast into the first corner. Who's going to emerge at the front? Trevorrow's got the line into the corner. But who's going to be quicker out of it? He looks neat out of the hairpin as well, holds on to the lead. But look at this now, Monty Hillier and Wilson Dilks getting involved in this battle for the lead. It's all down to this last lap. Trevorrow's pretty much led the entire way. One rider goes very wide under braking there. And effectively dropping out of contention for this last half lap, but still in that pack just behind. Thorley Trevorrow, 42, holds on to the lead. It's still Trevorrow versus Bray first and second place. And there they go, charging round Brooklands hairpin for the final time, down Speedway Straight, and what will be a very important Carter's Curve. Here they come. Thorley Trevorrow, your race leader, 42. Fully committed, but look at Ruben Bray behind. Seems quick through that chicane and gets another run on the race lead as they make their way to the final corner. This is going to be very close indeed as they charge towards the final corner. 3 riders around the last corner. It's a drag race to the finish once again. Oh, they are side by side over the line. That is a photo finish. That's what we have the transponder systems for. And I can tell you that Thorley Trevorrow takes the checkered flag. Wilkinson second, Ruben Bray in third. And those top 3 riders covered by 600th of a second. That is barely the width of a tyre. Ruben Bray then third. Freddie Bridewell fourth, only 9/10ths down, just ahead of Monty Hillier, who finishes in fifth. And look at that, though, when you look at your timing charts on the left-hand side of the screen, 1 second just about covering the top 5 riders. Wilson Dilks just a little bit further behind in 6th place. Arnie Carr 7th, Travis Shaw 8th, Kobe Garbutt and Jack Hamilton 10th position. Daniel Stevenson 11th place from Jack Oakley. Jack Newton in 13th, Sidney Marshall, Tobias May, and the final couple of riders just making their way around the final corner very shortly. Miller Buchanan in 16th position. Logan Connolly on the 33 will round out the position. So yet another thrilling drag to the finish there. 600th of a second covering the top 3 riders. As predicted, of course, this Pembrey circuit really throwing up some close, thrilling conclusions to some of these races. But well done there to Thorley Trevorrow, who led pretty much the entire race on the track. Came under some real pressure at the end there, but did enough to hold on by the slenderest of margins. Shout out for Kobe Garbutt there, who finished in 9th place from Keely Garbutt, once again getting in touch on the YouTube. Don't forget, of course, when they give you riders a shout out, get in touch, and we'll pick those up throughout the day. So that is the third of the weekend, of course, for the Ovali 110 Cup. Another thrilling race here at Pembrey. We move on to our next race in the calendar. We have the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 Heat 2. They're down in the waiting zone and be out on track in just a few moments. Mini Bikes 140 Group A in association with Supermoto's out for their second heat in just a moment, and we'll have a look at how they line up riders in the waiting zone and underway in just a few moments. So here's the lineup. Ben Lord from Reece Stevenson, Will Lathrop in third, Jim Lovell, Richard Holmes-Williams and Michael Med rounding out the second row. Rest of the top 10 made up of Mick Lord, Daniel Pearson, Stuart Hardman, Charlie Hopkins in 10th, Ty Butler, Jake Whittaker in 12th position. 13th for Chase Collymore from Carl Sanders, Tommy Almond, Rob Overend, Oliver Linsdell and Ryan Clark in 18th position. David Barfoot 19th from Adam Jamieson, Paul Mitchell, Gary Jacobs, Shane Hopkins and Jack Wolf lining up in 24th place. Rest of the top 30 made up of Nathan Smith, Nathan Gardner, Darren Coleman, Craig Rowland, Jamie Goffin and Harry Clark in 30th place. Kevin Clark 31st. David Wilkins in 32nd from Scott Dermott, Ian Gamble, Dan Baker and Michael Briggs in 36th place. Marcus Burton 37th, Mark Goff, Ryan Jeffrey 39th, Mark James Cogfield, Harry Pell and David Linsdell in 42nd place. 42 rider grid. Most of them I think still in the race as well. So the riders now making their way down the waiting zone. We should be seeing them coming out of the first corner very shortly and out onto the track. And there they are. So a healthy entry of riders in the Supermoto's mini bike 140 heat number 2. Most of the big hitters qualifying near the front of the grid. And a nice shout out there actually from Keely Garbutt, who's watching today. Well done to Kobe. Superb riding by all riders. You should all be proud of yourselves, and I would firmly echo that viewpoint as well. It's fantastic racing here today as a spectator. Now, I've never competed myself in mini bikes. Perhaps it's one thing to perhaps put on the bucket list, I don't know, but certainly enjoy watching it and commentating on it. But I've been experienced with this in the past in particularly motocross racing is my background, and do a bit of karting as well. And when it's hot like this, it's certainly pleasant enough, but it can be tough out there when you're competing out on the track. Of course, the protective gear, everyone else trackside all in the shorts and the t-shirts today, but when you're out on track, you're in your, whatever discipline you're in either your leathers or your race suit, or with the motocross, you've got the body armor on as well. They've got the helmets and the boots on. Gets a bit hot out there when it's like this, so in its own way, tough conditions for the riders, but they're all responding very well, and we had some fantastic racing. A lot of the youth classes there really putting on some spectacular racing. We had some close racing in the vets and the mini bike classes as well. And of course, for these riders lining up at the front of the field, we've got a big group of riders making their way out now, and as we saw earlier on, some nervous moments for the guys on the front couple of rows of the grid. Tension's always there at the start line. We did the grid walk earlier, and of course, and a lot of the riders talked about the nerves. I think that's something that you always have at the start of a race, especially when you're at the front of the grid like that. You're just looking at how you're going to get round those first few corners first. Especially with such a big group of riders like this, a bad start. Last thing you want, really, in terms of the first half lap or so. So everyone just looking to see how they can get away from the grid well, get through those first few corners, stay out of trouble. And I have to say, just cutting back to the YouTube footage here, I think the YouTube comments, Kobe Garbutt really does have quite a fan club online, I would say. Melanie Tatlock getting in touch saying, well done, Kobe, very proud. Don't forget, of course, comment on the YouTube to give your rider a shout out. We'll pick those up throughout the day. In the meantime, though, it's the mini bike 140s in association with Supermotos. And away they go. Looks like a good start. Everyone gets away cleanly into the first corner. Reece Stevenson with a good start there. Will Lathrop also well placed with Richard Holmes-Williams. They pile through the first corner. Everyone seems to have got through those first two corners cleanly, and it's Lord right alongside Stevenson. Lord's got the line into the centre S's and retakes the lead. Reece Stevenson right on his tail in second. Tries the outside, but going to lose out on the exit of the corner. And has got to be careful here because we've got Richard Holmes-Williams, Jim Lovell, Michael Med all in there as well. Almost 5 riders battling for one position as they make their way through, and with the sweep on the outside, Reece Stevenson goes through into the lead. It is possible to get a nice drive on the outside line going through Brooklands Hairpin, and that's what Stevenson's done there as he takes the lead through Carter's Curve. They go. Just listen to the riders as they pile through that curve for the first time. Plenty of midfield battles going on as well. The leaders make their way round Honda for the first time. And Stevenson leads the way, but Lord's having a look down the inside. Daniel Pearson in there too, and look at Lathrop, brave move there from 5th through to 2nd place. Almost had a run on the race leader as well, but a fantastic move there from Will Lathrop. Shout out for Dasher Platt there, go Scott Dermott. As the rest of the field make their way through. Stevenson now battling back into the lead on the inside of the exit of the centre S's, but Lord's got a decent run there on the exit of the corner. Here they come down towards the Brooklands Hairpin. Ben Lord 48 losing a little bit of ground there. Stevenson pulls away at the front. So that was a shout out there for Scott Dermott, currently running in 31st position on the 87, battling with Mark Goff as back at the front. Oh, look at Lathrop again. He's very brave to put the bike in those positions. You've got to be assertive there going into the corner, but not be too rash to cause an incident. But I think there that Lathrop's got the balance absolutely right as he makes his way down the back straight. Still the 1, 2, 3 of Reece Stevenson that leads. Lord in second, Lathrop third. Lathrop having a look down the inside. Oh, and snatches second place again. Aggressive but fair riding there from Will Lathrop. Just put the bike down the inside, took the apex away from Lord, who immediately fight back on the exit of the corner, and Ben Lord back into second position. Daniel Pearson fifth. Jim Loveland up to fourth position now, moves up a couple of places. Michael Med in sixth, Richard Holmes-Williams in seventh, Mick Lord in eighth position, Ty Butler. And Chase Collymore on the move. He gets into the top 10 on the 131, so Chase Collymore a little bit further behind. Rider down on the first corner, but doesn't appear to be anything too serious. Wave yellows go up. The race goes on, of course, and Reece Stevenson starts to pull away. Will Lathrop has now dropped a little bit in third, but still well and truly in the race. I can tell you the fallen rider has managed to push the bike away from the track, so we have got a clear race circuit as the race goes on. Here they come up towards the final corner. Clear track in front of them. Reece Stevenson pulls away slightly, and this is where Lathrop's strong as they make their way into the first corner. Not close enough to go for a pass this time. He's going to try on the exit though. But Ben Lord, 48 in second, has got the line covered. 1, 2, 3. Reece Stevenson is your race leader as they make their way up towards the centre S's once again. Lord trying the outside. He's got a run on Stevenson, the race leader. Stevenson's got the line through the S's though. But Ben Lord closing up there. Got a nice drive out of the first hairpin. Can't shake off Will Lathrop in third. Now this could be interesting with the battle here with second and third place. Lathrop may not want to be too aggressive to try and get past Ben Lord here. They might want to work together here and try and close up on the race leader, because next time round will be the last lap. So you would say here second and third might want to hold position, but no, Lathrop's got other ideas. He snatches second place, gets a nice run through the chicane up to the final corner. This one I think again will go down to the wire as Lathrop coming around the final corner now. Tries the outside sweep, just trying to cut on the inside there of Stevenson, but oh, Lord fighting back as the last lap board goes out. Ben Lord down the inside, but Lathrop's got the sweep on the outside here. Back into the second position. Lord still right in there. So look down the track, 1 or 2 tail enders in there as well. This could be a factor in the race as well, as Lord has a look down the inside into the centre S's, but Stevenson's got the drive on the outside, gets the outside sweep through the centre S's for the final time. Mick Lord on the move, incidentally, up to 6th position. And Daniel Pearson moves up to 4th place. But all the focus here as the rest of the midfield runners go screaming over the line. Action throughout the field. None more so at the front here as Ben Lord and Will Lathrop start to fight for position. This could allow Reece Stevenson to pull away as they make their way through Carter's Curve for the final time. Lord closing up though through the chicane. Lathrop right at his tail, all 3 riders still in contention. Slow rider in front, but shouldn't be a factor as they make their way down the final corner. Here they come. And down the finish line straight they go. It's going to be close to the line. Stevenson crosses the line in first place. Lord in second, Will Lathrop third. And just a little bit further behind there we have Jim Lovell, Mick Lord, Ty Butler in 7th place, Richard Holmes-Williams in 8th, Chase Collymore 9th, Jake Whittaker rounding out the top 10 just ahead of Stuart Hardman and Charlie Hopkins in 12th place. But there's our race winner, Reece Stevenson. He really had to fight hard for that one. Wins by 0.3 of a second, which compared to some of our races you would say is almost a night and day, but Stevenson there with a good race victory there. And again on that AMR machine. Debuted that Ella Park a little bit earlier, last round of the championship, of course, at Ella Park. He debuted that machine and certainly seems to have taken to the AMR machine quite nicely, but Ben Lord and Will Lathrop certainly keeping him honest on those final 2 laps. The top 3 riders covered by just half a second, so yet another close race. That was the Supermoto Mini Bike 140 heat number 2. We move on to our next race in the calendar, backed of course by Motul Oils. It's the Mini Bike Veterans Race 2. Riders in the waiting zone, out on track in just a few moments. Here we go then with the Second heat of the day for the Motul Oils mini bike veterans. Riders in the waiting zone, out on track in a moment, and we'll have a look at how they line up. Just a shout out, of course, to Scott Dermott, who had a bit of interest on the YouTube channel. A couple of shout outs there from Dasher Platt and Platt GH90. Dermott in the end finishing in that very close midfield battle in 29th position. Very close battling throughout the field in that mini bike 140 heat 2. We wait for the veterans to get underway in just a few moments, in association, of course, with Motul Oils. Last few riders from the mini bike 140 now leaving the circuit, and we will be back underway very shortly with our veterans. Another class, of course, that's thrown up quite a few close races throughout the season. This could be no exception. Of course, Pembrey, we've seen plenty of close action throughout the day. Thank you for your patience, of course, for those of you watching on the Alpha live stream, and for those pleased to say, of course, we've got spectators here at the venue this weekend here at Pembrey. Thanks, of course, to those watching on the circuit banking. Thanks for your patience. We hope you're enjoying this afternoon's racing. Another shout out to Davey Wilkins. So proud of you both. That was from Patcher H90 1990 on the YouTube channel. Actually, they were very close. Actually, David Wilkins and Scott Dermott, 28th and 29th position in that previous race, only covered by just a few tenths of a second. There was plenty of action throughout the field in that mini bike 140 heat number 2. In the meantime, though, we're just waiting now for the vets. They're making their way out of the holding area and should be out on track very shortly indeed. Motul Oils mini bike veterans heat number 2 coming up in just a few moments. And as I speak, the riders now making their way out of the holding area onto the track. They, of course, will complete their sighting lap, lining up here in front of the impressive race control tower, this 3-story building that overlooks the start-finish line. And here are the Motul Oils mini bike vets making their way out onto the track for their sighting lap. This, of course, this class effectively is an age class rather than a bike class, you might say. The field fairly unlimited within reason. They've got the mixture of the Supermoto style pit bike machines and some more of the mini GP style bikes out there as well. So the mini bike bets open to riders age 40 and above. They're just making their way out onto the back of the circuit. 40 plus basically is the age limit. To be eligible, their 40th birthday must fall within the main championship season. So potentially, of course, a rider who's 39 could still compete in this class, provided that their birthday falls within the year. No real minimum weight regulations in this class. Any Supermoto or mini GP style bike is eligible. Maximum seat height of 84 centimeters under the regulations. And similar, of course, to many of the other race classes, there are sort of regulations in terms of the engine work and the work that can be done. Some of the bikes, some of the older bikes in the class, they can use some budget parts to help boost the performance of the bikes, but such things as high comp pistons, thinner gaskets, that sort of thing, to increase the output within the class limits. But there is a limit on the engine maximum power output as well. So all these rules and regulations basically in place to ensure as much parity as possible between the bikes. What it does mean, of course, as we mentioned earlier, it really does mean that these bikes can be bought from the likes of Ovali, Bucci, AMR Moto, all the various manufacturers, bespoke manufacturers of these pit bikes and mini bikes. Effectively, you can go out there as a member of the public and buy yourself a out of the box a race ready machine. So a lot of riders coming over from the likes of 600 Supersport Racing and the like, and pretty much can be competitive from the off. As we wait for the vets to get underway, lights out and away they go. Oh, not such a good start from the outside there, which means that James Mostica, Matthew Davis, and Gav Tappenden down the inside into the first corner, gets the drive into the first corner. Good clean start. One or two riders struggling off the line there, but it all makes it very close around that first corner and into the lead now. We've had already 3 lead changes in 2 corners. Matthew Davis on the 110 is your new race leader. Gav Tappenden then drops to second place on the number 13. Looks like Ian Walker, Dervalane with a good start as well. Ben Douglas also well placed as they make their way down the back straight, and the stunning Carmarthenshire countryside in the background. As we watch Matthew Davis just trying to break away down the back straight, taking a aggressive inside line there, heading towards Carter's Curve. Sweeps out a little bit to get the apex. And they're all pretty close there as they go through Carter's Curve for the first time. The top 7 or 8 riders only covered by a few seconds as the leaders make their way to Honda, the final corner for the first time, all very close, and it looks like Matthew Davis that leads the way. Drag race for second position. Here they come, Gav Tappenden in there. Oh, and Matthew Davis seemed a bit cautious under braking there. Well, that was strange. He just seemed very slow into the corner, really bunched them all up. He's still in the lead. The number 19 of Andrew Thompson currently in second place. Thompson has a look down the inside and takes the lead. Matthew Davis drops to second place. So Gav Tappenden, James Mostiger, Ian Walker, Ben Douglas in 6th, Dervalane, Tony Reveley up to 8th position from Mark Jarrett, Mike Smallbones in 10th place, Mick Price and Farhad Ladder rounding up the field in 12th place, but only 9 seconds adrift from the race leader, so it's all very close at the front. And the top 4 or 5 riders all battling very close indeed. Here they come through Carter's Curve once again. This, as we've seen many times today, a very important corner as the lead up towards Honda in the final corner. Here they come. So Davis, your race leader, number 110. But look at the sweep on the outside there from James Mostiker, who goes down the back straight. Nice sweep on the outside. Still Thompson in second place. Very close indeed into the hairpin. Look at that. We've got 4 to 5 riders. Any one of these, I think, could feasibly take the victory, right down possibly to where we've got Ian Walker in 6th place, Dervalane in 7th, a little bit further behind, but the top 6 riders all in contention for the victory. And who knows, if these riders start to hold each other up, that could allow Dervalane into the reckoning as well. All very close indeed with the top 6. And down the back straight they go. Brooklands hairpin heading towards Speedway straight once again, and that run into Carter's Curve. This race still too close to call at the moment as so many lead changes here. Davis back into the lead momentarily as they make their way through Carter's Curve. Mostiker with a nice line there takes second place from the number 13 of Gav Tappenden. So at the moment you might as well ignore your lap chart on the left hand side. It's all changing so much corner by corner. Incredibly close race action. Here they come once again. And we'll get a look at this. They're almost 3 abreast over the line. Spectacular action down the main straight. And Tappenden, great move on the outside there. Gav Tappenden, number 13, into the lead. He'll lose out on the exit though. And they're 3 abreast as they make their way towards the center S's. They're all bunched up there, fighting for a position. 1.6 seconds covering the top 6 riders last time round. They're almost 3 abreast as they go through the center S's, battling for position. And looks like this time it's the rider who was in 4th, Andrew Thompson, back into the lead. 1.5 laps to go. But look at this, we've got 6 riders. And I would say still any one of these 6 riders could potentially take the checkered flag. If these riders at the front start holding each other up, that will allow the likes of Ian Walker and Ben Douglas into this fight as well. They're only just a little bit further behind. I really wouldn't like to say who's going to win this race. It's still too close to call as they make their way back towards Honda for what will be the penultimate time. And they will see the last lap board as they come charging down the straight once again, yet again, 3 wide into the first corner. It's a duel under braking. Tappenden deep into the corner but stays in 4th place, and it's still Thompson that leads the way. Matthew Davis, James Mostiger, Gav Tappenden all very close indeed. Ian Walker and Ben Douglas still shadowing as Dervalane goes through in 7th place. Tony Reveley and Mark Jarrett a bit further behind. As they cross the line, Mike Smallbones, Mick Price and Farhad Ladder rounding out the field. But all the action here is in the center S's for the final time as the field spreads out momentarily, and Andrew Thompson just pulling out a small advantage at the front. Is that going to be enough as they make their way through Brooklands hairpin for the final time onto Speedway straight? Thompson's got to get this Carter's curve absolutely nailed, he would say, to hold that advantage at the front, as Matthew Davis and James Mostick are charging away second and third place. Still Tappenden and Walker. Ben Douglas in there as well on the 71, all charging through. All eyes now towards Honda in the final corner as Andrew Thompson looks to hold on here. They come around the final corner, and it's Thompson that leads, but second and third very close indeed. It's going to be a three-way tussle to the lead, and over the line they go. And on that final corner, Matthew Davis gets the drive out of the final corner and snatches the win. It'll be Andrew Thompson in second place, James Mostick in third, Ian Walker fourth, Gav Tappenden fifth, and Ben Douglas sixth. And yet again, they crossed the line a lot quicker than it took to say their names. It was 1.5 seconds covering the top 5 riders. Derva Lane goes through in 7th place. Tony Reveley and Mark Jarrett neck and neck there for 8th position. Jarrett in 9th in the end. Mike Smallbones breaks into the top 10 on the final lap, just ahead of Mick Price, and Farhad Ladder will round out the field. But what a thrilling race there yet again. Yet another race where we see less than a second covering the top 3 riders. Davis taking the checkered flag by 1/10 of a second from Mostick third, Ian Walker fourth, Gav Tappenden fifth. Tappenden in 5th place though was only 7/10 of a second adrift, so another thrilling race there. Picked by Betts, Moto number 2 drawing to a close. What an exciting race that was, and more action to come throughout the afternoon here at Pembrey. My name's Chris Sora, and in association with Alpha Live, taking you through the afternoon's race action and this fast, spectacular Pembrey circuit yet again throwing up yet another thrilling race. We've got more to come in just a few moments. Riders now in the waiting zone are the Ugly & Co Mini GP and Junior Supermoto riders. They're out on track in just a few moments. Here we go then for race number 3 of the Ugly & Co Mini GP and Junior Supermoto. Those riders in the waiting zone right now. They'll be underway in just a few moments. We'll have a look at the lineups just as soon as you get that information from the race control. And right on cue, there we go. Harley McCabe will lead them away with Arnie Carr, Joel Grieg rounding out the front row, Laken Payne, Lewis Mullen and Zach Weston in 6th place. Luca Wilkinson 7th from Wilson Dilks, Brian Hamilton and Ruben Bray rounding out the top 10. Harvey Lathrop in 11th position from Ollie Sims in 12th. 13th for Daniel Stevenson from Joshua Williams, Tayo Collymore in 15th place, Toby Skayman, Dominic Gardner and Rachel Hamilton in 18th position. No times at the back there for Ozian Thomas and Kobe Garrett rounding out the 20-rider field. But yet again, quite a few big hitters qualifying well at the front of the field, all well placed, and on a track like this, we could well be in for a thrilling race. The riders just leaving the waiting zone at the moment, making their way out onto the track for their sighting lap. And as we said, of course, earlier, thanks, of course, for your patience. It's been a longer day, you would say, due to the stoppages earlier on today, but back on track now, of course, and still aiming to run the full race schedule. There has been a slight reduction in the race times just to accommodate that delay in the proceedings. But plenty of action to come, of course. After this race, we have the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 Heat 2 coming up. There's the Brap Bikes Super Mini Finals along with the 140s. The second race of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series a bit later on today as well. Pit Bike Bets. And the final, of course, for the Bucci 190 Cup Mini GP 190s. Pit Bike Spares, Mini Bike 160 final, all to follow later on. So still plenty of action to come in the next couple of hours here at Alpha Live, here at the Pembrey Circuit for round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. And the riders making their way through Carter's Curve on their sighting lap. Everyone down on the grid here, just making sure the riders are ready and in position. So the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto, this class, another one where they race together, but they are scored separately in 2 separate race classes. Fairly easy to identify the difference between the 2 bikes. The Mini GP, the more of the road racer bike, track racer bike style that you would see the likes of Superbikes, MotoGP and so forth, and the junior Supermotos, that more upright motocross style, Supermoto style bike, they do tend to have a more upright and outward position with the wider bars that you get on those machines. So you can identify them when they make their way around the track as well. There's a issue on the grid there for, I think it's Lathrope possibly with his hand up, indicating a fault possibly with the bike, just making sure everything's okay. Possibly a couple of last minute checks he's just making there, but everyone starting to assemble into position. Looks like Lake and Payne possibly, I think, just having a few last minute alterations, making sure the bike's ready, a few last minute checks, the bike's good to go. Of course, the younger riders have the parents and guardians down on the grid there with the high-vis jackets, just making sure the riders are okay and ready to go. There is one rider hitting some trouble. I think it was the number 15 possibly going back to the paddock, it looks like. So possibly a non-starter, maybe some last-minute alterations and perhaps rejoin the race in a moment. And another rider just hitting a bit of trouble at the back of the grid. I think they've lost the engine, so just getting that bike restarted. Of course, in these hot conditions, the hot four-stroke engines, they can be a bit difficult to restart once they stall, so getting a bit of a helping hand there to get the bike restarted. This, of course, adds to the tension. Look at those riders on the front 2 or 3 positions there, all glancing behind them, looking to see what the hold-up is there. It just adds to the tension when there's problems further down the grid they can't see, of course. But I think we're all ready to go now. Riders in the correct positions and the starter's happy. So the green flag goes up. Look out for the starter now making his way to the front of the grid now. We'll wave the flag to let the riders know that we are under starter's orders and to look for the lights on the first corner. It's a light system here at Pembrey. Lights go to red, and as soon as the lights go out, we will be underway. Riders ready, and away we go. Oh, it's a good start at the front there. Everyone getting away well. The top 3 or 4 into the first corner. It's going to be tight into that first corner. Arnie Carr and Joel Grigg well placed. Lewis Mullen, Lake and Payne also in the reckoning. They all make their way cleanly through the first 2 corners, heading towards the centre S's for the first time. And I think that maybe Harley McCabe has got the jump. Been a mixed day for him so far, of course. He had a pole position yesterday in the FIM Mini GP and took the first motor win in this class earlier on today. Of course, well, he's the favourite in Mini GP, but seemed to hit trouble and looking to fight back with a victory. But here they come through Brooklands hairpin for the first time. So it looks like McCabe well placed, Arnie Carr, Joel Grigg and Lewis Mullen all in there. Here we go then through Carter's Curve. Oh, and Lewis Mullen having a look down the inside there. Here they come up towards Honda for the first time, and it's going to be very close at the end of this first lap. Here they come, the race leaders. And look how close that is. The top 10 riders only covered by a handful of seconds. Very close at the end of the first lap. It's, well, looks like McCabe leads. Grigg second place, Carr in third, Mullen fourth. Wilkinson lining up the top 5, Lake and Payne. First of the Supermotos is Zach Weston, the number 35, currently in 8th position. As Arnie Carr has a look down the inside into the centre S's. So Zach Weston leads the junior Supermotos. Harvey Lathrope 11th place, Daniel Stevenson in 12th, making up the top 3 in that race category. Fastest lap of the race, notably, was Brian Hamilton, who's had a very good start to the race, up to 7th place, 1.4 seconds behind this battle for the lead. So look out for the 191 of Hamilton as the leaders make their way back towards Carter's Curve once again. Still as close as ever. 3.5 laps to go, and as you can imagine, this race too close to call at the moment. Still a long way to go, you would say, 3.5 laps, but one rider starting to break away now. Looks very much like the 179 of Harley McCabe, and this will be a very important lap for him as you watch everyone battling through into the hairpin. Brave under braking. McCabe has pulled out a 1 second gap at the front. What McCabe needs to do now, 179, the race leader, is put in a good, consistent, fast lap here and just try and break away from this fierce battle for second place. Now, he did that, of course, in the first race earlier. And there he is, McCabe, your race leader, just trying to break away on the 179. Out to the centre S as he goes, gets on the power. lets everyone else fight out behind him, but McCabe's got his own track in front of him, just looking to keep it smooth. Very close for second place now. Is that Arnie Carr possibly breaking away in second? Almost, you would say, to paraphrase a cycling term here, a peloton of riders just a bit further behind. One just breaking away now, possibly Arnie Carr as they make their way up towards Honda once again. McCabe leads the way. And here he comes around the final corner. Harley McCabe, your race leader on the 179, all very close for second place though. They go screaming over the line. So Arnie Carr breaking away slightly, but look at those riders behind him. It's all very close indeed. We've got Joel Grigg, Laken Payne, Luca Wilkinson and Ruben Bray all moving through the field. Possibly a small mistake there from Lewis Mullen, drops to 8th position. Harley McCabe with the fastest lap of the race, 1:07.215 as he extends the gap to 1.2 seconds. There he goes, charging away. Arnie Carr just trying to break that toe, but just trying to catch up with the race leader. There goes McCabe, your leader. Carr in second, and then it's very close behind him. Joel Grigg, Laken Payne, Luca Wilkinson, Ruben Bray all in there. Down the speedway straight they go towards Carter's Curve. As down the inside there goes the number 12 of Ruben Bray. Making the move possibly on Laken Payne in there as well. Here they come up towards the final corner to what will be the last lap of the race. McCabe leads the way. Gap now 1.5 seconds, and look how close it is behind. Fastest lap of the race though is Ruben Bray, the number 12. There he is in shot now. Getting past Laken Payne, putting the pressure on Luca Wilkinson. Joel Grigg and Arnie Carr just a bit further ahead. There goes McCabe. So rest of the field made up of Lewis Mullen. Dropping the pace a bit now in 8th place. Zach Weston 9th, first of the Supermotos. Wilson Dilks in 10th place. Harvey Lathrope second of the Supermoto riders. In 11th place, Ollie Sims, Daniel Stevenson, Toby Skaman and Tayo Collin were having a great battle just over the line. And Dominic Gardner rounding out the field. So they're all on the final lap now. And Harley McCabe looking to bring it home as we see all of the action behind here in 3rd place. Arnie Carr just that little bit ahead now in second as Joel Grigg, Luca Wilkinson and Ruben Bray all battling for that 3rd place. Laken Payne, Brian Hamilton, Lewis Mullen and Zach Weston just a little bit further behind. Meanwhile, up towards the last corner, we wait for our leader, and there he is, Harley McCabe round the final corner on the 179, charging down the finish line straight, and will take the checkered flag. Carr in second, a drag race for 3rd. They slipstream over the line. Ruben Bray in the end, though, takes 3rd from Joel Grigg, Luca Wilkinson, Laken Payne in 6th place. Brian Hamilton 7th, Lewis Mullen in 8th, Wilson Dilks and Zach Weston losing out then into 10th place, but will still take the victory in Junior Supermoto. 5 seconds though covering the top 10. Incredibly close action. Harvey Lathrope 11th place, Ollie Sims, Daniel Stevenson in 13th, and the rest of the field made up of well, there's a race over the line there from Tayo Collymore, who just snatches 14th place from Toby Skaman, and Dominic Gardner running up the field. But yet again some pretty close action there. Harley McCabe taking the victory by just over 1.7 seconds, but 5 seconds covering the top 10 riders. Plenty of close race action as the Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GP riders make their way back to the waiting zone. Coming up next, we have quite a big race coming up. It's the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160. They'll be underway in just a few moments, so congratulations to Harley McCabe. There is the 134 Toby Skaman in the Junior Supermoto class, just losing out to Tayo Collymore on the line in that very close midfield battle. So those riders now making their way back to the pits. In the meantime, though, we have the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 in the waiting zone, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. Here we are then at Pembrey Mini Bike 160 Group B in association with Pit Bike Spares, out for their second heat in just a few moments. What looks set to be another close, fearsome race, and we'll have a look in a moment at how they line up. here at the Pembrey circuit, as it says they're the home of Welsh motorsport. British Mini Bikes here in association, of course, with the British Automobile Racing Club, overseeing the activities on the track, of course, here at Pembrey. And great to be back here once again with British Mini Bikes. This series, I've been involved in this for several years, on and off. Great to be back more involved in this in 2021, 2020, and really has been going from strength to strength. We've got sort of like major sponsors nowadays in the likes of Rich Energy, amongst many others, the likes of Motul, of course, main household names, you'd say, getting involved in this, and some pretty big names, the likes of Peter Hickman and Michael Laverty, name but two, all taking a close interest in the British Mini Bikes calendar. And the series continues to grow from strength to strength. And there is Peter Hickman, actually, on the number 60 machine. Hickey 60, fastest man on the Isle of Man TT course. And we'll have a look at how the pit bike spares line up in just a few moments. Riders making their way out of the waiting zone and onto the track to begin their formation lap, just making their way out onto the circuit in just a few moments. This is the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 heat number 2. So here come the riders now out onto the track for their sighting lap, making their way round towards the finish line. Don't forget, of course, this Pembrey track, one of the longest on the calendar, using what effectively is the Clubman slightly tighter part of the track. It omits one or two of the corners, the Hatchet Hairpin Spitfire on the full national layout. Not included here, but nonetheless this is still a very fast, wide open track. And a rather unique hairpin section here, of course, a little bit tighter, of course, for the mini bikes. Very technical first corner. And what it does is it really leads the riders on quite nicely through into the run down towards the center S's. Just a shout out from Rye YouTube Academy 12. Well done. If you're watching the live stream this afternoon, thanks, of course, for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the afternoon's race action here with Alpha Live here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. And to those people on the circuit perimeter, great to see some spectators coming in and enjoying the action. We hope you're enjoying your afternoon's action in the sun here. If nothing else, of course, a great opportunity to top up on the tan, you would say, and sun cream and hat possibly the order of the day as well, because we've got some wonderful weather continuing throughout the afternoon. It's only getting hotter. Like we said earlier on today, the forecast around 26, but we were told as well that South Wales would be amongst the hottest places in the UK this weekend, and the temperature possibly nudging 28, 29, maybe even 30 degrees, getting hotter throughout the afternoon. So a real physical test for the riders in these tough conditions. Important, of course, to stay hydrated as the day goes on and keep you cool here, of course, because we've got another big group of riders making their way down to the starting grid now. This pretty much the final heat race of the day. It's all finals from here on in. We have the Brat Bike Super Minis final coming up next, followed by the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 final. Our second race of the day for the FIM Mini GP is later on as well. And the final three races, Mini Bike Bets. Third race of the day for the Mini GP 190s, the Bucci 190 Cup. And Pit Bike Spares. Well, this race, actually the final for this race, will round out the action a bit later on this afternoon. Last few riders on the start line now. It looks like we are ready and in position. Jake Whittaker, of course, leading them away on the 1-2-1 on the right-hand side of your grid. The likes of Will Lathrop, Matthew Davis, Jim Lovell in there as well. Pete Hickman, also another rider who you can't write off, as well, as the flag drops, or the light go out, you say, and away they go into the first corner. Lathrop with a good start, but Whittaker with the drive on the outside should take the lead around the first corner, and there they go, piling into that first corner. It's another fast, fearsome, but clean start as they make their way out of the first corner, heading towards the centre races for the first time, and it's Whittaker that leads. Looks like Daniel Pearson has gone through to second place as Lathrop dives down the inside, and yet again, Will Lathrop on the 226 with some very aggressive but fair braking moves down the inside. He really isn't afraid to put that bike down the inside. Of course, it's easily done, but it's quite a bit of skill involved there to make sure that you do it aggressively but firmly, to make sure that there's no tangles with the riders. And you would say Will Lathrop very adept in breaking into the corners throughout the afternoon so far, and looking good there in about third place. We've got Daniel Pearson, Jim Lovell, Peter Hickman, Chase Collymore with a good start as well on the 31, with Carl Sanders, Ty Butler, the midfielders making their way through. Rob Overend, Oliver Linsdell, Tommy Almond all in there, Jamie Goffin, Craig Rowland. Meanwhile, the leaders crossing the line for the first time. Whittaker it was that led and starts to pull away. So Pearson second, Davis third, Will Lathrop fourth place, but the man on the move here hasn't really been up at the front like we're accustomed to at the moment, but Chase Collymore looking very good on the 31 to fifth place, fastest first lap of the race with a 1:12.077. We'll see how the pace holds up next time round, but Chase Collymore with a very good start. I think that was him there, just behind Will Lathrop. And you remember, of course, he was one of the riders that was in that fearsome race to the flag last year at Three Sisters. And Collymore on the edge of the top 10 throughout the afternoon so far, but has a good drive here, has gone away well. Jim Lovell just ahead of Peter Hickman as we look at this battle for second place now. Daniel Pearson, Matthew Davis, Will Lathrop, of course, back into third place. And Whittaker on the 1-2-1, your race leader, just pulling a small advantage at the front. There he goes, 1-2-1, your leader, leading by just over 2 seconds. And then here comes the battle for second place. So it's Pearson second, as Lathrop has another dive down the inside, and again he's got it bang on and takes second place. That's how you do it. Under braking into the corner, Will Lathrop up to second place now. So Matthew Davis, Chase Collymore all involved in this one as well. Pete Hickman and Jim Lovell also in the mix. And there's Collymore. He's got Jim Lovell on his tail as Lathrop tries to get on the inside under acceleration out of the centre S's down towards the Brooklands hairpin. There's your race leader, Jake Whittaker. Here comes the battle for second. 3 riders, 6 riders now. Peter Hickman's getting involved in this one as well, as Lathrop this time tries the outside on the exit to the corner, heading now towards Carter's Curve. Pearson back in second place. Meanwhile, Peter Hickman nips down the inside of Lathrop and makes the move stick. Peter Hickman moves up another position. Here come the leaders round the final corner. Whittaker leads. Then there's a gap. It's gone up to just over 4 seconds. And look at this battle for second place now. Almost 6 wide, you would say, into the first corner. It's like a motocross start here where they all pile into the first corner. And it's Pearson that has the line and takes the second place. Hickman then third. Peter Hickman just trying the inside this time as they make their way to the centre S's. Lathrop right on his tail. Chase Collymore in there as well. Matthew Davis too close to call. Lathrop down the inside of Hickman and takes third position. Pearson holding on to that second place. None of this, of course, is bothering the 1-2-1 Jake Whittaker, the race leader, who leads by 6.3 seconds. And as these riders continue to fight for position, it's only going to allow Whittaker to pull away as Lathrop tries the outside line. The number 226 now back into second place, but as I say that, Pearson goes back into second. Hickman down the inside into third. Collymore chasing as well. Chase Collymore tries to follow Hickman past Will Lathrop, but holds that position. Whittaker then clear and away at the front as they make their way to the last lap. Whittaker's just got to bring it home on this final lap, but here they come once again. And yet again, too close to call as they cross the line. So it was Peter Hickman in second place, but immediately Pearson goes back into second place. Lathrop in there as well. Collymore and Davis all involved in this one, and the number 97 of Jim Lovell also in there too. And this time it's Chase Collymore who makes his claim. Collymore up to third now, tries the inside of Peter Hickman as fighting back yet again. We have Will Lathrop losing a bit of pace there now as the 77 of Daniel Pearson and Jim Lovell start to fight as well, but Chase Collymore has got past Peter Hickman, so Collymore now up to second position. So with the greatest respect to the race leader, Jake Whittaker, this is where all the action is now for second place. Whittaker making his way around the final corner as Collymore holds on to that second. Look at that, bar bang in action there with Hickman and Pearson. Jake Whittaker crossing the line to take the checkered flag, wins the race quite comfortably. Who's it going to be in second place? Collymore around the final corner, and they are 3 abreast over the line. And Daniel Pearson in the end takes second place. Matthew Davis third, Hickman fourth. The unfortunate Chase Collymore has to settle for 5th place, but it was by the finest of margins. Incredibly close action. Lathrop 6th, Lovell 7th, Walker in 8th place, Ty Butler and Charlie Hopkins running up the top 10. Carl Sanders 11th place, Tommy Ullman in 12th from Oliver Linsdale. Ryan Clark, Rob Overend and Jamie Goffin in 16th place. Nathan Smith in 17th position from Adam Jamieson. Craig Rowland should be Danny Cohn running up the top 10. There is your race winner, the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker. But that battle of a second place, incredibly close there. We, having a look there, 1/10 of a second, well, 100th of a second, covering second through to 5th place. Daniel Pearson, Matthew Davis, Peter Hickman and Chase Collymore, less than half a bike width between them as they cross the line. Fantastic battle there for second place. Will Lathrop just a little bit further behind in 6th place from Jim Lovell. But what a close battle of a second place there. We just saw the number 254 of Nathan Gardner crossing the line in 22nd place. Good to see him in action and running well in the midfield as the riders make their way back to the paddock. So we move on towards our finals, and the first of which is the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Those riders in the waiting zone and out on track in just a few moments' time. So the circuit now clear for our next race of the day, the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Riders now in the waiting zone and will be out on track in just a few moments. This is the final for the Super Minis. We've seen some very close racing. Quite a low entrance of riders in this by normal standards, but nonetheless the action on track has been very close indeed here at Pembrey at this 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. This wonderful sunny afternoon, barely a cloud in the sky over the track here. And the track looking resplendent, you would say, in this midsummer heat. Fantastic venue for the 6th round of the championship, and we've seen plenty of close race action throughout the race categories, throughout the afternoon. Who knows, you might see more next time. I'm sure that Joe Dickinson may have other ideas about that. One of the things, of course, with less numbers out on the track is those riders that do take part. This is a very important opportunity to grab some valuable championship points. As we say, of course, we're moving on to the final part, the conclusion, the last 4 rounds of the championship over the next few months. And as the races go on, what it means, of course, is that every point gets more and more important. So this round here at Pembrey, a real opportunity to grab an advantage on the on your main rivals. So the Super Minis making their way out for their final. Supermoto Mini Bike 140 will follow on after this, of course. Because of the stoppage early on, of course, what that does mean is that we have slightly shorter races. And we've seen some very close action in the middle of each of these races. Looking around 5 laps of this fast, demanding Pembrey circuit towards the finals. Coming up next, we have the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 final after the Super Minis. We have the second race of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK. Mini Bike Vets, OMG Racing Mini GP and the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 will round out the action a little bit later on. So plenty of action throughout the afternoon here. We have 6 more races to go, including the one we're about to get underway with the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Stay tuned here on Alpha Live for the afternoon's race action. I'm Chris Sora taking you through the final few races. And like we say, we hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's coverage here at Pembrey. Still plenty more action to come as Joe Dickinson leads the riders onto the line for this final of the Super Minis. And there you see, of course, lower entry than normal in this midsummer event. What it does mean, of course, is that these riders taking part have a real chance to cement their positions in the championship as the lights go out and away we go into the first corner. Dickinson with a good start round the outside from Richard Holmes-Williams and Lawrence Wardle. Jordan Pritchard and Sullivan Mounsey at the back, but Mounsey making the pass on the 151. And there goes Dickinson, your race leader, into the centre S's for the first time. So Dickinson leads Sullivan Mounsey on a real charge at the start there. Looks like he's got past Lawrence Wardle, I believe, as they make their way around the back of the circuit, heading towards Brooklands Hairpin for the first time. Dickinson, your race leader, on the number 48. Down the speedway straight they go, in towards Carter's Curve for the first time. There's Sullivan Mounsey with a great start there. You can easily identify him with the sky blue fairings. And here they come up towards the final corner. It's the number 48 of Joe Dickinson that leads the way. Mounsey with a great start there, up to second place, really getting a jump on the field on that first lap. So Mounsey second, Holmes-Williams in third, Wardle fourth. Jordan Pritchard just a bit further behind in fourth. And we should be seeing Joe Dickinson up towards the front of the timing chart in a few moments. He is the race leader as we look at the battle here between Holmes-Williams and Wardle, battling for third place. Jordan Pritchard on the 151, not too far behind at the end of the first lap, 5.7 seconds, the gap covering the top five riders as we watch the treble four there. Sullivan Mounsey, the sky blue fairings, easy to identify out on the track, starting to close up on Joe Dickinson. So the question now is whether Joe Dickinson can respond here with 3.5 laps to go. Here they come through Carter's Curve. Up towards the final corner. There goes Holmes-Williams and Wardle, third and fourth position. Up towards the final corner. Here comes the race leader, number 48, Joe Dickinson. There's Mounsey in second, though. Let's have a look at the gap when they cross the line. Mounsey looking very quick indeed, but remains at 1.8 seconds as they make their way through the hairpin to start the 3 lap to go stage here. Mounsey charging hard, just trying to close up on Dickinson. There we go, first and second place, breaking away slightly now from the rest of the field. Richard Holmes-Williams and Lawrence Wardle still battling for third place. Jordan Pritchard just a little bit further behind on the 151. So here's Mounsey up towards the Brooklands Hairpin and Speedway Straight. There in the background we see the rolling Carmarthenshire Hills as we watch Richard Holmes-Williams just pulling away slightly from Lawrence Wardle. Sullivan Mounsey trying to close the gap on the race leader Joe Dickinson. Be 2 laps to go next time round as our leaders make their way towards Honda, the final sweeping right-hander that takes us on to the start-finish straight. And here comes Dickinson, the race leader. All eyes on the timing screen now as they cross the line. So Dickinson, the gap goes down to 1.6 seconds. It's a fast pace at the front here. But Sullivan Mounsey setting the fastest lap of the race, just pulling a couple of tenths out of the lead of Joe Dickinson. 1.5 seconds there or thereabouts with 1.5 laps to go. So at the moment, Dickinson's got the advantage at the front, but certainly can't afford any kind of a mistake. And what it would mean as well is that Mounsey, if he does close up this next time round, what you do see sometimes is that the psychological boost almost when you're the chasing rider and you can physically see yourself closing up on the rider in front, sometimes that can really pull you on more than you think. So let's have a look at Mounsey on the final lap. I'm sure that Joe Dickinson, of course, the race leader, number 46, number 48 will have other ideas as they make their way around the final corner. So 48 Dickinson, your race leader, and there he goes round Honda, taking the last lap board. Mounsey's still there in second place. Let's have a look at the gap. Goes up slightly to 2.2 seconds now. So Dickinson responds with a strong lap there, which should be enough to take him over the line. But as we know in racing, nothing is done and dusted until the checkered flag drops. So there's 48 Dickinson, your race leader. It's still Richard Holmes-Williams in third place, 6.7 seconds adrift. And Lawrence Wardle just a little bit further behind in fourth on the 414. And rounding out the field 151 of Jordan Pritchard, the only CRF 150 in this race. We've got the 85 Husqvarna leading the way of Joe Dickinson. Doing enough at the moment to hold on to that lead from Sullivan Mounsey. And there is Dickinson making his way through Carter's Curve for the final time. Just got to get this last corner dialed, and I'm sure he can do that. Here he comes around the final corner. Let's see our two leaders coming through any moment now. There they are. Dickinson in the lead, down the straight for the final time, and takes the checkered flag. Sullivan Mounsey in second, 2 seconds adrift. Then here comes the battle for third place. It'll be Richard Holmes-Williams in third, Lawrence Wardle in fourth. And we'll wait just a little bit now as round the final corner comes the final rider, the 151 of Jordan Pritchard. And that completes the field. So Pritchard in fifth. Sullivan Mounsey really charging hard in that race, but wasn't quite close enough to catch up with the race winner, Joe Dickinson, who's been on top form today yet again in the Super Minis. Could be a real factor in terms of the title, of course. So Joe Dickinson, your race winner. Sullivan Mounsey with a great battle through to second place. And that is the final race of the day, of course, for the Super Minis. We'll see them next time out in Wilton Mill. 5 more races to go, however. And we will kick things off very shortly, of course, with the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 final. That has been a very close and very hotly fought race class throughout the afternoon. They're in the waiting zone right now. So congratulations to our Brat Bikes Super Minis riders. They'll, I'm sure, take a well-earned shower and start to begin the long journey home. But we still have plenty of action out here. Look at the heat haze on the track, giving you an idea of just how warm it is down there trackside. Hottest part of the day now. Temperatures potentially nudging 28, 29 degrees. So plenty of hot on-track action, you would say, with our next race of the day, the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 final. Those riders in the waiting zone and out on track in just a few moments. Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 final about to get underway. Riders taken to the course in just a few moments, and we'll have a look very shortly at the lineup for this final. And here we go with Rhys Stevenson leading them away from Ben Lord, Will Lathrope in third, Jim Lovell, Daniel Pearson and Mick Lord making up the second row. Further back we have Richard Holmes-Williams, Ty Butler, Stuart Hardman in row number 3, Chase Collymore, Charlie Hopkins, Jake Whittaker in 12th place. Going down to the midfield, it's Carl Sanders, Tommy Olmond, Rob Overend, Ryan Clark, Oliver Linsdell and David Barfoot in 18th position. Michael Med in 19th from Paul Mitchell, Adam Jamieson, Gary Jacobs 22nd from Nathan Smith and Nathan Gardner in 24th place. Craig Rowland in 25th, Darren Coleman and Harry Clark making up the rest of the row from David Wilkins in 28th, Mark Goff in 29th and Scott Dermott in 30th place. Kevin Clark, Ian Gamble and Jack Wolfe, Michael Briggs, James Cogfield and Dan Baker in 36th position. Marcus Burton 37th, Stephen Blatchford 38th and David Linsdell, Harry Pell, Shane Hopkins and Tom Wise in 42nd place. So a full complement of riders. I think most, if not all of the riders still racing and taking their place on the sighting lap now. Last few riders just making their way out of the paddock, out of the waiting zone for the formation lap. And this fantastic atmosphere shot as the riders make their way through the sighting. There we see the gives you an idea perhaps of the spectacular scenery that you get around here at Pembrey. We're on the Carmarthenshire coast. Very scenic part of the UK. We've got the we're not too far, of course, from Llanelli, the nearest major town, you might say. Carmarthen, about 25 minutes or so up the road as well. This Pembrey track sits in between roughly the two tracks and very close actually to the neighbouring Pembrey Country Park, which goes out onto the coastline. And I'm sure that's been very busy today with people enjoying the beach and enjoying the forest walks as well. Fantastic weather. And a great venue, of course, for this 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. So we're about to get things underway with the Supermoto's Mini Bike 140 final. Riders lining up on the grid now. And of course, with so many riders, this might take a few moments, adding to the tension, of course, for the guys at the front of the field. There's Ben Lord on the 48. I noticed Rhys Stevenson starting quite far back in the pack there, so we'll see him making his way through to the front on that front row any moment now. And of course, Lord there nice and early, and it just adds to the tension, you would say, as he can only just look behind him and see what's going on as the riders sort themselves out into position. Last few riders just taking their place on the line now. So certainly our start marshal at the back appears happy that the track's cleared and all riders in position. So here we go. Under starters' orders now. Eyes on the lights. And away we go. Oh, scrappy getaway there from Rhys Stevenson. Has he got the line into the first corner? No is the answer, as Lord goes down the inside and takes the early lead. So Ben Lord, the early race leader. Daniel Pearson also well placed. They all seem to get through the hairpin okay down on the run to the centre S's. So a difficult start there for Rhys Stevenson, which means that Ben Lord takes the early lead. Look out for Daniel Pearson in third, still right in there. As Stevenson fights back, nice switch back out of the centre S's, goes down the inside, and Stevenson into the lead. The midfield runners go charging out of the corner. Here they come up towards the Brooklands hairpin. So Stevenson has made the move stick, holds on to that lead. Down the speedway straight they go. Lord now down the inside of Stevenson and retakes the lead. So Ben Lord back into the lead. Stevenson second. Daniel Pearson on the 77, right on the tail in third. Incredibly close action as they make their way through towards Honda for the end of the first lap. And it's a drag race down to the line as Stevenson goes back into the lead. Lord down the inside, though, into the hairpin. It's going to be a tight one here, but Stevenson's got the line round the outside and holds on to the lead. So Rhys Stevenson maintains the lead on the 1, 2, 3. Lord fighting back, though, as they make their way up towards the centre S's. Lord on the outside of Stevenson. And Pearson down the inside here as well. Pearson late on the brakes. Oh, he tried to snatch that second place, but Lord had the corner and holds on to second position. Rhys Stevenson, 1, 2, 3, your race leader. Trying to pull away now as they make their way out of the centre S's down towards Brooklands hairpin. That long sweeping right-hander as they go down towards the speedway straight. Stevenson pulls away ever so slightly, but this race is still wide open. Will Lathrop in there as well. And maybe Chase Collymore also getting on. There's Collymore. Richard Holmes Williams it was in 6th position on the edge of this little battle for the lead. So Chase Collymore leading. Mitt Lord, Ty Butler, Stuart Hardman, Charlie Hopkins, Carl Sanders all in the midfield, getting through to the edge of the top 10 as the leaders make their way down the straight once again. And Lord again trying the inside, but he's not going to make the move stick. Stevenson's got the line into the corner and holds on to the lead. Rhys Stevenson holding on to that lead. Lord again trying the inside as they make their way to the centre S's, and Jim Lovell now up to third now from Pearson. Pearson coming under pressure from Lathrop, who again tries that inside line, makes the move stick. Lathrop now up to 4th place. But Jim Lovell's in third, and can Lovell get involved in this battle for the lead? 2.5 laps to go in the final as Stevenson holds on to the lead. Lord in second. Oh, and look at Pearson there fighting back. Lathrop had the faster outside line and holds on to the position. Meanwhile, Lord having a look down the inside. Oh, and he makes the move on Stevenson. Ben Lord into the lead. Now, can he hold on out of the chicane? Here they come towards the final corner. So Ben Lord, your race leader. Stevenson fighting back, and Stevenson back into the lead as they go on to the finish line straight. But look at the 97 here down the inside. Jim Lovell. Oh, and they're 3 abreast into the first corner. Great move there from Lovell to take the lead. And oh, it's going to be close out to the corner now, though. Ben Lord fighting back on the outside line. Stevenson still right in there as well on the outside. And Stevenson with the outside sweep will go back into the lead. 1.5 laps to go And yet again, another race that at the moment is far too close to call here. Any one of these three, possibly four riders could win this one. Still plenty of action through the midfield as they all make their way through. Michael Med, Rob Overend, Nathan Smith, Craig Rowland, Michael Briggs all charging through in the midfield, but 1.5 laps to go. And yet another lead change as Rhys Stevenson goes back into the lead. 4 riders now battling for the lead, as Jim Lovell very briefly took the lead. Will Lathrop involved? Oh, and Lathrop again, another inside line move from him there on Carter's curve. Really has put on some brave overtaking moves. Very quick on the entrance to the corners. Now up to 3rd place. We all wait for the 1-lap board that's now being shown as the leaders make their way down the straight for the penultimate time into the hairpin. Oh, and they're brave under braking. And as they all fight their way out of the corner, this time it's Ben Lord on the number 48 that leads the way into the centre S's for the final time. Stevenson breaks away in 2nd. Lathrop tries to fend off Jim Lovell in 3rd. Further back, Oliver Linsdell, Carl Sanders, Ryan Clark, 3 abreast into the first corner. Very close action on the edge of the top 10. Here we go then round Brooklands hairpin for the final time. Rhys Stevenson leads the way, but Ben Lord, one last try for him now through Carter's curve for the final time as Lathrop and Lovell close up. It's going to be a 4-way fight for the lead as they make their way round towards Honda for the final time. The 44 going through. A bit further back, that was James Bullivant, but here come the leaders. Oh, and it's going to be close to the line, side by side over the finish line, and Stevenson takes the checkered flag by 1/100th of a second from Ben Lord. Those riders basically side by side over the line, but Stevenson taking the victory by little more than a tyre width. Lord in 2nd, Jim Lovell in 3rd, only 1/10 of a second down. Lathrop in 4th, half a second adrift. So half a second covering the top 4 riders. Then it was close. Dan Pearson with a bit of a gap on his own in 5th place. Chase Collingwood just saw go through there in 3rd, almost side by side from Ty Butler. Mick Lord in 8th place, Richard Holmes-Williams in 9th. Stuart Hardman in 10th place from Charlie Hopkins, Carl Sanders 12th, Oliver Linsdell, Ryan Clark, Michael Med and Rob Overend in 16th position. Gary Jacobs 17th, David Barfoot in 18th position, Mark Goff, Nathan Smith rounding up the top 20 from Jack Wolf, Craig Rowland, Michael Briggs, David Wilkins, Harry Clark and Stephen Blatchford. A bit further behind, Kevin Clark, Ian Gamble, David Linsdell, Scott Dermott in 30th, Harry Pell 31st, Darren Coleman, Mark James Cockfield, Tom Wise, and last rider we just saw squeezing through on the lead lap there was James Bullivant. Very close racing throughout the field, but Rhys Stevenson taking a thrilling last lap victory. Yet again, we've seen some fantastic racing throughout the afternoon here at Pembrey, and it all looks set to continue, of course, as we have the 2nd race of the day of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. That will be underway in just a few moments. So riders lining up for the FIM Mini GP UK Series, and we'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments' time. Those riders making their way out onto the grid very shortly indeed. So just to recap, was Holly McKay, Blake Wilson, Joshua Williams taking up the first row, Freddie Bridewell, George Bowes, Monty Hillier, Joel Grigg, Laken Payne a bit further back, and Lewis Millen rounding out the top 10. So Mini GP UK Series, this effectively a championship within a championship here. This British Mini Bike Series playing host to the first round of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. British Mini Bikes running the series, governed of course by the ACU. We've got the ACU officials here overseeing the circuit and the event. And just to explain once again, this new series, as you can see on the graphic there, effectively Road to MotoGP. And what this is all about is just trying to bring a guide, perhaps bring a an entrance point into the higher echelons of professional motorcycle racing, the likes of the British Superbikes and MotoGP. Various race series taking part, equivalent race classes taking part throughout Europe, and this is the newest path on the road to MotoGP, creating an equal platform for young riders worldwide to increase their skill and opportunity. This is a one-make series using the Ovali GP 160 machine, and of course to help the cost effectiveness and the entry-level method of this series, that the bikes are supplied directly by Ovali UK at a subsidised rate for riders who sign up for the whole of the championship. So it does mean, of course, they get a subsidy and support from Ovali in terms of the purchase price on the bikes as well, just to help them to get into this series. This is the first round of the Mini GP UK series here at Pembrey. Round number 2 will be at Wilton Mill, the next round of British Mini Bikes on the 15th of August. Round number 3 taking place as part of the British Superbikes at Cadwell Park on the 21st of August. There will also be a race at the Silverstone Stowe circuit for MotoGP on the 25th of August, and the series rounding up at the Three Sisters event on the 19th of September. And as part of the MotoGP event in August, either the winner of each race or the championship leader will attend a BBC breakfast event on the Thursday morning at Stowe, so it will be broadcast nationwide on the BBC as well, so a lot of exposure for these riders. And Dawn and the FIM will be visiting some of the top riders at MotoGP in August. What this does mean, of course, is that the top riders in each of the national series, these are taking place in various countries across Europe, will be given the opportunity later in the year to take part in the FIM Mini GP World Series final, which will be taking place during the week of the MotoGP World Championship final at Valencia. And the winner of that World Series final later in the year will secure a spot in one of the Road to MotoGP programs. So this is a real tangible way for promising young riders to become under the attention, of course, of MotoGP and look to stake their claim to move up the ladder in the years to come up towards MotoGP and various other professional outlets. So as we said in that warm-up lap there really is some real incentives on offer. We've got nationwide TV coverage, the chance, of course, to race in front of tens of thousands of race fans at the British Superbikes and MotoGP as well. And a shout out to Dasher Platt, got in touch, shouting out for Scott Dermott. And very kind comment there. Thanks for the great coverage. Shout out to all of you too. So thanks a lot for Dasher for getting in touch. It's much appreciated. A lot of hard work goes into these events behind the scenes, and that really is appreciated. So here we go then. Moto number 2 for the Mini GP UK series. Into the first corner they go. Harley McCabe, of course, with a difficult first race. Freddie Bridewell with a good start there. They're getting the early jump on the field with Joshua Williams and Blake Wilson, who rode so well to win the first moto, also in there as well. So Bridewell starting well. Here they come through the centre races for the first time, all very close indeed at the first half lap. So much like the first moto, this sort of format, very much a sprint format. The first couple of laps very important indeed as the leaders make their way through Brooklands hairpin for the first time down the Speedway straight. And here we go, pretty much 4 riders breaking away at the start of the first lap. Couple of shout-outs there for Kobe Garbutt down in the midfield in 14th place from Keely Garbutt. So Garbutt down there battling with Laken Payne, Miller Buchanan, Maximus Hardy and Toby Skaman down in the midfield as a rider in trouble there quite heavily. Let's hope that's nothing serious. The race goes on, of course, as Harley McCabe leads the way. Blake Wilson, Freddie Bridewell and Joshua Williams all very close indeed. Oh, trouble on the final corner as well. Collision with 2 or 3 riders going down. And not surprisingly, the red flag has gone out. Race has been stopped. We've got 2 or 3 incidents out on the track. Quite a nasty tumble on Honda, the final corner. 2 or 3 riders coming to grief. And it would appear requiring some medical attention. So we did lose a few riders. I think that may possibly have been Johnny Garnis that went down on the first lap, but Monty Hillier, Toby Skaman and Mason Greasley not crossing the line that time round, so the red flag has been displayed. Got the riders in a bit of discomfort, I would say, on the exit of the Honda corner. It is quite a fast part of the track, so any sort of incident there is going to at least knock the wind out of you, nothing else. Medics have been mobilised and they will make their way around to the accident scene in just a few moments. There are a couple of marshals on the scene just helping out as well. This is just on the final corner at Honda on the run through to the start-finish straight. Two or three of our midfield runners just having a close battle then, just it seems just get together and collide. So there is one rider down on the floor actually, and the rider who he collided with on the scene just helping him out as well. The marshals are on the scene as well. Medics making their way. I think the track has been cleared now, so they are able to go directly up to the final corner. In the meantime, the rest of the riders just making their way down to the paddock area, down to the waiting zone, and as you can imagine, this hot weather just looking to stay in the shelter for now. So medics are on the scene on the final corner. As you can see for yourself, then the red flag unfortunately has been displayed again. Two separate incidents. We saw a few riders going down, but one of the most concern appears to be the incident on the final corner where there was a collision with 2 or 3 riders, certainly 2 bikes going off to the side of the track. And there was a separate incident round on the back straight. That's up by Carter's Curve, another rider going down as well. So let's hope everyone's okay. Certainly I would say that the medics are straight onto the scene. And on that incident on the final corner, just going, of course, we will cut away and let the medics and marshals deal with that without any intrusion. But there was 2 riders that went down. One appears to be walking away, and he did have the helmet off quite quickly and was just checking if the fellow rider was okay. I think most of the concern is with the one rider who's still down on the ground. And medics straight onto the scene. The ambulance is there. They're just dealing with the injured rider. There was a separate incident around the back of the track which is also requiring some medical treatment, so we are going to put a hold on things for a few moments. Riders are down in the waiting zone at the moment, and they grabbing what shade they can on this sweltering hot afternoon. So the riders certainly are gathered down by the waiting zone, just taking a few moments, and I don't know if we can really see what's going on down here, but what I can see from the commentary box is a lot of riders looking at innovative ways of keeping cool in this hot weather. We've seen a few riders with the little neck fan around the neck to, of course, when the helmets are off. There's a few ice packs down there as well, and a few of the blowers. And one of the things you see when you look at some of certainly in the motocross series in America, the AMA Nationals, they take place, of course, in the States in very hot conditions, and this is where we see a lot of the things such as the skull caps and ice packs and the head fans, all sorts, just to help keep the riders cool and comfortable, especially in the downtime between races like we've got, of course, at the moment. So riders are assembled in the holding area. Medical crews are dealing with the one rider who is left on the ground at the final corner. Of course, it will give the medics and marshals the time they need to safely deal with the situation. There was, I believe, another incident around the back of the circuit as well. We saw medics down on the around by the Carter's Curve. So 2 separate incidents out on the track. Still 1 or 2 riders actually out on the course, so we're just making their way back to the track. So the red flag did come out, of course, and riders somewhat spread out across the field. So I've got 2 or 3 riders still out on the track. They're just being guided back to the holding area by the track crews, and they'll join the rest of the field who are just down with the race control at the moment. And basically, I think they're just, it's quite a large building here at Race Control, so just looking to afford the shelter that they can. We'll try and get some updates. I think the track is now clear of riders. We're just dealing, of course, with the fallen riders out on the track. In particular, I believe, the rider on the final corner. We'll try and get some updates as to when the racing will get back underway. But, of course, our thoughts are with that injured rider. Medics straight onto the scene. So just a cutaway now, just looking at the Pembrey circuit here. After this race, we are still scheduled to have 3 more races. The Motor Loyal Mini Bike Veterans Final, Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160, and the OMG Racing Mini GP 190. Mini Bike 160s to round out the action, but we've had a very early stoppage here at the FIM Mini GP UK Series, this second moto, an incident on the final corner, which is requiring some medical treatment. Medics and the track crews on the final corner did appear to be a collision in the midfield. 2 or 3 riders getting caught up with that, and pretty much everyone walking wounded, I would say, except for one rider who's still down receiving some further medical treatment. So the medics straight onto the scene as soon as the track was cleared. They were straight up there. Marshall straight on the scene as well, and the crews here as well from Pembrey and the organising clubs here just down there, just dealing with the situation. The rescue crews down on that final corner. Of course, the afternoon starting to draw to its conclusion. A few riders have already finished their racing, so we wish anyone who's leaving a safe journey home. Don't forget, of course, that the next round of the championship taking place on the 15th of August at Wilton Mill. That's on the full international circuit, and that, of course, will be all live in its entirety on Alpha Live. The remainder of the series, of course, 19th of September at Three Sisters, 9th and 10th of October at Lydd, and the series finale 31st October at Wilton Mill. So still 3 races to complete along with the second moto of the FIM Mini GP UK Series, but unfortunately the red flag has been displayed. We will take a pause for a few moments to allow the medics and the track crews the time they need to deal with the situation, and we'll be back with you just as soon as we can. Let's take a lap of the Pembrey circuit here in South Wales, one of the fastest tracks on the BMB calendar. Down Cal Straight we go, and immediately into the sharp right-handed corner. The hairpin here, one of the best overtaking spots on the circuit. Good exit speed, important here. Have to get straight onto the power and through this long, sweeping left-hander. Onto the power now, heading towards the Clubman circuit and the Senna S's, which starts with this tight left-handed entrance. Out to the corner we go through the right-hander and along the back straight we go now, heading towards the Brooklands corner. Another sweeping right-hander and one of the faster parts of the track, the Speedway straight. We go down the straight, hard with the power now, and heading towards Carter's Curve, one of the more technical parts of the track here, and a good cornering speed important here as you go through the right-hander, through this kink, and out we go, back onto the power now. Another long driving sweep into the right-hander now, through Honda we go, this long right-hander, very quick part of the track, straight onto the start and finish straight now. Really hard on the power, and over the line we go, and that's a lap of the Pembrey circuit. So welcome back to Pembrey for round number 6 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, and you join us of course at the second moto of the day of the new series of course that's getting underway here at Pembrey. It's the FIM Mini GP UK series. Unfortunately, as I'm sure if you've been following the show, you will be aware that we have been under a red flag situation. I can tell you that I'm pleased to say the medical vehicles have now left the circuit, so the injured rider has been taken to the medical centre for further treatment, and let's hope it's nothing too serious. We certainly send our wishes to the injured rider. So there'll be a few moments now before the riders get back underway. As soon as you get the all clear from the clerk of the course and the medics that the circuit is safe, we'll be getting the racing back underway. I have been informed that it is a 4-lap rerun and riders starting in their original grid positions. If you are watching the show this afternoon, we hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Thank you for your patience. We've had a few stoppages today, but aiming to get the remaining race program back underway just as soon as possible. A big thanks to you for following the series on Alpha Live, and we have had some spectators down here as well this weekend, one of the first rounds where we've had spectators, and great to see some people coming along and enjoying the afternoon's race action. Have had a shout out, speaking of spectators, from Keely Garbett asking, are spectators allowed for the next round? I believe so. Of course, we're heading towards what's been termed as Freedom Day in England. So certainly along the lines of that, I should imagine that spectators will be allowed. We'll try and get a definitive answer for you in the remaining hour or so on the broadcast. But if I don't hear anything, I will advise you perhaps to get in touch with the British Mini Bikes team and with Wilton Mill. They'll be able to advise you in a bit more detail. But what I would say at the moment is 90% sure that they will be going under the government regulations. I know with the Wilton Mill Kart Club, they're of course running very soon. They were hoping to get spectators or allow spectators onto the venue within the next few weeks or so. So let's hope that's the case. Certainly by the time we get there for the mini bikes, it should be the case that spectators will be allowed to come and join in. So come along, of course. Great track viewing as well, much like here at Pembrey. And that is the full international layout. So as I say, I believe that spectators will be allowed. May want to clarify with British Mini Bikes for further clarification, but as far as I'm aware, that we will be able to welcome spectators for the rest of the 2021 season. In the meantime, though, the riders are down in the pit area at the moment, just waiting for racing to get back underway. I have been advised that there will be a 4-lap rerun of the FIM Mini GP UK series. Of course, this actual class governed by the ACU and promoted and run by British Mini Bikes. So we have got ACU officials in attendance here as well with the circuit homologation and so forth. And at the moment, as I say, we just heard from the officials that there will be a scheduled 4-lap rerun very shortly. The riders are all down trying to get what shelter they can from the blisteringly warm heat just to the left of where you're standing at the moment, so where we're looking at the moment with the pit areas. Really is a fantastic warm day here at Pembrey for this 6th round. So of course, if you are looking to come along and watch the remaining championship rounds, we look forward to seeing you down here. A lot of people are eager to come along and get involved. There has been some spectacular racing throughout the season in 2021. Looks set to continue with 4 more championship rounds still to be run, of course, after today here at Pembrey. At the moment, though, we do have a pause in activity. The medical vehicles have now left the circuit, and I believe that we should be underway within the next few minutes or so. Riders making final preparations down in the pit area. If you've been following the Mini GP or the British Mini Bikes in 2021, you may have seen some of the news reports and some of the press releases about this series, but this effectively is a championship within a championship. We're at the 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Series, but this is the 1st round of the FIM Mini GP. This series brought to you in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. This is the first of 5 rounds. 3 of those will be taking place at British Mini Bike Series Championships. We've got this first round, of course, here today at Pembrey. The next round of British Mini Bikes is the 14th and 15th of August at Wilton Mill. We were discussing a few moments ago. That will also form the 2nd round of the Mini GP UK arm of the World Series. Round number 3 joins Cadwell Park and the British Superbikes. That will be the 20th and 21st of August weekend. Round number 4, of course, we mentioned MotoGP, also coincides with the MotoGP at Silverstone, the event taking place on the Silverstone Stowe circuit. That will be on the 25th of August before rounding things off back with British Mini Bikes on the 18th and 19th of September at Three Sisters. So certainly got some fast, thrilling tracks out there for the riders to contend and race with over the season until September. This is a one-make series and supported by Ovali UK, and stated, of course, that riders have a subsidy supplied directly from Ovali UK and a subsidised rate for riders who sign up to the whole championship. So again, just the idea being towards the cost-effective and value for money part of the sport in helping to get the riders onto the track and get them to display their experience and their skills. There is a chance, of course, for the winning riders in this series to race at the MotoGP at Valencia later in the year. Top riders from each of the national series. There are various series, equivalent series taking part at locations across Europe, but the top riders from each of the national series will have direct access to the ATC selection to help them to progress up towards the ladder. There will be a world final. The top 3 classified national, regional and continental Mini GP series riders, they will be given the opportunity to participate in the FIM Mini GP World Series final that will take place during the week of the MotoGP World Championship final at Valencia. And the winner of that World Series final will secure a spot to one of the Road to MotoGP programs. You've seen on the screen here the graphic Road to MotoGP. So you would say that this is a real tangible route into the world of professional motorcycle racing for those riders who are looking at the sharp end. This is something of a new thing in 2021, I might say, with Dorna, the people behind MotoGP, helping to provide more of a feeder level, you might say, into the world stage. And of course, when you look at the these lower regional or national levels leading on to the higher level, it's one of these things, of course, where we see it's a value for money, cost-effective way to get riders into the sport. Quite often one of the criticisms leveled towards motorsport is that it can be difficult for people to get an inroad into the sport. It can be difficult to be competitive even at a regional or a national level without the right support. But one of the things with the FIM Mini GP, of course, is that riders are effectively on the same machines. These are Ovali machines supplied directly from Ovali, and as we said various times, of course, throughout the season, there is access for setup and so forth, but effectively the bikes pretty much almost the same, you'd say, really. There's very little in terms of performance tuning, so what it means is that they're all pretty much race ready and out of the crate. And what it does lead to, of course, is some very spectacular racing as well, because the bikes are pretty much even as well, so it really helps the talent of the riders to draw to the forefront. And what I would say as well is that the people coming along to watch the British Superbikes and the MotoGP will certainly be in for a treat. I have just been advised that we will be back underway very shortly. We're just waiting for the last couple of medics to take their positions out onto the track. Of course, they have been busy dealing with the injured rider, so thank you to the medics for all their support and assistance in these tough situations. Not what we want to see when the racing gets underway. We don't like seeing riders getting injured, and we certainly hope that the medics have a quiet day, but as you can imagine, when they are required, they're called upon at very quick notice straight onto the scene. So we've been, as I say, just waiting for this rider injury to be dealt with. The rider has been taken away from the course. This was a final corner collision at Honda at the end of the first lap. And so, as we say, the rider has been taken away for further observations in the medical area. Riders are making final preparations ahead of this second moto of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovali UK. I have to say a big word of thanks, of course, to Pirelli for all their support, along with Ovali UK. Ovali UK, of course, really making inroads into the UK mini bike scene over the past 12 months or so. Thanks, of course, to the ACU and Motorsport Vision for all their assistance as well, as Rich Energy British Mini Bikes helps to bring the first round of the FIM Mini GP UK Series Road to MotoGP. Really exciting initiative, and great that the British Mini Bikes is part of this as well. And like we say, of course, I think the people who will be going along to watch the British Superbikes and MotoGP in a few weeks' time, I think that they'll have a, looking at the first race, of course, that we saw earlier today, they'll have a real surprise on their hands. They'll have a real spectacle to watch with some of these fantastic young riders really going hammer and tong at it with some really close on-track action that we saw earlier on today. We have got, of course, a pause here at the moment, and after this, scheduled for 3 more races: the Motor Oil's Mini Bike Veterans Final, OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70, including the Bucci Cup, and the final race of the day scheduled to be the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160. Still scheduled to run for the full race programme. Any changes, of course, I will let you know. But hopefully, as we say, the track is now clear. We're just waiting for the medics to finish dealing with the injured rider and to retake their positions out onto the track. Once they're in position, the circuit is safe for racing. We should be able to get the riders back underway, and what will be a 4-lap rerun. Riders taking their original grid positions and going out for that remaining 4 laps down to the finish at this second moto of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series. And like I said, of course, various similar type of championships taking place at venues across Europe, and all culminating later in the year at the World Finals at the last round of MotoGP at Valencia. And what a prize that will be for those riders towards the front of the field. So just looking down in the waiting zone, the ACU officials along with British Mini Bikes liaising with the remaining riders. As soon as we get any updates, as I say, we are scheduled to be getting back underway very shortly. The last I heard was that of course, the rider has been taken away for further observations at the Circuit Medical Centre, and we're just waiting for the medics to get back into position. That's how things stand at the moment. As soon as I hear anything further as when the bikes will get back out on track, I will let you know. But thank you for your patience. As I say, the riders are down in the pit area at the moment, some with the helmets off, just taking in the cooler air in the shaded spot next to the race control. Others just finding themselves, keeping themselves cool as we wait for the racing to get back underway. As I say, the riders do appear to be pretty much ready to go. So hopefully we should be getting racing back underway. There is a bit of movement down there in the pit area. The rider's just around the back of the pits, and hopefully we should be getting the engines back underway. As I say, we are imminently expecting a race start. What I can see down here is one or two of the riders who have got the helmets off, are just starting to get themselves ready, get the helmets back on. So that's certainly a good sign from what I can see up here. And we should be back underway very shortly. So this, of course, the 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey in sunny, spectacular South Wales. And we're about to get things underway very shortly with our second moto of the day of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. Been great to be down here today at Pembrey, and this wonderful weather that we've been enjoying over the weekend. South Wales, smack bang where we are at the moment, was forecast to be the hottest area in the UK this weekend, and it certainly feels that way. The temperature's continuing to rise throughout the afternoon. Tough conditions for the riders, and of course we see riders in the pit area just looking to keep themselves cool as they get themselves ready for this next race. This Pembrey circuit been here now for about 40 years, and I'd say holding a whole array of 2- and 4-wheel motorsports. We've seen a lot of Supermoto taking place here over the years. Was a former venue for the British Superbike Championships. And looking at some of the past alumni of race here, we've had all manner of single-seater formulas, Formula 3, Formula 1 testing taking place here as well over the years. Also holding 2 rounds of the British Touring Car Championships back in the early 90s. So you could certainly argue that this Pembrey circuit is perhaps the highest profile, certainly in the motorsport world, the most well-known of the tracks on the mini bike calendar. And a lot of people with the interest in Formula 1 racing will know this as almost the secret testing venue of McLaren in the late 1980s. Indeed, Ayrton Senna, of course, we've got the Senna S's here at the track. Ayrton Senna, the unofficial lap holder, of course. When he set the lap record here at Pembrey, it was set under a private testing session, so wouldn't really be classed as an official lap record. But it's still gone down in legend nonetheless. And back in the day, we've seen, of course, the Senna movie out a few years ago, the rivalry between Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, when there was a disagreement back in the 1989 San Marino Grand Prix, when Alain Prost felt that Senna had gone against a pre-race agreement to overtake him before the first corner. And it was at this very venue here at Pembrey that Ron Dennis tried his best to bring the two drivers back together and try and call a truce to the argument that went on after Imola in 1989. Didn't really go as well as he'd hoped, because that rivalry went on to even more incidents throughout the year. But nonetheless, Pembrey has a small but rather notable foothold in Formula 1 history, at least. But back on 2 wheels, of course, we have possibly some future names making their way down to the front of the grid. And who knows, you never know, we might see our next British star in MotoGP in a few years' time lining up right here at Pembrey at the start of this exciting new race category for 2021. It's the second moto of the day of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. And of course, Blake Wilson taking a very close first moto victory with Harley McCabe hitting trouble earlier on. The riders appear to have been gridded up in their positions when the race was halted. Certainly appears that way. So effectively hitting the pause button now. We're going to press play in just a few moments as the last of the parents and supporters make their way off the grid. Grid must be cleared before racing gets underway. Just 1 or 2 left to clear the grid. I think we are about ready to go. And starts happy, the green flag goes up, eyes on the lights. And Mini GP UK Series gets back underway. Oh, and one rider, the bike expires in a sea of steam. There's actually 2 or 3 riders stuck on the starting grid here, so we're going to try and get those bikes back underway, or get the bikes off the track. So some of these bikes certainly seem to overheat, trying furiously to get those bikes restarted. Now, of course, in these hot conditions, when a bike stalls, I'm looking out of my window here, I think there may have been Blake Wilson was one of the riders in trouble at the start. Looked like the number 8 on the bike. Now that would be dramatic, of course. He won it. That looks like Blake. Or was that? Well, we'll get that confirmed on the timing charts, but that certainly the riding leathers and the number 8 on the bike appear to be Blake Wilson. But it appears the bike has expired on the line. Like we say, these hot weather conditions, 4-stroke engines, they can run pretty hot sometimes, but oh, that would be it. Well, we'll wait and get that confirmed by the lap charts in a moment, but it does appear that the winner of the first moto out of this rerun. Meanwhile, the race goes on, of course, and here come the leaders, round Honda, and look at this. 4 riders dueling it out over the line. Very close indeed as they make their way through the first corner. So McKay, Williams, Bridewell, Perry all in there. And as you can see, there is no Blake Wilson. So what a terrible shame for him. He rode so well in the first race. He understandably looked dejected as he tried to get the bike back into life, but it appears he is out of the race, and what a terrible shame for him. Meanwhile, the race goes on, of course. McCabe, Garnis, Williams and Bridewell all running very close indeed as they make their way down towards the Brooklands hairpin, heading towards Speedway Straight and Carter's Curve once again. So it looks like Garnis had a good jump on the field. Of course, he led the race when it was halted, so started from pole position in this rerun. 2 laps to go next time round, so it's very much something of a sprint race. Back towards the finish line. So certainly would say swings and roundabouts here. McCabe had a difficult first moto, but fighting back in moto number 2, going down the inside of Garnis. Oh, they're neck and neck into the first corner. McCabe makes the move. Now, can he hold on out of the corner? Garnis will fight back out of the corner. He'll get a better drive. And they're side by side as they make their way towards the centre S's. Oh, and look at this, almost 3 of S's to duel into the S's, but McCabe's got the line into the corner and holds on. So McCabe momentarily back into the lead. I'm sure that Garnis will not give this lead up lightly. They make their way down towards the corner. Oh, and look at that, Garnis down the inside. Garnis, your new race leader, or retaking the lead, I should say. Oh, and another rider goes down. That's in the centre S's. Rider appears to be okay. That's the good news. Race goes on, of course. Johnny Garnis, your race leader, 57. Harley McCabe in second. Joshua Williams in third position as Daniel Shaw gives a shout out. Go Joshua and Blake. So Williams in third. Just trying to identify that rider. Picking up on the lap charts. Rider, of course, is okay. That's the main thing as Harley McCabe goes back into lead with 1 lap to go now. Through the first corner they go as we look at this battle for 4th position. Joel Greig, George Bowes, Lewis Mullins, Ollie Sims a bit further behind. And I think the fallen rider that we just saw there may well have been Freddie Bridewell. So another front-running rider out of contention. Lost Blake Wilson at the start, and it looks like Freddie Bridewell was the fallen rider. Appears to be okay, but out of the reckoning, dropping all the way down the field as the rest of the midfield runners make their way through. So 1 lap to go, and this is turning into a 2-way fight for the lead. Harley McCabe and Johnny Garnis fighting it out. McCabe back into the lead now. Joshua Williams just a little bit further behind in third, ready to capitalise should any of these 2 riders make a mistake. Here they come through Carter's Curve for the final time. It's neck and neck. It's going to be a duel to the finish line. Here they come, heading towards the Honda corner for the final time. McCabe and Garnis, a straight fight to the line, and here they come around the corner. They are neck and neck, almost alongside, but McCabe has just got ahead, and it's going to be enough as they make their way down to the line. And Harley McCabe takes the checkered flag. Johnny Garnis in second. Joshua Williams just a little bit further behind in third. And how close for 4th place. Samuel Munson, George Bowes, Joel Greig, Lewis Mullins, Ollie Sims, Kobe Perry in 9th. Laken Payne rounds out the top 10 just ahead of Maximus Hardy. And then the rest of the pack make their way through. Kobe Garbutt's making his way through now. Garbutt finishes in 12th position. But what a race there between Harley McCabe and Johnny Garnis. Just over 1/10 of a second. Miller Buchanan with a good final lap goes through into 13th position, getting ahead of Izzy Carter on the final lap. Dan Deering will bring it home in 15th position. Mary-Ann McCartney looking to finish in 16th, and the last of the finishers possibly credited as Freddie Bridewell, but we shall wait and see, because Bridewell has not crossed the line. Had a couple of retirements, of course, some mechanical issues when the flag dropped, so some late drama in this second moto of the FIM Mini GP. There goes Mary Ann McCartney, incidentally, over the line to finish in 16th position. But some drama there in the last 4 laps. Harley McCabe, after a disappointing first race, fighting back in style to take the second win, just ahead of Johnny Garnis. Great fight to the line. Joshua Williams in third. So what a great debut there for the FIM Mini GP UK Series. And of course, we'll join the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes back at the second round of that series at Wilton Mill. Don't forget, of course, we move on to Cadwell Park, Silverstone, and Three Sisters to round out the campaign. And if it's half as good as it's been today here at Pembrey, we look set to be in for a spectacular series to round that one off. We have 3 more races to go. Riders now in the waiting zone. We will start things off very shortly with the Motul Oils Mini Bike Veterans Final. They're in the waiting zone now and out on track in just a few moments. Three races left at this hot and sunny 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey. We'll be starting things off very shortly with the Motul Oils Mini Bike Veterans Final. Riders in the waiting zone and should be making their way out onto the track very shortly indeed. I have to say, it's been wonderful weather here at Pembrey. Fortunately, of course, we had 1 or 2 stoppages throughout the day, which has delayed the programme, which is not what we like to see, of course, at the racing, but it is part and parcel of the sport. Not a part that we like to see particularly, but certainly the medics and the marshals have done a top job today in being straight on the scene for any delays and any incidents out on the track. So let's hope for a clean final 3 races, starting, of course, with the Motul Oil Mini Bike Veterans, which is scheduled to be underway in just a few moments. The last of the FIM Mini GP UK Series riders now leaving the track, making their way back to the paddock. The vets, I believe, are making their way out of the waiting zone and will be on the track in just a few moments. So the Mini Bike vets making their way out onto the track. This race in association with Motul Oils. They'll be out on the course very shortly. And I have to say, what a fantastic day it's been here at Pembrey. The weather has been absolutely top-notch. Beautiful weather here on the South Wales coast. And, of course, a part of the UK that is known to be very scenic. Of course, Pembrokeshire tends to be one of the most widely known places, but Carmarthenshire down here, of course, has got its own beauties as well. And a little gem in the South Wales fields here is Pembrey, of course, the home, or self-styled home of Welsh motorsport. This is one of the major tracks in Wales, the other one being, of course, Anglesey, right at the very other end of the country on the Isle of Anglesey. Pretty much as far away from Carmarthenshire as you can get. But as we say, of course, Wales never fails, and the weather has been spot on today. Brief glimpse of the wildlife there, of course. We're very close to the Pembrey Country Park. If you're not familiar with this area, it's a huge natural park, pretty much next door to the Pembrey circuit. Or the back end of it kind of backs out onto this track, you might say, but it really is a huge complex. There's huge forestry walks, lots of place to walk. There's the backing out onto the beach as well. Miles and miles of coastline. It really is a lovely part of the UK, and what better weather at a place of the country like this. Weather has been absolutely fantastic today. Still sweltering hot. The temperatures are expected to remain pretty high for the next hour or so before they start to drop away into the evening, but it has been a great day's racing. 3 more races to go, of course, starting with the pit bike vets. We would thank you, of course, for watching today on Alpha Live, and those spectating at the track along with the riders for their patience throughout the day. Has been a fairly long day, of course, but we're hoping to bring it to its full conclusion as the pit bike vets get underway, charging into the first corner. Good clean start there as they make their way through the hairpin for the first time. Heading into the right hand, looks like Matthew Davis got a good jump on the field. Gav Tappenden also well placed as they make their way through to the centre S's for the first time. So Davis with a good start there, just trying to break away now from the rest of the field as they make their way out of the centre S's, heading now towards Brooklands Hairpin at the end of this first lap. And of course, due to the interruptions in the race programme earlier on today, it does mean that the race programme, or the remaining races, are a little bit shorter, which means these first couple of laps will be very important indeed. So riders now making their way through Carter's Curve for the first time, heading towards Honda at the end of this first lap. All very close indeed, and here they come, our race leaders. So Gav Tappenden with a good start, but looks like Matthew Davis has got the jump on the field. 4 or 5 riders though, all very close as the leaders make their way over the line. The timing details to catch up here, but looks like Davis leading the way. Number 19 very closely poised in second place. Gav Tappenden also well and truly in the mix there as well. But Davis leads the way. And here we go, down towards the centre S's to field once again bunching up. Out of the centre S's we go, heading down towards Brooklands Hairpin. All very close indeed down that back straight in a moment. Now here we see the long right-hander and that fantastic viewpoint again, the rolling Carmarthenshire Hills. Really is a scenic track on the British Mini Bikes calendar. Great venue for the 6th round of the championship, and still plenty of action as the pit bike vets make their way back towards the Carter's Curve. There seems to be a break in the timing screens here, so I do apologise. We'll get the full results to you just as soon as we can, but here they come up towards Honda once again. Still looks like Davis leading the way, Tappenden also well placed. Mosticker also looking to get involved as well on the 27 as they make their way over the line. And there is Tappenden closing up on the braking. So back out of the corner they go. Back onto the power again, heading up towards the centre S's to complete another lap. Davis still leading. Thomas in second on the number 19 in second. Round the outside, great move there. Now, can he make it stick? Yes is the answer. Had to be brave under brakes there. Had to carry a lot of speed into the S's round the outside. But he's made that move stick and through into the lead. So here we go, Davis now trying to fight back down the inside as they make their way towards Carter's Curve and makes the move stick. Brave under braking, had a nice run out of Brooklands Hairpin, getting the speed down the back straight and through into the lead. Tappenden and Mosticker also in there as well. They make their way up towards Honda, the final corner, looking to complete another lap. And here we go, over the line, so Davis leads. Very close indeed as they cross the line. And look at this, almost 3 abreast into that first corner. Two more races to go after this, of course. We have the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and the Pit Bike Spares Mini 160 to round out the next 2 races, but still plenty of action here in this Motul Vets final race of the day. They're making their way up towards the final couple of corners to complete another lap, all very close indeed. And checker flag being ready, of course. We are drawing to the closing stages of this Motul Oils Mini Bike Vets. Matthew Davis, of course, 110, the championship leader, trying to pull away from Ian Walker, so it's all very close indeed. Ben Douglas and John Pearson also well placed, so the 2 main championship protagonists fighting away at the front of the field here as they make their way around the final corner. Davis down the inside, last lap, here we go, and they are almost 4 abreast into the first corner. Charging down into the hairpin now for the final time, and look at this, any one of 5 riders I think could potentially take the checkered flag here. Here they come round towards the centre S for the final time, almost 3 abreast, and another very close race in store here. It's a battle on the brakes as they make their way through once again. Very close indeed. So Matthew Davis, of course, took the previous win. Andrew Thompson, well placed. James Mostica, Ian Walker, they're all pretty much in there. Look at this, we have got 5 riders. Mostica then into the lead. Looks like Thompson's second. He's been battling throughout the race, and down the inside he goes. Thompson down the inside. Oh, Davis in there as well. 3 abreast. They bang bars. And still any one of these 5 riders could still take the checkered flag. Here they come, heading up towards Honda, and the final corner. It's going to be close to the finish line. This exit out of Honda going to be very important indeed. 5 riders battling for position. Here they come down the straight. Yet again, oh, tapping down the outside, but it looks like the victory for the number 110 of Matthew Davis. That will certainly help in terms of his championship credentials. Very close indeed. We'll try and get the full results to you very shortly indeed, but what a race there. Matthew Davis taking the checkered flag. The rest of the field goes screaming through. Any one of about 5 or 6 riders could have taken the checkered flag there. Gav Tappin, the rider in shot there, came very close indeed, but what a superb race. Pit Bike Bets, race number 2. Had to wait a while, of course, but certainly worth the wait. 2 more races to go here at Pembrey. The next riders are in the waiting zone, ready to go, but our Motor Loyal Mini Bike Bets drawing to a close. Fantastic riding there. Matthew Davis taking a narrow but well-deserved race victory. 2 more races to go. Coming up next, we have the OMG Racing Mini GP 190, including the Bucci Cup. Those riders in the waiting zone and underway in just a few moments. What's been a great afternoon's racing here at Pembrey. Last 2 riders now making their way to the paddock area. So the OMG Racing Mini GP riders are in the waiting zone. Penultimate race of the day getting underway in just a few moments. Penultimate race of the day about to get underway. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70, including the Bucci Cup. Riders making final preparations, and we'll have a recap in a moment of the results. Yet again, of course, this is a class that has been very close throughout the afternoon. We've got the thrilling Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 final coming up very shortly as well. In just a few moments, we'll have a recap of the race results from race number 1. Riders are making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap. OMG Racing 190-70, James Mostica, the series leader, on 186 points, with the gap over Peter Hickman, Dominic Ovola, Tom Lewis and Rhys Stevenson. And here they go, they're making their way out onto the track now. 2 more races to go this afternoon. As we say, thank you for joining us throughout the afternoon here on Alpha Live for the 6th round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Pembrey. This spectacular, fast, scenic circuit in the Carmarthenshire countryside down here in South Wales. What's been blisteringly hot weather this weekend, and we've seen plenty of fast, spectacular racing. So riders lining up now for our penultimate race of the day. Just one more race to go after this, of course. It's the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160. In the meantime, though, we have the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and 70, including the Bucci 190 Cup riders lining up. There's Rhys Stevenson on the pole position on the right-hand side. Zach Weston also in there. Looks like Dan Goodman, Pete Hickman. So all of the big hitters pretty much in there. There is one rider who appears to be out of position, so there will be just a brief hold-up whilst they sort the grid out. I think one of the midfield riders in a bit of trouble there, just going to sort that machine out. Just as soon as we get that sorted out, we should be able to get the racing back underway. 2 more races to go then this afternoon. So Dan Goodman and Rhys Stevenson just adding to the tension down there as they wait on the first line there. So, well, I did say at the start of the day that the temperature's expected to peak 30 degrees. They have done just down the road at Cardiff, so very warm conditions. As you say, it was forecast 26, but even hotter than that. And as we've seen, tough conditions for both bike and rider as well out there. Certainly been tough for these riders, and some great racing throughout the various race categories this afternoon. As just waiting to see what's going to happen with this rider in the midfield. I think they've sorted it out now, so we should be able to get racing back underway very shortly. So Rhys Stevenson ahead of Dan Goodman. Zach Weston in there too. And here we go. Flag goes up. Eyes onto the lights any moment now. I think there is one rider just seemed to lose the engine, but everything seems to be okay. Here we go then. So eyes on the lights, and our penultimate race is about to get underway. OMG Mini GP 190, including the Bucci Cup, gets underway, and Rhys Stevenson leads them into the first corner. Weston having a look down the inside. Hickman in there as well in third place. 4 laps to the finish as Stevenson tries to break away. Looks like Weston in second place. And here they come into the top corner. Very close indeed. Dan Goodman and Pete Hickman also well placed, but Stevenson gets the jump on the field as they make their way out of the corner and down the back straight for the first time. So it's Daniel Goodman just behind Zach Weston, though, through to second place, battling with the 1-2-3 of Rhys Stevenson. And here they come through the chicane for the first time through Carter's Curve, heading back towards us, and some very close battles in the midfield there. The likes of Kobe Perry, Andrew Thompson, Dominic Ivola, all fighting away in the midfield. And here they come back towards us. Over the line they go. And it is still Rhys Stevenson that leads the way. Weston having a look down the inside, but not close enough to go for the pass under braking. Now, can he get back under terms as they leave the hairpin up towards the centre Esses? There we see Stevenson, your leader, guarding that inside line. Weston just trying to get the sweep into the corner, but Stevenson's got the line covered. Those riders pulling away slightly from Daniel Goodman in third on the 57. And it looks like Sullivan Mounds has gone through to fourth place, getting past Peter Hickman. Kobe Perry up to sixth position. Rest of the field made up of Andrew Thompson, got an unidentified rider in eighth place, we'll pick up later. Dominic Ivola, Dervin Lane in 10th position, Jack Knight and Tom McKenzie rounding out the field as they make their way around the back of the circuit. There's Mounsey coming under some pressure now from Peter Hickman and Kobe Perry. And just looking out of view there, did Perry in fact get past Hickman? We shall find out as the leaders make their way around the outside of the corner there. Look at that, riding from Weston. Zach Weston with a brave move on the outside of Stevenson, but Stevenson has got the line into the first corner. And I'm just keeping an eye out on this battle for third place. We've got 2 laps to go. Now the question here is, can Daniel Goodman and Pete Hickman close up on this battle for the lead? Now if these two start really getting in each other's faces here over the next lap, they start shutting each other off into the corners, holding each other up, this could allow Dan Goodman and Pete Hickman, Sullivan Mounsey all into the battle. We have 1.5 laps to go. At the moment looking like a straight fight between these two riders. Zach Weston then was the leader very briefly, but Rhys Stevenson back into the lead. Here they come back towards Carter's Curve once again. There's the battle for third place. Goodman, Hickman, Mounsey, Kobe Perry all in there. As Mounsey has a look down the inside of Hickman. Fails to make the move. Hickman back on the power as the leaders make their way up towards the final corner. Zach Weston and Reece Stevenson, here they come. And what can Weston do? The one-lap board goes out. Weston has a peek down the inside. Oh, he has a look on the inside of Stevenson there, but not close enough to go for the pass. Can he get him back under acceleration? Hickman up to third place, gets past Daniel Goodman. And I think has made the move stick as Mounsey has a fight as well. But here's the battle for the lead. Weston again having a look on the outside as they make their way through to the centre S's. Now let's see. Weston, very important to try and pull away. Oh, there's a rider in trouble there. Possibly the 53 of Kobe Perry. Will confirm that in a moment as the leaders make their way down the Speedway straight. Any moment now. Stevenson back on the power. This will be a very important Carter's Curve now on this penultimate corner of the race. Weston has got to get this corner absolutely right, but Stevenson taking a wider sweep through the chicane, trying to set himself up to the final corner in Honda as we wait eagerly for our two leaders to come around the final corner. Here they come. They are neck and neck around the final corner. Look at this, side by side down the straight. Weston round the outside. There is jubilation on the pit wall as Zach Weston with a fantastic move on the outside. Got a real drive there, went at the outside of Reece Stevenson and takes the checkered flag. I presume that's Zach Weston's father on the pit wall and friend. Punch in the air in delight when Weston went over the line. That really was a close battle to the line. And you do have to feel a bit sorry for Reece Stevenson, who battled so hard, but somebody had to win that race. And on this occasion, it was Zach Weston, fastest lap of the race, incidentally, from both riders on the last lap of the race. 1:03.41. Best lap of the race from Zach Weston, which he used to take the victory. In the end, though, behind that battle, it was Peter Hickman who took third place. Sullivan Mounsey fourth, Kobe Perry, Daniel Goodman in sixth, Andrew Thompson, Dominic Ovali in eighth. My apologies there. Ninth was Derva Lane, Tom McKenzie, and Jack Knights and Tim Patterson rounding out the field. So great riding there from Zach Weston to take the checkered flag. Yet another thrilling race at the front here at Pembrey. And we have one more race to go. It's the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160. A great way to end the day. Those riders in the waiting zone, will welcome them out on track in just a moment. After that thrilling penultimate race of the day, the celebration is still continuing, I should say, outside the commentary. I hear them shouting up here on the top level. They're so happy after that thrilling finish to that race. We still, of course, have one more race to go, and in association with pitbikeparts.co.uk, we have the Pit Bike Parts Mini Bike 160 final. Riders now making their way out of the waiting zone and onto the track very shortly for this final race of the day. And Mini Bike 160s always does tend to be quite a thrilling finale. They'll be out on the track in just a few moments. So this pretty much concludes the broadcast here with one more race to go of the sixth round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes here at a very sunny and very hot Pembrey. It's been a fantastic day here at what's called the home of Welsh Motorsport. Only downside, of course, we have had a few red flags and stoppages due to incidents on the track, so a big word of thanks has to go out to the marshals and the medics as we await the start of this final race of the day, getting underway very shortly. Pit Bike Parts Mini Bike 160 final getting underway in just a few moments' time. And don't forget, of course, if you want to follow the rest of the series, it's all right here on Alpha Live. Next round of the championship will be on the 14th and 15th of August at Wilton Mill, using the full international circuit. Round number 8 is at Three Sisters, 18th and 19th of September. Another track very much like Pembrey in the sense it's got some really fast sections and some really thrilling drag races to the line there as well, we've seen there in the past. Penultimate round of the championship is on the 9th and 10th of October at Lydd, all the way down on the Kent coast. And that'll be the 9th and 10th of October before returning back to Wilton Mill and the Zulu circuit for the final round of the championship, 30th and 31st of October. Don't forget, of course, to like and subscribe Alpha Live. All of the action on Alpha Live, along, of course, with the FIM Mini GP UK Series. So riders now making their way around the back of the circuit on the formation lap for this final race of the day. This thick pipe parts mini bike 160 about to get underway. And here we see yet again that brilliant camera angle that really, we've seen some great footage here at Pembrey. Really is a very pleasant scenic part of the UK. And great to see so many people enjoying this midsummer weather. One more race to go then. I think there were one or two riders doing back-to-back here, so they've been out in the, well, actually in the vets. So the race schedule, of course, catering as best we can, of course, riders who want to do a double entry racing in more than one race class. And on a day like today, of course, it will be a real physical test as well. So riders now making their way down to the line for the final race of the day here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes round number 6 here at Pembrey. So as we say, rounding things off, the pit bike parts, mini bike 160 final about to get underway. Last few riders making their way onto the line and will be underway very shortly. So Jake Whittaker leading the riders away on the right-hand side of the grid, closest to the camera. Last few riders just starting to assemble on the grid. There have been one or two riders dropping out as the afternoon goes on, so one or two holes in the grid there, and this could be an opportunity for those riders, especially those further back in the field, to claw their way through and grab a few more championship points as we head towards the final 4 rounds of the championship. So here we go, 4 laps will conclude this 6th round of the series here at Pembrey. Oh, but we have got a delay. One bike has hit trouble on the start line. Oh, is that Lord actually? Possibly Ben Lord, I don't know. Actually, there's a bit further down the field. Gav Taplin down there as well. But yeah, there's one bike further back there. You will see the marshals running over. They're going to try frantically to get that bike restarted. There will be a short allowance to try and get the bike going again, but if not, they'll have to be pushed away into the pits and a pit lane start possibly. Just trying to get it going, but doesn't appear to be the case. I think it may possibly have been Ben Lord, possibly, who's been running well throughout the afternoon. Looks like the bike of his anyway. Back into the pits, so at best it'll be a pit lane start for him. Meanwhile, it looks like everyone else, there was one rider stalled the machine in the hold up there. Always, I think he's got it going, and yeah, the start's good. They're about to get underway, and here we go. Final race today gets underway. So one rider stalling on the line, just looking to put the bike to one side. And the race gets underway, so here we go, 4 laps. Mini bike 160 final is now underway. So 1 or 2 riders in trouble at the start, and I think that was actually Stephen Humphreys, one of the 2 bikes who couldn't get away, but the race goes on. Daniel Pearson then is your early race leader, Matthew Davis getting away well, but second place for the 1-2-1, Jake Whittaker, who tries to go down the inside back into the lead. And the rest of the field down the back straight they go, heading towards the Brooklands hairpin, heading back towards Speedway Straight. And Carter's curve for the first time as Pearson tries to fight back down the inside of Whittaker. Here they come, almost side by side into the corner. Someone's got to give, and it's Whittaker who takes the lead through the corner for the first time. Will Lathrick, Matthew Davis, Chase Collymore, Jim Lovell, Ian Walker, Charlie Hopkins all in there. And here they come up towards the final corner, almost side by side out of that corner now. Whittaker just about leading them through. Over the line they go, so Daniel Pearson in second. Lathrop, Davis, Collymore and Pearson holding on to the lead, but Whittaker fights back out of the corner and retakes the lead. Rest of the midfield riders making their way through. Gav Tappert up to 10th place, Tommy Olmond, Oliver Linsdell, Craig Rowland, Danny Cohen, David Linsdell, David Wilkins, Scott Dermott and Jessica Hamilton a bit further behind. Stephen Humphreys, of course, left behind at the start, running at the field in 20th position, but Jake Whittaker, we should see the updates on the timing charts very shortly, but the rider in 20th on your lap charts is in fact the race leader. Whittaker leading, Pearson second, Lathrop now up to third on the 2.26. Davis and Chase Collymore in there as well. Ian Walker, Jim Lovell, all well placed. We're looking at that battle now, actually. So we've got Lathrop, Collymore down the inside. So the king of the outbreakers this afternoon, Will Lathrop, has had a taste of his own medicine there, because Chase Collymore diving down the inside, going through Carter's Curve, back to the leaders on the final corner. And now Whittaker holding on to that lead and pulling away like there you see on the charts. Your race leader, Whittaker, Pearson second, Matthew Davis third, as we watch Chase Collymore fending off the machines of Matthew Davis and Will Lathrop. Looks like Collymore's gone through to third. Now can he hold on? There's the two race leaders, and here is the almost five-a-side battle here for third place, headed now by Chase Collymore, who has improved as the day goes on. Was unlucky to miss out in one of these drag race finish to the line earlier on in the race programme. Had to settle for fifth place. He'll be looking to get onto the podium in this final moto of the day. 1.5 laps to go, and look how close this is now as Lathrop gets into third place. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth and 10th, all incredibly close. Now the group behind here, Charlie Hopkins, Ty Butler, Gav Tappert and Carl Sanders, all getting involved in this. We've almost got a 10-rider fight now for third place. How incredible is this in our final race of the day? As we head towards the final corner, Jake Whittaker and Daniel Pearson have the luxury now of having a two-way fight for the lead, as Pearson has a look down the inside into the hairpin. And I can tell you, those two battling for the lead, but look at this battle for third going into the last lap. And this time it looks like Peter Hickman. He's not showing on the lap charts. That looks very much like Hickman though in third. We'll have a closer look as they make their way back towards us. Now, he's not showing on the lap charts, but that looks very much like Peter Hickman to me, getting ahead of Chase Collymore. So we'll go with that for the time being. Will Lathrop, Matthew Davis, Jim Lovell, Ian Walker all in there. Whittaker and Daniel Pearson, incidentally, with the fastest lap of the race, 1:08.193 last time round, as they make their way down towards Brooklands hairpin. There is Hickman now clear in third place. Looks like Collymore in fourth, just ahead of Will Lathrop. Here they come down towards the chicane for the final time. Lathrop having a look down the inside of Collymore, but Collymore stays big through the chicane on that final time. Through Carter's Curve they go. Meanwhile, the leaders making their way down towards the line. Kira Williamson back into the race after the difficulties at the start, but here they come up to the line. Last race of the day, drag race to the line, and by 0.06 of a second, Jake Whittaker takes the checkered flag. Hickman third, and look at this, Chase Collymore, Jim Lovell, Matthew Davis, Lathrop and Walker, all very close indeed, separated by just a few tenths of a second. So it was Lovell, Davis, Lathrop, 7th, Walker, Hopkins, Tapperton and Ty Butler, Carl Sanders, Tommy Olmond and Oliver Linsdell going through. I think Peter Hickman was in the results there, not showing on the lap chart. So Danny Cohen in 14th, Craig Rowland 15th provisionally, David Wilkins, David Linsdell, Scott Dermott, Jessica Hamilton should be coming around the final corner very shortly, and Stephen Humphreys, although has Humphreys made the move on the final lap? It looks like he may have. There is Peter Hickman, finishing an uncredited third in that race, but a fantastic race victory there for Jake Whittaker, holding off Daniel Pearson by 0.6 of a second. So Jessica Hamilton over the line in 20th place, and Kira Williamson, who was left behind at the start, should be coming through very shortly to complete a couple of laps and get the race credited. A couple of shout-outs here to Keely Garbett. Fantastic day of riding. I would firmly agree. It has been brilliant here today at Pembrey. Lovely weather and a great part of the country to enjoy the racing as well. Thank you to all the riders for a fantastic day of viewing. It really has been spectacular. Some great races to the line. And a shout out finally, word should go to Scott Dermott as well. So that pretty much rounds out the 6th round of the championship here at Pembrey. Big word of thanks has to go to all the crew here at Alpha Live, and one or two of the camera crew joining us for the first time, doing a great job out there as well today. So well done to all of the Alpha Live crew out on the track today. So that pretty much brings things to a close. Word of thanks, of course, has to go out to the Motorsport Medical Unit down here, the on-site Pembrey Circuit crew. Bit of a busy day at times for them, of course, which we don't always like to see, but thanks a lot for all their hard work and dealing with the incidents promptly. And, of course, as always, the Orange Army of Marshals who've been out on track in this blistering hot weather throughout the day. I'm sure that umbrellas and sunscreen have been the order of the day out there as well, because it really has been hot out there. Shout outs to Scott Dermott and Dave Wilkins on the YouTube, a couple of the last ones fit in, and the Jammy Dodger says well done to Jack Knight's big man out there as well. So well done if you've been watching and riders throughout the afternoon. We hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks, of course, to all the crew here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes for all their hard work as well. That pretty much draws to a conclusion round number 6 of the championship. Don't forget, for more information on the series, visit britishminibikes.com. The next round of the championship will be at Wilton Mill, taking place on the 14th and 15th of August, just over a month's time. Don't forget to like and subscribe on Alpha Live. I've been Chris Sora. It's been a great afternoon, a real privilege to bring you this fantastic day's racing here at Pembrey. I'm going to go and enjoy the remaining sunshine this evening. We hope to see you soon at Wilton Mill. See you in August for the 7th round of the championship.